Quinta 123 was first.
Quinter! Easy first. Yo. I'm finally out of the editing mines. I'm finally out of the editing mines. Nice shirt, Mitch. I mean, this is just a regular shirt. We're so back. We're so back. Yo. What up? I just got done with making 3 little, basically mini advertisements for Lies of P to send them so that they could possibly use me in an advertisement, I guess. I don't know how it works. But yeah. How was Small Big Tiny Huge Walk? It's so much fun. I think it's a terrible stream game, especially when I'm streaming it technically for the second time. So if you were there the first time, you already know where the things are and like what we're doing. Like, I feel like it's just a horrible stream game, but it's a lot of fun to just do. I might consider in future just not streaming when I do it, but like still playing with people. It is also like super early normally, so it's like I could just not stream and then stream after and do the normal stuff. I don't know. I'm considering. It just doesn't feel like it's a good stream game. It's super fun to play though. What video game Donkey video on it? I think his format is good for it. Well, I'm not watching that video because it would have spoilers. But I mean, also like an edited video can always cut to the funniest bits, right? Whereas when you're just walking around and it's, you know, hours of kind of meandering and you get separated and lost and you explore stuff and then you come back together. Like, it's a cool time, but like, I just don't know that it makes that interesting of a stream. I don't know. Most of the big walk because the stream game is just fun interactions. The game itself is just kind of background, to be honest. Yeah, for sure. That was really fun to watch. Okay, maybe I'll keep streaming it then. I know that the numbers won't be super high, but like, as long as some people are enjoying it, that's all you really need. Promoting the game that forces you to have friends. You can do it single player. There is a single player version. It's just not recommended. Me-mandering.
Hydrate.
Thank you for the hydrate. How was the big walk? It was fun. Didn't finish. Had to leave early to get into the editing mines, and you can see I still kind of barely finished because I needed to finish by end of day on the 13th, which means in 20 minutes for me. I assume. I don't know if what they really meant was before everyone starts up their work day on the 14th, in which case maybe I had a few more hours, but still. A few more hours is not a lot. Wanted to get that done. We'll see how they like my clips. All right. So I completely missed, because of editing, this match between Roma and Gray, but I've heard a little bit about it, and I feel like it's an interesting match, so I want to watch it. I want to react to it in real time. I also, as I was starting to get into the thing, kind of heard Domo. It sounded like talking about sort of a serious-ish topic, so I want to hear that. If he talks about something serious before the matches, I'd like to also hear what he says. Just woke up, saw I had gotten gift sub here during the night, and I randomly opened stream during work. In the morning, you just went live 20 seconds before opening it. Nice. Perfect. Athlon hates you, confirmed. True. Also, Zertalk. Thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Sorry I missed that in 2 minutes ago. I'm slow at noticing things. Anyway, let's start watching.
He's currently doing a little bit of business, all right. But while he's on the business chat,
doing your first real bingo game against an experienced player today.
Wednesday,
Nice.
don't have Bingus Day. I understand. But we had to reschedule some matches. Obviously, there's some scheduling conflicts for some players. So we're here today. Not Gustav. Jesus Christ. Gray versus Jacques versus Gray. Serbia and France. All right, facing off today. Going to collect some more points here potentially for either player. I'm expecting this to be a very intense.
And if it's really going to take before the match, important to listen to. Awesome.
Give me a hot second here. Now, While I have your attention, this is early on, obviously, so not everyone is here yet, but I would like to kind of lay something out here as I've been pondering my orb in between matches and match days, trying to figure out how to really tackle this, okay? And this is going to be a thing of chat etiquette and comments and how to go about enjoying this lovely esport of ours, Brawlers, right? So the last couple of weeks or so, I would say, chat's been getting a little worse. And that I think.
Yeah, I think that has been noticed. I think that has been noticed that chat has gotten a little worse on the bingo. I don't know why. I don't know why.
I think is an influx of a lot of new people.
True. That's true. That's definitely a big part of it.
And maybe don't know necessarily how to act, don't know etiquette, don't know how to be nice. Some people get really into sports and then they say not nice things, okay?
True. And then a lot of people will say something just horrible and go, What? You're allowed to shit talk the other team in sports? And it's like, okay, that's a different vibe. You're not. If you went up to an actual player of the sport and were shit-talking them to their face constantly, and they were like, bro, just get out of here. And you were like, whoa, now you're, censoring me now. Like, it'd be the same kind of thing. It's just like, you feel like because it's on a screen, it's like, that's the same as like shouting at your TV. You're allowed to shout at your TV about the sports player that you're like, oh my God, he missed that goal or whatever. But if you met him in real life and were shouting at him, hey, how dare you miss that goal? It'd be like, well, that's hurtful. And chat, directly the players see that it's like, direct communication. Maybe not quite as personal as like you're directly there in their face, but yeah. Also, the tech issues, some people have zero/small patience and repeat themselves a lot. I think that the tech issues, I don't think Domo cares about as much. I mean, obviously, like, he cares to fix it, but I don't think he cares that much if, like, people are, like, ragging on the tech issues. It's like, it is what it is. I don't think we've ever gone into emote only because of the tech issues. We've gone into emote only because people have been abrasively rude to and about the players. I think that's the important thing. Have the humanity, right? If it's like, oh my God, tech issues again, it's like, that sucks, but like, I thought I had a First Amendment. You're allowed to shout at your monitor and be gentlemanly in chat. Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Now, obviously, based on sports in general, people really get into it, right? So they just want to say something, and the commentators get into it too, right? Sometimes I'll say something, I'll critique a play, I'll be like, ooh, that was maybe not the best idea, or ooh, this was really, really exciting, or I'm really hoping for this to work out, and it doesn't work out. Oh my God, they missed this, they missed that. That, however, is not something that is fuel for you to take and turn negative, all right? I'm excited and trying to have these players succeed, and that's why I'm like, damn, they didn't get that. Not because I'm like, look at this fucking schmuck that missed the skip, make fun of them. Those are two very different angles, and sometimes you...
Unless it's Chris, then we, but, he's the exception.
Guys go with the angle of, look at that schmuck, and we don't want that, all right? So how about just be passionate with me, enjoy the show with me, and be excited when people succeed, and be obviously, sad when people don't succeed. It happens. People mess things up, but that doesn't mean that they're bad players. They're still human beings at the end of the day, and just we go about it that way. All right, we're gonna be more involved with chat moderation as well now, so people are gonna be cut out a little bit easier. Mods are not gonna be as lenient as they have been because there's a lot more people here. We want people to enjoy the show, okay? Now, a secondary note for all the people that have been long bingo brawlers enjoyers. What I would like you to do, if possible, is to be a bit nicer to the new people, okay? There are people that really do not know what's going on screen. They're not trying to be funny. They're not trying to crack a joke. They're like, what does this rule mean? Why is this happening? And we should welcome them in being like, hey, here's the website.
Interesting. Also being, I was thinking from the players, but he's talking about being rude to new chatters. That if a chatter asks, why did this happen? I don't understand. That other chat people will be like, what, you don't know that? What? Oh, that's a good point as well. I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, new viewers. Yeah. For sure. And it's something, obviously, I do actively. If someone comes in with a question, I will actively answer the question, point them to resource, things like that. But obviously, you know, Domo in the middle of the match can't stop the match and go, hey, oh, here's the resource for you, new person. So it becomes on the chat to be welcoming in the streamer's stead if the streamer is disposed. Interesting. Yeah. Makes sense. Souls community is not famous for being nice to new people. See, the thing is, like, it is just, like, not some subsects. Like, Aggie. Yeah, Aggie's community, yes. Parky's community, yes. Domo's community, yes. My community, yes. ADEF's community, yes. Chris's community, yes. But, you know, unless you, like, really take his, you know, shit posting to heart and be like, oh, that's how I'm supposed to act. But, like, for the most part, like, even he, like, makes it pretty clear, like, every single person that's in Bingo Brawlers has a super welcoming community, welcoming and nice to new people. Every single, like, Souls streamer. But, I mean, if you're not on the Twitch side of things, I guess, and you're just looking at, I don't know, like, Twitter or something, and you see the, like, elitists on Twitter that are like, oh, look, I can do the hardest challenge ever, and if you didn't beat, you know, this boss pre-nerf, then it doesn't count, then, like, yeah, okay, yeah, there's jerks on the internet, but, like, every single Souls streamer that I know of has a very nice and welcoming community, so the Souls elitists are loud, not necessarily large, but very loud. I suppose, I guess. I've seen that, unfortunately, too, where people respond with inside jokes as if new viewers understand what that means, and then people are just even more confused. Yeah. That is a big thing. I have seen that for sure. Normally, when I'm watching a bingo match, I'm kind of indisposed and doing something else at the time. But I have noticed that and been like, very occasionally, I'll answer the question for them. I'll just type out, like, an exact response and be like, hey, this is why. But sometimes I don't have that time, and I have noticed sometimes people will just say something weird and then move on, and I'm like, I can't type a response now, it's been too long. And I'll be like, but I kind of wanted to. So yeah, I guess, yeah, that does happen sometimes. I think some people don't understand you all are friends with Chris, and everyone is in on the joke sometimes. Yeah. I mean, but, like, yeah, hopefully they would, because... But yeah, I could get it. Hardcore community members are nice, but chat hoppers, not really. Okay, I could see that. The unfortunate truth is that gaining popularity breeds some of the toxicity. That's true. That's true. That is how it is. And then the hard part, I genuinely have no idea how to deal with it, because I have not been in that position of being that large. I haven't put on an event like this. I've been part of other people's events that are this big, or even, you know, GDQ stuff, which is also incredibly big. But I haven't had to be the main face that does it. You know, the teacher skills, like, isn't about, like in teaching, they don't, you know, teach you to, like, I don't know, stop the class and, like, yell at everyone and, like, stuff like that. Like, that isn't helpful. It's like the, you know, rewarding positive behaviors, and, you know, if someone's being disruptive, it's like, okay, would you, you know, please step outside, you know, and, you know, leave the classroom for a bit. You can come back in later, see how you feel. If not, you know, you can go to the principals. It's like laying out options and, like, treating them like a person. But like being like, hey, this is an unacceptable thing, but I'm giving you the option because like you need to re-engage the student specifically. But like a shitty chatter, you don't have to re-engage. You're not like, actually, could you please? You're gonna get timed out for 5 minutes, and then why don't you come back nicer? Because it's like in 5 minutes they're just gonna come back, you know, saying slurs instead of just saying hateful messages. Like, like people do not take kindly to getting timed out in Twitch chat because that's just how it is. You know, you can try the timeouts and sometimes they work, but like teaching is not about managing people behaviors, so it makes sense. I mean, like a little bit it is, like it's part of it, but it's like, yeah, there's different techniques when someone is in person face to face because like it's very rare that they actually want to like ruin your day, right? Usually the acting out is for different reasons, and it's like a, hey, I understand, but at the same time we can't be doing this right now, like we'll talk later, like whatever, because usually they want your specific attention instead of like I am trying to ruin things. Whereas like there are chatters that are like, oh yeah, I'm trying to ruin things, I'm just, oh, that's what I have fun doing. So like it's a different vibe. Anyway, I think that's enough for this one particular pause. All that is just to say, I don't know what the best course of action is. I don't know if you're supposed to call it out or if that makes it worse. I don't know. I genuinely do not know the proper response on a Twitch channel when you have an audience this large of how you're supposed to deal with it. I genuinely don't know.
This is what's happening. These are the rules. Make them feel like they're allowed to ask questions and not feel like they have to be in the cool club to understand what's happening, right? So those are my 2 tidbits for today, all right? I'll probably mention this a couple more times on match days just to get as many people integrated as possible. But that's the new schmoove. That's the new move, all right? Thank you for listening to my short spiel.
Thank you for the hydrate.
Back.
Hammer. Yep. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta use the ban hammer. He's muted! No!
Yeah, pretty much.
I want to hear what he's saying! I'm sure he's being super insightful right now.
Nah, you're good.
Someone also said his mods would be policing the chat a bit more as well, which could hopefully be helpful. Yeah, so like, that is one solution, I feel like, is if you ban enough people that are being toxic, that there just aren't that many people being toxic anymore, there's like a certain critical mass, right? If you go over a certain critical mass of toxicity, the good chatters don't feel comfortable chatting, and then all you get is toxicity. And if you're under a certain critical threshold of toxicity where almost every message is nice, and there's just a couple that are toxic, then chat's just gonna be like, what is this weirdo doing here? Let's just continue on and ignore them. And then the toxic messages just get lost. And, like, it doesn't, you know, it doesn't affect as much. He's muted for a while. Oh, no. I think doing everything you can to cultivate a kind community and be upfront that you not tolerate toxicity is the best thing you can do. It's at least the thing that feels the best to do. I don't know the actual effectiveness. Just like from a realistic point of view, I don't know the actual effectiveness.
Yeah.
I hope it's effective, but I don't.
100%.
I don't know.
And I think there's like another thing that I want to just like really make sure that people understand. Just because the commentators, including me, I know I do this, get excited or get like energetic doesn't mean we're saying the player's bad. Just because we're like, damn, they missed this skip, doesn't mean we say they suck. That just means, damn, this situation sucks. We're like, so many times I'm rooting for somebody to do something.
Yeah. And this is, this is a great point, and it's also something that I think about very deeply. How do you, as a commentator, word what happens in a way where chat doesn't, not even just chat, but like so that it is hard to misconstrue it as you saying the player is bad, because that's very easy to do, right? If someone, you know, I don't know, back to teacher, like doesn't turn in their homework, and, you know, you're like, hey, you know, you're going to get a bad grade on this assignment because you didn't turn it in. It's like, you know, that's a very straightforward statement, but it's still possible that, like, you hear it and you go, oh, you're saying I'm a bad student or that I don't deserve a good grade. Or, I don't know, something like that. And it's just like, no, like just the consequences of this action is this result. Like, I'm just trying to be, you know, realistic about that. It can be hard. So I try to really word things that way, you know, of, ooh, he makes the decision to go for this here, and I don't think that's going to work out because of what his opponent is doing right now, right? I never say, or try never to say, I'm sure I do accidentally, I try never to say, oh, that is the wrong call. He's making a big mistake here in going for this. Sometimes in review, we'll talk about it and we'll be like, okay, why would this be a mistake? Let's think about the outcomes and what the possibilities could be. But in commentary, I really try to just say, this is not going to work out for them because this scenario is going to happen. So it's really, really tough, but yeah. Mentioning teachers, were you a teacher before? Yes, I was. I'll say from experience, the stream communities most welcome to LGBTQ folks are the ones that are openly tolerant. The ones that don't talk about it much can start to become pretty bad even if the streamer is very pro. I think that applies to toxicity as a whole. Probably. It would make sense, but I don't know. Also worth noting with chatters is that things are moving quickly and people are trying to get their ideas out while they're still pertinent, and sometimes they're not fully thought out. Not defending idiots, but again, it's hard to tell sometimes. Sure, but yeah, but there's always a difference between a message that is clearly toxic and it didn't matter how long you had to think about it. You were writing a toxic message, and a message that's just like, your wording could probably use some work, right? Like the person we had come in here who complained that they got banned, and they said, oh, for making a prediction about the end of the match. And I was like, oh, what prediction? It's like, oh, a prediction that I think Parky would lose. And it's like, oh, that sounds perfectly fine. You can absolutely write in the chat, I think Parky's going to lose here. Like, that's a fine thing to write. It was like, so what exactly did you type? Do you have, like, the exact message you wrote? Oh, yeah, I wrote, stop being delusional. Parky has no chance. I was like, huh, that's not the same message at all, actually. No, you deserved that ban, actually. No, you completely deserved that ban. Like, right? That's not a oops, I was writing too fast and I worded it wrong. That's no, you were trying to be hurtful with that one. What are you talking about? Like, that's a little different. Yeah. You know? So, like, yeah, right, that's the difference here, right? No one's saying you can't write a message that, you know, maybe isn't perfectly thought out. Nobody has to be as conscientious about their wording as I am, because I try to be super conscientious about my wording, and if I say something wrong, I try to immediately correct it and be like, hold on, that was not a great way to say that. And I'm sure I slip up sometimes too. But, like, we are saying don't intentionally say inflammatory, toxic things on purpose. That's all you really got to say. How you say it defines what you say. Yeah. Anyway.
Really cool. If it doesn't work out, it's a bummer when it doesn't work out. But that doesn't mean I am saying that they're bad or I am saying that they're, you know, an idiot, whatever. Anything negative you want to add to that is not from me. That's from you. Okay? So that's all I'm saying. Like, have the same passion as me. I think that's super okay. But don't add to it. That's pretty much it. Don't want to add to it. But with that, Romain Jacques versus Gray. I think they said they're ready. Let's go ahead and move over. Let's check that out. Let's check it out. This is going to be very exciting because Gray pretty much, I think, solidifying pretty much himself into the
Don't be a dick
here,
intentionally. Yeah.
For the top 4 for the.
What's your hottest season 6 Bingus take? My hottest? I mean, I've got a few. I actually have several. I don't know that all of them are that hot. But my like just a random couple. I don't know even if any of these are hot, but I do think the needing to learn both base game and DLC was a bit much for a season with a bunch of new players in it. That's one, semi-hot opinion about the season 6. Even though I like the format a lot, I'm not sure this was the season for it in particular. Let's see here. Oh, another hot take, which might change after this match, we'll see, is I think bingos are peak and way better for bingo than majority. Not that every game should end in a bingo, but that, like, you need to have bingos be real threats. Otherwise, it's just a slow, grindy, and, like, the fastest player wins. And so, yeah, okay, Tom and Blanks will be undefeated forever and ever and ever because they're just a tiny bit faster than everyone else. And, like, if every game goes to majority, like, we're not even playing bingo anymore. We're just giving, like, okay, here you go. Whoever's slightly faster wins. So I think bingos are super positive for the bingo format. I think for next season, don't change anything for this season. For next season, I would love to see more grace given in terms of marking in some way. You can think about how there's a lot of different things, but something to make less mismarks, because I think mismarks are horrible for the game of bingo. I don't think that they add to the experience. I don't think that, like, the player value of mismarking, like, helps the game. I feel like it creates more drama and leads to chatters being
double elimination bracket,
toxic more often. So there's some random hot takes.
The top 4 double elimination brackets. So this is
they're horrible for the viewer experience, especially IMO. Yeah. I mean, aside from talking about the drama, which is in its own way fun, but, like, I'm okay with a season with zero drama. I think that's a great season if there's zero drama.
With the Morning Star.
Drama brings more engagement, though. It sure does, but I don't think it's something you should strive for. I don't think you should create a format that intentionally brings in more drama. I think that's a little silly, but I like the season format, but having new players having to learn base game and DLC might be a little too much. I agree. 100% agree with you. I like the format. I just don't know that this season with this format was the perfect meshing of the two. So there you go. Random hot takes.
Yeah.
Clean, high-quality competition with little drama clutter would be best. That's what I feel like. Anytime the refs have to do work, it feels like the bad chatters start to come out. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, I feel like toxicity is really enabled by drama, and, like, yeah, not something I love to see. Okay, so this board, anyway. Let's talk about random things we see on this board. 30 Faith, 30 Arcane, Rune level 65, Moog Lord of Blood on the board. Level-heavy board. Getting Faith or Arcane doesn't really mean anything unless you get both, because if your opponent gets one, you basically get the other for free. Not always, but basically. And Moog Lord of Blood becomes at least a 2-for-1. It at least becomes Moog plus Rune level 65, probably plus a stat square. So kind of 2.5-for-1. Really, really interesting potential plays around Moog due to all the level stuff. There's whip only, bow only. That's it. You wouldn't do either of those on Moog Lord of Blood, I don't think. He said Chemist agreeing to something he didn't take seriously. It wasn't a good look for Chemist. Oh, wait, what? What are we... Is Moog Lord of Blood a rush square here? Never a rush square. You need to max out your weapon first. But once you're maxed, I'd do it. I'd do Moog as soon as I'm maxed, and then just have an easy time with the rest of the board. I'm down for that. That sounds good. Actual rush squares are Limgrave Tree Sentinel with a +0 weapon, Dragonkin Soldier, which you can do along with getting some of your upgrades. Tree Sentinel actually might just be faster than Dragonkin Soldier. I might go Tree Sentinel into max weapon into Moog. I think is a possible interesting play. Nothing else I really see. 4 bosses and Caleb Dragonbear. Kind of a very low synergy board as well. Everything's kind of just late game weird all over the place. We got different Moogs. We got Gold Free, which is capital. We got Rykard's Great Rune is super slow. Both Estelle's. Technically, they're in tunnels, I guess you could synergize, but like, you're not really gonna. I wouldn't really think you'd do that. I mean, you could, but like, this one can be a rush because you can do this one with the Falling Star Beast, and then a second tunnel is super easy to get. Yeah, I don't know. 2 duelists can be done pretty early, but and one of them is in Kaled, so like there's some stuff, but this is a weird board for sure. Weird board. Access to the Graces make this board interesting. It is interesting, but it's very weird. So true, Adef. So true.
That's a lot. I think.
Are there mutually exclusive squares, like ones that can't occur together? Yes. For example, there is Kill Margit with a +0 weapon and Kill Margit with 6 parries. Those two are exclusive. You can only have one or the other show up on a given board. That way you don't just get 2 squares for doing Margit +0 with 6 parries.
What makes this crazy is that this is like the perfect weapon pretty much for Moog. And if you look at the board here, we have Moog, 30 Arcane, 30 Faith, and level 65. So I think this is very much a like Moog rush from both players.
I just said that V-Sweat had the hottest public take about Chemist. Oh, the hottest public take being that he shouldn't have agreed. It says, publicly said on stream what a lot of people probably thought. He said Chemist agreeing to something he didn't take seriously wasn't a good look for Chemist. But how can you take something seriously before you've agreed to do it, right? Like, isn't that's kind of the whole point, right? Like you don't know what you don't like until you try out the thing and go, ooh, I don't like that actually. Are you sweat though? So walk me through this, because I have to be a little bit of a Chemist defender here, because Chemist was me in Season 1. You know, like, in Season 1, I agreed to play, because I was like, it's bingo, it's with my friends, it'll be a good time. I practiced. I did put in work, right? You can argue that makes me different than Chemist, and like, oh, the only thing I don't like is that Chemist didn't put in work. I did put in work. I tried to get good, but I didn't put in as much as I should have. I didn't put in as much as others. I didn't put in that much work. I knew where the squares were, but like not that much, because every time I would play bingo, I hated it. And I was like, I don't want to keep doing this. So I would do kind of the minimum to not be super embarrassing. I mean, if you go back to Season 1, please don't. It's still very embarrassing, but like, you know, I guess not to that level, but like I was in that exact same scenario. And then the difference is I asked Dom, hey, can I drop out? I'm really not having fun with this. And I was told no. And instead, Dom and Chemist mutually agreed that he should drop out, which is the correct option, right? Like, if you want to blame me for not liking something when I didn't know whether I would like it when I agreed, because I thought I would like it, and I tried it, and then I hated it, I feel like that's a little unfair. I feel like same thing with Chemist, right? I don't think we can, like, harshly criticize him for, like, he thought he would enjoy it when he signed up. Obviously, that's why. You wouldn't sign up going, I'm signing up to something I hate to, you know, destroy the competition. Obviously, he wanted to try it. He tried it. He hated it. He didn't practice. I guess the one thing you could say is, as soon as he figured that out, which was probably like a month before the season, he should have said something so he could have been replaced earlier. Instead, he said it, I think, like a few days or like a week before the competition or something. So arguably that was too late. But, I mean, the idea of he shouldn't have agreed to it. Like, you agree all the time to things that you don't know if you're going to enjoy. You agree to go watch a new movie, and then you go watch a new movie, and you're like, damn, that movie sucked. I wish I could get my money back. But you're not locked into watching a movie every weekend for multiple months of your life, right? Imagine your buddy was like, hey, let's go watch this movie, and you're like, ah, sure. And you watch it, and you hate it, and you're like, man, I would not see that movie again. And they're like, oh, no. You agreed. We're watching this movie every weekend for the next 3 months. You're locked in. And you're like, well, can't you just take someone else to see it? And you're like, nope. Like, right, that sucks. So, yeah. Kev is also a very good friend of Goma, so maybe that's why he gave it a try. That's also possible. Crazy friend, right? But, like, that's kind of what this, you know, is. Like, it's a for fun thing that you're supposed to be like, yeah, I'll try it out. Sounds like fun. Sounds like a good time. I'll put in some effort. And, like, sometimes you try it out and it's like, I really don't enjoy it. Kevin said a lot of time to practice, see if he likes it, or a lot of past seasons to watch. Well, watching is very different. Watching is very different than playing. That's a very different thing. You can love watching and hate playing. And yes, he did have a lot of time to practice, again, after he said yes. So the idea that he shouldn't have said yes when he was asked and couldn't have known at that point, it doesn't make sense to me, right? The idea that, yes, he should have dropped out earlier, I agree with that. That part I agree with, but he should never have said yes in the first place without knowing with 100% certainty he was going to like it. That makes no sense. Most players that said yes did so without having tried out bingo before, and, you know, grew to love it, or let's say at least tolerated it enough to get through the season and put on a good show. Even liking bingo, the amount of committed time to practicing it gets overwhelming sometimes. Yeah, I agree, Twisty. So that's all I'm saying. Like, if you change the statement to, as soon as Chemist realized he didn't like it, he should have immediately dropped out, then I can agree with that. But if the statement is he shouldn't have even agreed and signed up without knowing for sure that he would like it, then that one I can't agree with. So,
straight up, because you get 500,000 runes pretty much from
there's a massive difference in watching bingo and being prepped for stats, routes, everything else on top of the little things. Yeah.
Stat dumped. And here's the thing, you can't even stat dump and take away synergistic squares because there's 2 of them. So even if you're like, hey, let me go Halic Tree and do 30 Faith real quick, so I can take that away at least, so they can't do like Moog 30 Faith and 65 levels, there's still 30 Arcane. So you kind of have to erase Moog here. It's center square, Faith.
I don't know about have to erase Moog, but it is powerful.
Corner square, and it's a 3 square synergy here. That is a very
Twisty. Good luck.
Board.
Good luck on the match.
Very tough board.
What someone did wrong doesn't necessarily define who they are, kind of thing. I mean, that too. We definitely dropped like 3 games in. I mean, yeah. Like, more or less. Like, I'm glad that that Chemist play was so bad for everyone. If Chemist play was only kind of bad, like, there were a couple times where he was like, okay, he clearly does not know where he's going, but like otherwise he's kind of playing well, then I fear that we could have gotten into a situation where it was like a split of like, should we replace him? Should we not? So I'm glad. I think it was better for everyone that it was so obvious that he should be replaced that like I don't think anybody has complained about him being replaced. 8F spitting facts as usual. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Part of me wonders if you should have to play one bingo game to be allowed to send messages in chat. Doesn't sink in how overwhelming it is until you're doing it. I mean, no. I like, that wouldn't necessarily make sense, right? You don't have to have played every, sport to be able to have an opinion on it. Just be an empathetic human being and recognize these are people who are not getting paid millions of dollars. These are not sports stars that are getting millions of dollars, and, you can be like, oh, well, they can cry in their, money in their mansion or whatever. Like, these are people who are doing this for fun because they thought it would be a fun thing and are getting incredibly stressed out about it. Like,
Yeah, I agree.
just hope no one has been toxic to chemists because of it. Yeah, for sure.
So if you're like kind of
And Agnew has been a great replacement. Don't know if he already played bingo before. He's doing great for having to start in such a short notice. Yeah, he's played a different format of bingo. This is his first time in this format of bingo, but he's played other formats.
I would say try to at least take away the
This isn't their
value
job,
of
which is an
single
important
square,
distinction.
right?
Right.
So that
Bingo is not their job. Winning bingo is not their job. Streaming, for a lot of the players, is their job, right? But losing a bingo game does not equate to being a bad streamer.
Taking away the diagonals, taking away the row and column here is probably your best case scenario.
I just feel bad for Ironu. Chemist dropping out late led to him inheriting a pretty rough score. That's fair. To be fair, after that, Ironu did lose the next two. And was it the two after that as well? And then one of two against Aggie?
You can kind of squeeze into those.
So he didn't necessarily like immediately bounce back either, but yeah, you do feel for him being thrust into a really hard situation. Are you next season favorite? He could be really, really strong.
Oh, you know what? I'm so sorry. You've been muted this whole time. My apologies. My apologies. Dude, here's the thing. I was too focused on wanting to talk about what I need to talk
You're
about.
chilling. You're
That's
chilling.
super
You're
fair,
chilling.
though. That's my bad.
I will summarize everything I've said in the last 5 minutes in 30 seconds.
Okay.
At the beginning, I agreed with Domo, and I said, hey, I've played in bingos before, and in my first season, I didn't do very well, and it doesn't help when comments are also mean because I already know I'm bad.
Great point. I kind of never got that in Season 1. I was really bad in Season 1, but, like, I didn't really get negative comments in Season 1. I don't know why. Maybe it's because we were all bad. I mean, I did on the one match where I did an any percent speed run instead of doing the run. I got bad comments in the middle of that match. But, like, outside of that, like, I don't know. I was relatively chilling. But yes, agree with 8F about it is a lot harder if you get negative comments.
Okay, what happened after that? Then I talked about the Morningstar. I think it's a good weapon. Then I
Morningstar, solid weapon, not as good as Great Omen Killer Cleaver.
said that bleed is really important early because
Yep.
early boss kills are easier when you have better status. Then I
Yep.
said Omen Killer Cleaver really good. And then
Yes.
we talked about Moog Lord of Blood Center Square with 30
Yep.
30 Arcane Rune level 65 synergy, and now our players are playing bingo.
Great. Awesome. Thank you, 8F.
And we have the classic gray stutters.
Probably way smaller community back then, leading to less toxicity. That's true also.
Right,
That's
always
true
stutters.
also.
Internet.
Serbian Musk internet. It's the what's it called? Neural.
Oh, we're on Starlink?
We're on Starlink in Serbia.
We're on
It's
Starlink, baby. We need the satellites to
8F is so
align
well
at the
spoken,
right
yep.
time to get
It's
the bingus.
tough. It's tough. It's
Oh,
crazy.
what up,
So we're doing
serious?
the best we can. So Gray's footage is always going to be just a little bit behind. At least we still get it, But it's definitely just going to be.
Is the only reason for Omen Killer being better the Wild Strikes? No, it's also just a bigger, heavier weapon, so it does more status per hit, does more damage per hit. in general, Elden Ring is built around dodge, attack once. Dodge, attack once. Dodge, attack once. There are exceptions. If you have something as fast as, let's say, like a dagger, it's probably going to be dodge, attack 3 times. Dodge, attack 3 times. But for most weapons, if they are medium or heavy, you only get 1 hit in. Just because it's medium does not mean that you get 2 hits in. You still only get 1 attack with a medium weapon or 1 attack with a heavy weapon. And so if you can only get 1 attack in with either, you'd rather do 1 attack with a heavy weapon because you just get more. That's just the pace that Elden Ring is at.
Something that, like, it's always going to be a little bit of a stutter fest with Great.
So even just with R1s, Great Omen Killer Cleaver is better than Morningstar because it is bigger and heavier than Morningstar.
So, yeah, I think we're just going to go for a full setup.
I'd argue for bigger bosses, Morningstar is better. Well, sometimes not too many big bosses in base game Bingus.
Like, pretty much stop this mode of blood center square here. 2 tunnels,
I don't see a reason why it would be. Great Omen Killer Cleaver has better range. You still get the same number of attacks in almost all attack openings. Wild Strikes, obviously, but that goes without saying.
3 Sentinel plus 0, technically.
Better stagger, like...
I've been seeing a lot of players have been rushing.
Another thing is, if you are going for a Charge Star 2 build, most Charge Star 2s in the game are similar speed. There are exceptions, mostly Colossals. Colossals can have absurdly slow Charge Star 2s. But the Charge Star 2 timing of a Great Axe versus the Charge Star 2 timing of a regular mace is not that different, but the stagger that you get out of a Great Axe is like 50% more or something than the stagger you get out of a regular mace. Maybe it's not that much. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but like it is not 50% increased time for the 50% increased damage because Charge Star 2s all have basically the same amount of wind up before the hit, and then it's just how slow the actual hit is, approximately. It's the same amount of time that you have to hold the button before it registers as being a charged R2 instead of a regular R2.
It is a corner square. It's in the same line as 30 Faith, rune level 65. So, you know.
Ace with Crag does 40-something poise damage.
Not...
and
square,
Great Axe with Crag does...
But yeah, I mean, this Moog play... But one does have to ask, Domo, are we overvaluing the Moog play? Like, how long is that going to take, right? 10, 15 minutes maybe
Around
if
20.
you just full rushed it?
Around 20.
So that's like 20 minutes. You could probably do four short squares in 20 minutes. For other short squares and just even it up. The only consideration, though, right, is like the board position that doing Moog is going to get you. Center square.
Yeah, I would argue almost more than the board position. Although, yes, the board position is important. Is just having a ton of levels makes everything after so much faster.
And Arcane, if you wind up doing Arcane, will help a little bit with Omen, or it doesn't scale with Arcane.
Or there was a certain weird weapon that blasts super hard and has weird stamina use in a good way.
I don't remember.
Some sort of
no.
Allah blaster.
The bleed procking or the bleed buildup is only through.
Not sure exactly, to be honest, what Mace Charger 2 with Crag is like second only to Colossals, really. It's kind of their shtick. Oh, okay. I guess it's just their damage that's not as high then.
Okay.
And range is usually lesser as well.
We already have Gray at Altus, maybe heading towards a Magnus the Beast Claw Grace or something.
Probably going for Old Altus Tunnel here. Going to be grabbing the Somber 4, 5, and 6 in Old Altus. I'm expecting...
What time zone am I in? I'm in United States Pacific.
Both are just going full setup rush here.
Surface balls obviously exist. We're talking about poise damage per hit, not overall stance damage DPS. Right.
Going to Shifra here for smithing 2s and 3s.
Got it.
And great hammers have got to do more than regular hammers. Great maces have got to do more than regular maces.
Going for the Sombers 4, 5, and 6.
I would imagine.
Just, I guess,
if not, then that's silly.
Potentially here, I'm not too sure what exactly we would be rushing.
You think people should do more weapon checks? I feel like most people lock in with a default weapon they get at the spawn. Depends. I think it depends on the weapon you have. With Great Omen Killer Cleaver, what do I care about a weapon check? Who cares? I've got one of the best weapons in the game. Like, I could check the Greatsword check at, you know, a 10% chance to get an upgrade, because there are a couple, but...
Just get your stones at the end of the day.
Even if I do find an upgrade, it's not going to be a huge upgrade.
So...
Now, the Greatsword check... maybe still worth it. it's pretty quick. But like going out of your way for extra
I
checks,
think I
rare.
forgot for a moment that they don't have to do Magnus and the finger quest or the bloody finger quest. You can just go from consecrated snowfield
Yes.
to Moog.
The difference is great hammers are just outright better for more things like NPCs, etc., and still great versus bosses. Yeah, but great axes are
That's the new thing, is
almost
Great
the same
Snowfield,
as
you
great hammers, just a little bit worse.
Despawn the
Despawn
Sanguine
the
Noble.
Invader. Yeah.
Hammers are 39.65, great hammers 42.7, so great hammers are better. How about great axes, Hyperion? While we're at
Which is
it.
good too because there's smithing stones.
I assume they're in the
and
like
money,
35
on
range,
the way
maybe a
to
little
Moog's
lower,
entrance.
32.
If you go through that the warp from consecrated snowfield, there's like a somber 9 down there or something. And also
36?
there are
That ain't bad at
there's
all.
like a hero's rune or a lord's rune.
That
or
ain't bad
something.
at
So
all.
Some early game setup materials are there as well. And if NPC invaders are ever on the square, obviously you have Sanguine, but there's also the white masks down there. So like there is stuff down in Moog's area in Mogwin Palace. It's just, you know, a bit.
Yeah. All right. Quick quiz chat because I was thinking about it. Why are both Gray and Goma doing Old Altus Tunnel as part of their upgrade route? There are multiple possible upgrade routes, but why is this the correct upgrade route to go? Thoughts? A quick little quiz here. 2 tunnels, correct. It was an easy one. I just wanted to ask a question. I think it's fun to ask questions.
Bit out of the way.
2 tunnels, so as long as you can get the throw explosives, you get your upgrades while also getting a very quick tunnel.
On this class, right? But if you get Moog here, you can hit level 65, which also means you might be able to actually hit 30 Faith and 30 Arcane, by the way. So
The colossal checks, tunnels, 4, 5, 6, somber. Yeah, that's the full reason. However, if tunnels is not on the board, Old Altus Tunnel has been generally phased out in favor of just picking up stones in Caelid. You pick up 4s from a chair on the way to Radon. I think, and a somber 4 or something. I think you pick up like a somber 4 and smithing 4s, which is the equivalent of somber 5. You pick up then somber or smithing 5s in the tunnel with the falling star beast. So that gets you the past somber 6, and that effectively gets you somber 4, 5, and 6 altogether.
Just overall, this seems like a lot. I don't know.
I mean, it does. It looks like our players are neglecting all the other rush.
Yeah.
I think they also see it, right? We've got, you know, okay, Gray is going to finish this tunnel because he's already here, and with the setup, if he gets the explosion setup, it goes quite
Doesn't
fast.
quite get the explosion setup.
He's foregoing the second throw. He's just going to go play a
Yeah.
little safe here.
The troll did not fall over here. Oh, and he misses.
Doesn't get the
He
backup.
might just have to leave, honestly. He has no money. Might as well his Memory of Grace out. Yeah, that's what he's going to
Oh, that's tough. That's tough. You do this one specifically for the synergy, and then you don't get the synergy. That is
I
tough.
didn't get the double clump kill. Let me just get the hell out of here. He does miss out on, I believe, like 9,000 ruins, but like that's potatoes. You can just go to Moog.
And the golden seed and sacred tier is also very important if you want to rush Moog. Okay, that's fair. Personally, me with a Wild Strikes weapon, nah, I don't need it. But that is also because I have done Moog thousands of times, and I just feel comfortable no-hitting him. But if you do not, yeah, the golden seed and the sacred tier are quite nice.
Get your somber 9, get your somber 10. Homage already has a smithing 1s, 2s, and
Because even just the
3s
base
as an old boss
3
right now, so
flasks
he's
can let you live through
I
Nihil.
would say a little bit
Barely,
ahead
but
almost
you can live
in,
through.
Progression here for the rocks, as he's ready.
Do you think that's just pathing?
It's
Rushing Moog is 100% doable. Once you have a maxed out weapon, do not try Moog at, plus 0, obviously, would make no sense. Even plus 12, wouldn't recommend it. Technically, he is one-cyclable at plus 12. We one-cycle him at plus 7 in all bosses 4 players, but that's, with a very specific setup, so...
yeah, could be. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure how he caught up so quickly. The other segments can be.
You get the Somber 10 up there. You do. You can get one right before Moog, right before the elevator. There is a chest that is guarded by a Sanguine Noble, which sounds very scary. You walk all the way around the outside. Eventually you'll learn you don't have to go like super far around the outside, but like around enough that nobody sees you. You then, while standing behind it, get the noble's attention just by walking in range so he sees you. He will like walk towards you in his stance, fall off, which gives you time to jump over his head and pick up the stone. Then you go to the other side around him, quit out, you're out of combat, and you can warp away.
Has to
Getting
quit out
dogged?
here. Yep.
Okay.
Playing it safe this time. I think last time he did.
You get delayed
get
upgrades there, you just need
right,
plus
it's a
15
roll
before
out.
going there. Right.
But quitting out is just safer here for sure. Going to be grabbing the Somber 4 here. I'd remember the race.
But when actually fighting Moog, make it plus 10. So you'll get all the stuff on the way to Moog, and then you'll port to Round Table, upgrade your weapon, then fight Moog.
I'd go for this old Altus tunnel personally. Oh, but there are 2 tunnels on the top right.
Yeah, exactly.
So he's like, you know what? I might as well do it while I'm here.
Oh, you could also do the Kukri strat. Yeah, the Kukri strat also
Which
works.
makes sense. But Romain Jacques does
He's also
not.
mogging out.
It's
Okay,
a little bit scarier, but
Gray went for it.
it's
and
not bad.
Didn't get the kill because he's at +0. So when you miss the stone clump, it becomes quite difficult. Romain says, "Okay, it's not even worth the time. I'm going immediately to get the Moog set up. This is the most important thing for me right now."
Interesting. So Roma didn't even want the tunnels, but did just want the golden seed and the sacred tear along the way. Okay.
Yep.
Fair.
And I don't disagree. Also, like I said earlier, the money needed to set up the Omen Killer Cleaver will be down in Mogwin Palace. So they don't.
Kukri is so free. It's free if you know what you're doing, but you have to have done it before. It's very easy to mess up because you don't know what you're doing with the Kukri strat, whereas the walk around behind strat is like free. Like, even if you don't know what you're doing, you'll get it accidentally on the first try because you just kind of have to stand around till he falls and then go up, and that's
even
it.
have to go somewhere else to get the money. They can sort of achieve, and both of our players going right now simultaneously. They know they can achieve the weapon setup.
I'm curious to this board with the old Altus upgrade and Liurnia. The Liurnia upgrade is faster, but the Shifer one gives a golden foot. Would you think foot because of multiple stat squares? So foot is how much % increased in the runes?
Exactly the correct thing to do. I love this. This is.
I mean, the reason I would think Shifra is because Kill a Dragonkin Soldier boss is on the board. That's why I'm thinking Shifra. 30%. Whoo! Okay. 30% of 420,000. 420 times 0.3 is 126,000 extra runes for getting the gold foul foot. That's a lot. That's a lot of runes. Now, the only thing is, those runes aren't that valuable because you will have already leveled up so many times. That's only probably like 5 to maybe 10 extra levels.
The start to the match is a Moog race. Come on.
Because it's like
this is cinema.
just that
We're gonna be at
much.
Moog 15 minutes in.
And a race
It's a lot
on
of
top
money.
that, which is kind of very, very intense, as that fight, especially with this health bar, can go sideways very quickly. Like, all you can take are like trickles of like blood fire, and that's it. You cannot get hit by the spear. You cannot get hit by any other attacks. And both right now in Consecrated Snowfield, almost side by side pretty much here, trying to get into Mogwin Palace. They're going to be spawning in this invader, the Sanjuan Noble here. And then going to go past.
Holy
this
schmoly,
room
someone in
here,
Twitch chat just wrote a full
right,
novel for a
and
comment.
you're gonna run
Happens
towards this
quite
bush.
often.
And once you get past this bush, the NPC invader despawns, as you can see right there. And then you go back on your horse towards that teleporter, which is nearby.
Perhaps it is worth stating for people who maybe haven't watched a ton of Elden Ring, because it's really obvious when you aren't holding a weapon, like Romain isn't in his left hand at the moment, or in his right hand. The reason players block while they run is for a couple of reasons. Most of the time when they do it, it's just so that they're doing something with their hands, because it actually doesn't matter if you're not jumping or picking something up. But if you are jumping, basically all blocking does is, if you jump in Elden Ring, there's sort of like a landing animation, And if you jump a second time after immediately jumping the first time, you get a long land and you like walk out of the second jump. But if you block, you animation cancel that slow landing. Blocking is one of the ways in this game to animation cancel, just like cut a few idle animations short, or not idle animations, but animations in general. So, for instance, when our players pick up an item while not on torrent, usually the player character does that thing they've done since Dark Souls where they look like they're eating the item for some reason. But if you're holding
They do look like they're eating the item.
block, that animation gets canceled and you can start running sooner. So blocking is very, very, very good.
Yeah.
The reason jumping is so strong is when you're not on torrent, jumping, especially on an upward trending slope, is much a little bit faster than just normal running.
It is
Imagine
barely
a
faster.
death here before going for more of this out of bounds skip. Both of our players know the skip, but Gray, okay, they're
It's an inbound skip.
both struggling.
It's an inbound skip, but yeah.
Not
they both
perfect
got it.
movement. We're pretty synced, but we both got it. And then the end of this skip, you're gonna run over here and do a late double jump to.
I don't think Gray has gotten the Shifra stones yet, though, has he? Isn't Loma ahead because he didn't try the troll, but he did pick up the stones already?
barely land in the no torrent zone. This just skips a lot of the beginning of Mogwin Palace, where
I want to say that's the case, but
really setting it
not
up.
100%.
Gray just went for it.
Did I see the new any percent glitchless run? I saw that there is a new any percent glitchless run. I didn't watch it. I assume that there's some new tech in it because saving like almost 20 seconds doesn't happen in a run like that.
Scary here.
So I
believe
assume
that
there's some new
Gray
tech,
doesn't
but I
actually
have no
have
idea.
smithing 2s or 3s yet. He just has the smithing 1s. So Romain Jacques is completely like
Roma is fake ahead with
by a
Gray.
whole Shifra
Starlink
stone
delay.
check
Yeah,
because
but
he
I
didn't
think
go for the
Roma
Starlink
is
troll fight,
actually ahead because he didn't go for the troll fight.
which might matter.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I wasn't paying enough attention to both simultaneously to know if he got that or not.
Death Poker's still in the run. I would assume Death Poker's still in the run. If there was no Death Poker, I'd be like, wait, we have to watch it right now. Holy,
Did
but
it mogged out.
Death Poker interests me less.
And they appear to be matched right now, and I don't think Romain has wasted any time except for one quit out.
Uh-oh, this is bad.
Uh-oh.
He's got to get out. He's got to get out. There's a Sanjuan Noble right there that could kill him in one hit.
Sanjuan.
Yo, over jumps the rock here. Gray currently a little bit ahead right now. He's so lucky. I'm not going to lie. Romain could have easily gotten one shot there because the Sanjuan Nobles here can throw
Sanjuan.
Reduvias as daggers, and they pretty much just instantly kill you. Oh! And Gray immediately just...
Gray
snapped
just
up
sent
the
30 faith. I, personally, the way that I play, don't agree with that. Because as soon as you kill Moog, like you're fine. You're set for whatever stats you want, right? So dumping 30 faith is going to make it harder to get Moog, right? So it makes it more likely that your opponent gets Moog, and when your opponent gets Moog, they're easily going to get 30 arcane. So I feel like it just puts you behind in the race to get the important thing right now. Like, that wasn't the important square. If you can get both 30 faith and 30 arcane and rune level 65 before your opponent gets Moog and you can take away all of that, like, then fair enough. But if all you're getting is the 30 faith and you're still really, really far from 65 and really, really far from 30 arcane, which he is, I feel like it's not giving up those squares to your opponent, but it's making it easier for your opponent to get those squares and harder for yourself to get those squares. So it's not my preferred way. If there was no 30 arcane on the board, I think it's completely fine. Take the 30 faith before your opponent can you're taking away some synergy with Moog, but doing the 30 faith doesn't actually take away synergy with Moog because your opponent can still get the 30 arcane and the rune level 65. So, I don't know.
I don't dislike
Does Omen Killer have arcane scaling? It does not. Neither does it have faith scaling, so neither of these is going to do anything for either of them.
this play. I think this disincentivizes
I see it from a defensive point, it blocks the diagonal and column 1 if you get sniped. This is true. This is true.
Romain very slightly from going to Moog immediately. Maybe what this does for Gray is basically just build a little bit of defense.
Yeah, so Roma goes for the Kukri strat, and you can see kind of messes it up a little bit. Not like messes it up. This isn't like, oh my god, it's so horrible, he's about to die. And even if he does, whatever, it's not a big deal. But like,
I don't hate this.
yeah, the Kukri strat is just a little bit harder.
I don't mind this at all. Yeah, I think because he knew that he messed up the Stone Dicker Troll, he's like,
But if he thinks he wasted time on the troll in the tunnel, that's, you know, I guess that's fair. First time chatter, but I've been watching. Does it help the Moog fight itself to give an edge? No, the 30 Faith does not help. Instead, Romain now can put his points into Vigor to live a hit from Moog, so that way he doesn't have to do the fight hitless. He could put his points into Strength to have a faster Moog fight, so that he can get it done before Gray, or whatever else he wants. So Romain should be relatively ahead here out of this early game. Partially because Gray, unfortunately, wasted some time going for the tunnel that didn't work out. And then partially because the 30 Faith is just going to make it harder, not impossible, but harder for Gray to win the Moog square.
you know what?
Yeah.
If I'm going to miss out on something, I want this corner square.
How much Vigor is too much to survive the transition without flask upgrades? That's a good question.
At the
I don't
very
know.
least. And as we see
And
now,
if you're planning to do it anyway, right?
Yeah.
If you're planning to do it after Moog anyway, you may as well lock it up early. It's
Right.
really smart also getting the gold pickle Foulfoot good.
yeah, that's a very common pickup nowadays. Yeah. Oh, and we're wearing.
I mean, if it wasn't center square, I think there are other faster ways to get the same money without having to do Moog, but I'm probably wrong. Moog is like the most efficient way if you want to get that much money. If you want to get 420,000 runes, there is no faster way than Moog. If you would like to get, like, 100,000, 200,000 runes, there are faster ways.
Shifra, sorry, not Shifra, Lake of Rot here for Homanjak, grabbing the last couple of stones, these 7 and 8.
You are the
And he has all
foremost
the
early
stones.
Moog expert. Yeah, and my early Moog expertise is don't level Vigor. That's my expertise, but I don't know if you were to level Vigor, what
So
happens.
he's like pretty much done with setup after this, which is crazy. Whereas Gray still has to do Lake of Rot himself. But they're really close to each other here. And once he goes for Lake of Rot, yeah, we just have a full-on.
It's faster because you don't have to run. You get the runes and stones for setup. Okay, sure. Melania is a longer fight,
Grace.
but
They might go for
yeah,
that
probably.
Rot Grease in the beginning of Lake of Rot as well to make that fight just a little bit easier. And immediately Gray is going for it right now first before he goes for those stones.
Serious be like,
And
just
then
send
it's
Melania
down to-
easy. True, if you think your opponent's going to beat you to Moog, just send Melania so that you can win the rune level 65 and 30 arcane first so that they don't get them. Genius.
Whoever has the best boss fight. And the thing is, like
You
I
think
said
the
at
Grail no
beginning,
status with a foot pre-Moog
you are
could be
kind of
faster?
forced to contest this.
No? No. The Grail takes a little while, and the runes that Grail gives, the 50,000, doesn't matter that much. They've already picked up like 150,000 or something on the way to Moog. There's so many runes on the way to Moog. They're
almost
kind of
forced
fine on
you
cash.
to try and do this. And that's the crazy part here, is we're going to see a very big race very early on because there are too many squares that align with this center square.
Yeah, and Romain is just very slightly ahead.
Is Moog versus getting 4 other squares for sure better, especially when there are some quick corner squares? Not necessarily. 4 other squares, I think, could be fine. The big benefit to Moog, which you would no longer get 4 squares from Moog. You'd get at most 3. But the big benefit to Moog is I don't even think getting 4 squares. If I killed Moog before my opponent and all 4 were left up, I actually don't think I would get 30 Arcane. I actually think I would go 30 Faith, rune level 65 in Moog, and I would put my stats into health and damage other than that. Because then you're just incredibly powerful. Every single thing for the rest of the game, I'm going to beat you to. Oh, we want to go restore Rykart's Great Rune? Yeah, I'm going to kill him faster. And without dying once, because I'm just going to have enough health to live through anything he does. It's fine. Oh, we're both going for Estelle's? Yeah, I'm just going to kill him faster. No big deal. Nah, you can try to race me, but nah, it's fine. I just have 20 more strength than you. Good luck. That's the way I would play Moog, personally, is
especially
just treating him as a gigantic power play
He's now warping
that
to
puts you
round table
ahead for the
hold,
rest of the match, even if you fall behind by 1 square early.
Yeah, okay, so he has enough money. He popped 1 rune before warping so that he has the money to check the weapons here on Twin Maiden Husks, which there's the club,
Large club.
Scepter of the All-Knowing.
Scepter of the All-Knowing for Somber.
Maybe just to have a somber weapon, I guess.
Yeah, that'll be for
just
Somber,
to have
yeah.
a somber weapon to upgrade with. It is kind of heavy. It's actually...
Don't hate not racing Moog off rip. You have a good plan and are really fast necessarily, but I would race Moog on this board 100% myself, but it's because, like Mitch, I did so much plus 12 Moog that I'd be confident. Right. It does come down to your confidence. If you're confident, I think Moog is the best play on this board. If you're not confident, I do think there's a lot of other very good plays. I think Tree Sentinel is a good play. I think Tunnels is a great play. I think Dragonkin Soldier is a great play. I think... Let's see. Maybe it's only those that are really great plays, but like in the meantime, you could start to get ahead on Kaled bosses, maybe with a duelist. You could start to get ahead on Liurnia bosses, maybe with the tree that gives you the explosive physic. Like, you could get 3 squares and be ahead on a couple others. You could pick up some Sacred Flask charges on the way to doing things, right? Like, there's a lot of other random stuff you could do that could put you in a solid position.
It looks like it's the staff. Oh, he's running back.
Love the intricacies, yeah.
This is giving...
Even if you barely get Moog first, your opponent puts their stats into the arcane square, and you're on equal footing strength-wise. Yeah.
Oh, seal.
Oh, the seal.
It's giving... Gray's not that far behind anymore. He kind of caught up here, actually, on time. They're both now in the setup phase.
I will say Romain's warping, as well as his movement here in round table, has been a little slow.
Yeah.
And stuff like that, especially when you're racing an early 15-minute square like this, it matters.
Yeah.
So we're leveling up the fingers.
Gray caught up so much. Guilma was ahead by the entire Shifra amount, and now he's like barely ahead.
Seal here as far as we can, picking up the Scepter of the All-Knowing, which is now +3. And then we have the...
They're actually about to upgrade at like the same time.
Romain got the 10. So yeah, he's going to have a +25 Great Omen Killer Cleaver. Now he's going to sell off all of his runes. It's faster than using them. And if I'm Romain, I pick up 30 Arcane here. I say, okay.
I don't. I get it after Moog. I put in the stats to make sure I kill Moog, but...
I'll take it right.
Because, right, my thought is, if Gray wants to double snipe Faith and Arcane, like just spend every single rune he has ever learned on both of those, and in exchange I get Moog and rune level 65 before him, bro, I'm gonna demolish him the rest of the game. He will have no shot of ever fighting me in anything. That's my thought. Is like, I'm just not scared of getting sniped on 30 Arcane. That's my thought. Why did Gray buy 3 weapons? Probably because he's thinking about possibly using them. And with Explosive Physic being on the board, if you wouldn't race Moog, you could do Snowfield Avatar and try to snipe the other stat dump too if you really wanted. See, that's where I don't think you can get both. I think going for 2 on a board before you have killed a giant money square like Moog just kind of means you're just going to lose the game, IMO.
Back. Because I think...
Like, I just don't think you can do that and also compete in the late game. Ever.
Oh, does he want to get Limgrave's Tree Sentinel +0 weapon first before he... I don't know, Romain isn't Shifra.
I meant Romain. Why is
I think Romain ported to the wrong place, I think.
I don't know.
And Romain agrees. He's not putting his stats into... Oh, he's going Dragonkin.
They're both
That is actually interesting.
Playing chicken with Moog, Lord of Blood.
I mean, you know, fair. Let me get a square on the board before committing. You know, fair, but
Yeah.
a little odd.
It looks like we're both just sort of saying, okay, well, maybe Romain thinks...
Let me look at what Romain leveled. Do you need 18 dex for Great Omen Killer Cleaver? Does it require 18 dex? I assume it must, or else the dex would seem weird to me. Or maybe one of the other weapons he has. I'm assuming something he has needs the dex. Strength, of course, makes sense. Endurance, of course, makes sense. And Vigor, of course, makes sense. I don't know if he needs that much endurance yet. Maybe he has some armor he wants to put on. No, like 12. That's what I thought. I thought it was low.
Playing chicken with
I knew Gray wasn't rushing because of the 30 faith, that's all. Funny enough, he still could have been. He still could have been. He was actually right there. But yeah.
It looks like we're both just sort of saying, okay, well...
23 strength, 12 dex. Makes sense.
Gray did it?
There's a bow whip only not bad to level some decks. That's actually a great point. That is a great point. I would still probably level after Moog because you have, again, so many stats you can put it wherever, and the strength will help more with beating Moog, but I think that's fine. I think that's completely fine.
I think it's because for Gray, the Stone Digger Troll mess up. He's just like, you know what, I'm probably going to be behind. I don't want to lose out. Romain, on the other hand, is like, oh, I didn't perfectly do the shop. I had to run back a couple of times. I might be behind. I don't want to get sniped. So they're both pretty much like doing a different square first.
Late stream? It is, in fact, a late stream.
What the other player's doing.
Maybe what's happening is they both think the other person...
Don't underestimate how much more 60 levels are compared to 30. 30 Faith requires approximately 60,000 runes. If you send both 30 Faith and Arcane, you need approximately 450,000 runes. Yep. It scales up absurdly, and that's if you don't level a single point of vigor, a single point of strength, a single point of endurance. All these important stats that are just necessary to play the game and, you know, kill things. You don't get a single one. You spend every last rune you get from Moog, approximately, just getting these 2 squares, and that's it. Like, if you wanted to do that.
Didn't do it. Because they're both like, okay, I haven't seen a mark on anything except for like 30 faith or whatever.
Like, if my opponent took Moog, but then also got 30 faith and 30 arcane, I kind of wouldn't even be that scared. I'd kind of be like, well, you did something that should have made you so powerful that I could never fight, and instead you're so weak, I'm actually going to beat you to everything.
Whatever. The other player must have gone for early game squares. I'm going to go greed my Moog Grace, and I'm going to go get some other squares. I don't think this is a bad read from either player. With the information they have access to, I think this is probably fine. Because if you're Romain, maybe you think Gray just did Haligtree or something. When in reality, we know the really nice fight for Gray and a nice fight so far for Romain. That plus 25 is chunking damage on this thing. Also, love to see our players actually fight the Dragonkin Soldier. You do not have to stay in the little knee elbow. Got tagged.
You do not have to, but I'm going to. If I'm ever fighting a Dragonkin Soldier, I'm staying in the knee. Oh, that was an early dodge. Goma definitely could have died there. Holy bleed proc. Nice.
So this tells Romain, like, okay, Moog is free. Like, let me go for Moog. Yep.
He's doing it. There we go.
To Gray here, not going for Moog, going for tunnels. And this is interesting.
Gray with the tunnels. Okay. Going back in for the tunnel that he didn't get earlier. He's got a maxed out weapon, so it'll be nice and fast. Yeah, they kind of are both... It's interesting. They're both saying if somebody didn't go Moog, they'd get a lot of squares in the meantime while I'm doing Moog. So why don't I take away the fast squares before going to Moog? Which actually, kind of brilliant. Kind of makes sense, actually. Yo, 2-time Tyson, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Let's go. And, oh, I missed it an hour ago. I'm so sorry. Titan Blood, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes.
Because now Romain is going to be getting Moog, Lord of Blood, Arcane, and 65 rune level.
I forget who it was who said it, but I think starting on the kneecap is perfectly fine. Trying to stay there the entire fight is kind of sketch sometimes. Depends. Yeah, he does technically have a second phase where basically just the second phase means he like slightly changes up his prioritization of what attacks he's going to do, but he much more often will do things where you can't stay at the knee when he reaches that second phase.
This column 5 that he can play with, which is whips only for Liurnia bosses and gold free. So I don't know. This is interesting.
Romain would be a little bit more set up on gold free, obviously having killed a rune bearer here with Moog. But we have to see how Romain's fight goes. Moog, obviously, I don't need to tell you, chat room, this is a difficult boss. especially early. We have plus 25. The damage isn't terrible. What I'm going to want to see from Romain here is when he gets a stagger, I want to see wild strikes, especially while the rock grease is still on if it hasn't procced yet. I think you can just fully strafe that move. But we're seeing...
Yeah, that fire move is very interesting. There's two common ways to avoid it. You can either dodge the explosion part and then strafe the hit after, or you can fully strafe all of it. The reason that I actually like dodging the fire move is because you get an extra R1 in before it, whereas if you want to strafe, you have to forego an R1 and instead just start strafing. So even though you get more stamina back, I think, or you like lose less stamina, I prefer getting the extra R1 in. I was on the stair, it became sketchy sometime. That too. Yeah, you do have to be aware of the stairs. So let me see, how exactly did you... Oh, I see.
What I'm going to want to see from Romain here is when he gets a stagger, I want to see wild strikes, especially while the rock grease is still
So he
on.
goes for the extra R1 and then the dodge here. And then, yeah, the roll technically was unnecessary, but it's a good safety. Whenever he's on the stairs, if you're above him and you don't roll, you die. If you're below him and you don't roll, you live. If you're even and you don't roll, you live. But you have to be even or below, otherwise you die. And Romain was even and going towards below, so didn't technically have to, but it's much safer. I don't mind this at all.
I think you can just fully strafe that move. But we're seeing good R1s. Nice bleed proc. Moog pretty susceptible to bleed.
Like, obviously, you know, it's the risk of, oh, if I get hit, there goes my rot grease entirely.
It does get 2 R1s on the head and then a riposte. I think that's fine.
There's the rot.
We got the rot off. Basically, Moog and Godric are both...
Yeah, not going to get a 1 cycle or even close to it here. Very unfortunate RNG.
To get right before the Nihil.
Yeah.
We're greeting the bleed build up just a little bit.
Makes sense.
Woohoo!
Right,
Low health
Good
there.
calc there. That was... I liked that. That was... You know what? We take it.
Calc is short for calculator, by the way.
Nice stagger.
Nice, nice. Very good, very good.
Very nice here. This is a very quick fight. It's a very quick fight.
Yeah, this is going great. Technically, on the Nihil, there are like ways to squeeze out the tiniest bit of extra damage, but they are super unnecessary for just getting a clean fight.
He's
You just
having a
don't want
really
Moog to
clean
get
fight.
away. Stay in.
And like, this is just very, very clean so far.
There's the first fly. Roll back. Very good. Roll back again.
Nice playing it safe. I might have killed myself there. I might have greeted it there.
Very
I
nice.
don't know how fast the
Should get it another
Great Omen Killer Cleaver is, but most of the weapons in the game, when you roll this attack right here, you can do an R1 safely, but not every weapon.
Dodge.
So,
He's got it.
nice.
There we go.
Dude,
Very
nice kill and gets the gold pickled.
Beautiful,
Falcon.
beautiful.
This is gonna be Rune City, baby.
Yep. There it is. Center square for Romain.
Wow, super clean. That might be one of the cleanest Moogs we've had all season.
Very nice.
In 20 minutes. 20 minutes in,
20 minutes. Yep.
and we're Moog gaming.
Yep.
Warping to Inner Aeonia here. Presumably going to level right away. Gray is not pleased, it looks like.
Not leveling right away.
Especially
Interesting,
because,
interesting.
Like, ideally, if you're not going for Moog and your opponent does, you're hoping it wastes a ton of their time. But we're not even, it's 20 minutes in.
2 tunnels or precipices. Now, this is a very... So obviously, for Romain, you're like, oh, this is awesome. I'm going to get rune level 65. I'm going to get 30 arcane. I'm going to be ahead in majority. I'm going to be stronger the whole game. Yippee! But Gray does have a very interesting position here. He's blocked off the diagonal, obviously, that Romain was threatening. Rune level 65 is in an already blocked column and does not match any rows. 30 arcane is an already blocked row and doesn't threaten any columns. So Gray actually still has the best threat on the board with column 5.
Right.
Like,
Even
barely
after
any
all
time
is said and
wasted
done.
on this.
It's because he's set up for it as well, right? He was kind of
Happy
set up for
Friday.
it.
Oh, happy
And
Friday.
So He's maybe like, damn, like I could.
Does Omen Killer Cleaver have any hidden bonus against Moog the Omen or whatever the Margit Omen
And looks like Romain Jacques is kind of
versions?
holding
Nope.
levels and money here.
Heading to Celia, maybe just
There's a painting here. He can go. Stabs are here. This isn't the way to the duelist. There's probably a golden seed up. There is a golden seed here for 10 sacred flask charges. There's Grail. Grail. It's going to be Grail without status effects. I had to scan down the board. I always look from top to bottom. So Grail was one of the last ones I saw.
Maybe? Column 3, row 5.
Yeah, Grail.
With painting
Very good.
boards.
row 5, not bad. We're not getting the painting right now in Celia, it looks like.
Yeah.
Nice tree
Grabbing the
skip.
grace, though.
Super fast.
Yeah, only psychological
I guess
damage.
you can greed this rune level 65, but you are literally holding almost 600,000 runes.
Little surprised. I don't think Roma grabbed the painting reward while he was in Celia. I probably would have thought about that, but
And if only just to help you survive. Oh my
ooh,
God.
scary.
This dude, it's a slippery hill. It's a slippery hill, man. It's crazy. There we go.
Good. Get around.
Yeah,
the
I expect
flank.
Roma
Good.
will level very soon here with the runes.
test
He's just trying to be
strategies.
efficient with it. Didn't want to sit an extra time when he's about to go somewhere and probably sit anyway.
Be ideal.
Yeah, I forgot I said it on stream. Ah, gotcha. Makes sense. Had a question about Grail on this
definitely
match.
intrigued
Sure.
How this board is playing. I did not expect it to go the way it is.
Okay, we've got the sacred tier. We've got the grace. Presumably he leveled, right? There's
Gray
no-
dies to the death for the Leonia. He gets pecked in the head.
Yeah, I mean, usually you don't have to roll that peck. Usually you can strafe it, but I mean, I always roll it anyway. Like, it's kind of the opposites of what Roma was doing. Roma rolled when he didn't have to, just in case, on a very scary boss, and then Gray didn't roll when he had to on a very relatively easy boss. So it's the kind of like duality here of like sometimes you roll when you don't need to and you lose time, and sometimes you don't roll when it turns out you needed to and you die.
He's going for Leonia.
He also might have been trying to roll and just not gotten the input. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes you're a little late, whatever it is. But yeah, ended up not getting a roll input.
He really wants his
when
column
it was
5. He likes his
necessary.
column 5.
We got 30
Interesting.
arcane, pump vigor.
There's the
Arcane. There's the
30 arcane,
65.
Boom, boom, baby.
Very nice.
2 big booms.
2 big booms.
Rolling seems
indeed.
way
At
safer.
4
Rolling
for
is
3 right now.
how
Lamar
you
Johnson
survive in
has
Elden Ring, for
blocked
sure.
out the row 1 has blocked out both diagonals.
An interesting thing here is already Roma is in a much better position to eventually get whips or bows only because of that dex he put in, whereas Gray, having done Faith and nothing that gives him big runes yet, will actually have a much harder time getting the stats for a whip or bow potentially.
Has a lot of movement here currently on the board. Column 5 now, obviously a little bit of a problem, but he already has 1 great rune.
Gray also did not pick up the Somber 10. You can see he's only got a plus 22 here instead of a plus 25.
From killing Moog. so
That
he
could
should
also be a
roll
very big damage
before
difference as
Gray
well.
can.
Ooh, I like going to Godric here for a couple of reasons. First of all, it helps you set up a few squares. We've got painting rewards is this direction.
Yep.
But Remembrance Boss whips only. Godric pretty fast. You have plus 25, so whatever whip you find is going to be solid. And also, there are some whips that scale with Arcane, low-key. And
I
now-
do like the large club here on the
30
Deathbird.
Arcane.
Strike damage,
I
so
know That
good.
will wind up being relevant. It obviously depends on what the pickup winds up being. The weapons are randomized within their class. Watch how fast this Margit fight is about to be. This is gonna melt, dude. Yeah, sheesh.
Especially with this attack. Yeah, just go ahead and just Omen kill
Nice
the cleaver that.
wild strikes.
Should be a bleed.
Oh!
That's crazy, dude.
That was
Sheesh.
like 15 seconds.
That was
Oh
really
my
nice.
God.
Really,
Cycle
really nice.
skip.
Mhm.
Wow, that was sick.
I don't know why, but I love that attack.
Back in the
Back me
head
all
right
day.
while he is backstepping. It's crazy.
What a strange thing to
I
say.
think Gray is maybe just pushing column 5 here. The problem is if you do Liurnia bosses and reveal it that you are doing that by marking it, right? Instead of holding it, you're kind of just open because it's unlikely that Romain is doing Liurnia bosses as the block. He's probably going for whips or Goldfree as the long play because Gray is behind on Rune Bearers. So Goldfree is unlikely. So I think pushing column 5 here, maybe not the vibe.
I mean, it's only not the vibe if you happen to know that Roma is heading for Godric. Like, I actually think pushing column 5 is very interesting from Gray, right? If you go bosses in Liurnia and you force Roma into whip only, that is still a W for Gray, because if Roma does whip only on Godric, that makes it way easier for you as Gray to do bow only later, because it's unlikely that Roma is going to go for whip only Godric and then also bow only on, like, Radon. Now, it's not impossible by any means. People have totally done that, but Radon bow only is a lot worse than Godric bow only. So you set up an advantage for yourself in the future on a potential bow only square by forcing Roma into an early block of whip only. So
yeah, the row 5 here is really good for Romain, right? Because Moog the Omen and Goldfree are both in capital. He has Moog dead, going for Godric.
Or if Roma decides not to do whip only, you're like, well, what if I do whip only? And then it looks at least like I'm going to be ahead on Goldfree.
Right now,
so
he has a grace near Millicent Church for Grail without status effects and also painting rewards for that Rain of Arrows.
Yeah.
So he's like kind of already setting up this whole row 5.
Gray started pushing that line. I was really surprised he didn't go to Grail, somewhere in between. Well, I haven't seen what he does yet, so I don't know.
Yeah, he's showing almost, obviously, you know, if you're reading the board, if you're Gray, you can maybe see.
So, like, the logic of it from this point, I don't know what's about to happen. I genuinely have not seen this game. But the logic of it to me is if I win bosses in Liurnia, right, then either Roma is forced into this, which is bad for him, or if I win this, I'm probably, but not guaranteed, ahead on Goldfree, and so probably, but not guaranteed, am ahead on just winning the game. So that is my thought is great. Because these two synergize with each other, it's kind of a, you know, something that you saw a lot with lines that happened in, like, Iron U versus Aggie, where you get ahead on one thing, and it's like, uh-oh, now I'm ahead on the next thing, and, like, what are you gonna do? And, like, that kind of a thing. That's kind of the way this line looks to me, is if I get the whip only, it looks like I'm ahead on Godfrey, and then I don't have to block Grail. I can let him spend his time on that, and as long as I get ahead on getting to Goldfree, I win the game.
Okay, he has more capital priority than I do. Row 5 is a little scary, but...
Oh, but Moog does count as a shard bearer for capital access. I forgot that. Oh, no, then Gray is kind of screwed. You're right, then. You're right.
But sometimes you're blinded by the fact that there's only one square marked. You know
that
what I mean?
is
like,
a
he's
point.
going for, is this a stat
That is
or
an
soul
interesting
down here?
point.
Incantation.
Yeah.
There is 14 incants. You're already here. Does he have
doesn't
any
have
stone sword keys?
keys.
He doesn't have any stone sword
He's like,
keys.
dude, why didn't I check?
So then... I don't know what's going to happen in the game. But so then, if you actually want to push the line as Gray, you probably kill your bosses in Liurnia, just to freak him out. Then you kill Radon next. No whips, no bows. You just kill Radon, just as is. Gets you access to Finger Slayer Blade. Gets you access to... Didn't I see something else it gives you access to? Not this, right? It's a boss in Kaled. Maybe that was it. I don't remember. But just kill Radon, no nothing. Then kill Godric as your second one, whip only, if Roma has not taken it at that point. Because then if you kill Godric whip only, you now have access to the capital immediately, not after one more boss, and then you should be ahead on Goldfree.
Now I have to run all the way back again. This is so silly. Oh, Explosive Physic here, though, for Gray. He's going to go for this Erdtree with Explosive Physic boss kill on row 4. Which is
I can just kill Melania and get into the capital? Oh, true.
Very nice.
And it promotes, it's in the same row as Liurnia bosses.
Right.
So, you know, promotes something he's already building.
Yeah, Roma getting the painting rewards while here in Stormvale, so looks good for him to just do whips only and just not worry about the line.
Lines that they really, really like. Instead of going for blocks, they're both playing a bit more aggressive, which I really like to see here. And
Someone said kill Melania for capital. You know, it would catch Gray up in the runes that he's behind.
Or Roma, maybe go for Dialos and Liurnia before he actually goes for this Godric kill, just to see if he has a nice whip option.
You have to imagine, right?
Because if he gets this whips only, I feel like Gray would recognize row 5 immediately, be like, oh god, he's got capital, which means Moog and Godfrey. I have to go get Grail without statuses, and then not realizing Roma already has the Grace ready for that.
Okay, he is sitting down, pumping flasks. Okay, he is warping.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess that the thing is, the danger meter for Gray. How high is the danger meter right now? Assuming he wins bosses in Liurnia before anything is marked by Roma, medium. Medium, because there are still 2 things you could block. But if Gray, or if 3 painting rewards is marked before you kill bosses in Liurnia, as Gray, you're like, I gotta race Grail right now, and like Roma already has the grace there, so like you probably just lose because you're not going to get your bosses in Liurnia, then also get access to the capital before Roma does. It's just not gonna happen. So maybe it actually is high. Maybe it is high. It kind of just is high because you also can't even just go straight for painting rewards. You don't know where Roma is. Yeah, no, it is pretty high. Because he already has Moog. Yeah.
Turn my AC on. Give me 1 sec.
Yeah, you good. And it looks like we're currently in Limgrave right now. Maybe he's looking...
Ideally, it looks like Gray is, like, threatening Roma, but, like, Roma is just ahead on capital. Is just ahead on capital. So that's really, really tough.
No, he's maybe setting up paintings, actually. I think I could see him setting up paintings here in Limgrave.
Finish off Rykard with the physic for synergy. True!
Yeah, I think for this row 5 to be successful, you know you have the capital priority, so you have to split prep the other stuff. So you need to start getting the painting rewards, but probably...
Yeah, and swapping over, right? So that's right, Gray's perspective. Gray's perspective is it looks like he has a threatening line, but it's not actually that threatening, and Roma's potential line is stronger. From Roma's perspective, you are big chilling. Big chilling. You're like, oh, well, I mean, I'm just ahead on capital. The only way that he could suddenly be ahead of me in capital is if he suddenly springs whips only. And like, you know, then I still get to do a quick Godric. If he springs whips only right now, that'll mean that it was his first shard bearer, not his second. So I can easily get access to the capital before him, so I can block with gold free.
Probably not finish it. I would say
so
holding
yes.
it a little bit longer than you think you need to is probably good because it's unlikely Gray is doing it right now. And you can sort of... Dude, look at that damage. You can force him...
Thoughts on Red Wolf into Renala as Liurnia bosses?
To waste time on it later.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
The problem is you're not doing... Well, I guess you don't have to do Renala as whips only.
Know what Roma has been up to since...
The only thing is, like... assuming this doesn't end in a line, which, like, surprisingly, it's looking very likely given how few squares are marked. It doesn't... If you just looked at this board and you didn't know what both players were doing, you'd be like, I guess there's 2 in a line somewhere, but, like, that's not very scary. And everywhere else, there's only 1 in a line. This looks like a majority game. But then you see what they've actually been prepping, and you're like, lines?
So he's like, this might be a race.
But if it went to majority, doing Renala is bad because it doesn't help you with anything else. It doesn't help you acquire Finger Slayer Blade. It is a boss in Liurnia, I suppose, but it doesn't. You're not going to do it whips only. You're not going to do it bows only. It doesn't help you with boss and Kayla Dragon Barrow. Like,
Have to, I think.
it's a tough call if you're not planning to just win on that one line.
I don't know. It is interesting. But Roma working on paintings. Working on this row 5.
Likely.
Going to Salia Town now. Going to be grabbing the other painting here. I think he's just genuinely looking at row 5.
Onala would be for capital, and it's a staff. It's definitely a staff you get from her remembrance. Or is there a staff in...
I think, okay, here's how I would play this.
Raya
row
Lucaria.
with
Yes, they
maximum
changed that.
knowledge.
Oh, okay.
I think I get all
Yeah,
3
okay.
paintings, maybe 1 or 2 of the rewards.
Yeah, maybe then. I
kill
could see
Grail
it.
Without status effects, then I immediately do painting rewards, and then I go capital.
Yeah.
I think that basically secures.
Roma just mogging away 27k.
He memory
He
of
mogged
Grace.
with 27k.
Yeah, but for him, it's like, I have
That's
the
nothing.
levels. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. That's probably not even a level for him anymore.
That's probably not even a level, yeah.
He's at level 65. I mean, man
Yeah.
is doing just fine. Okay, yeah, he's going up to Grail right now. Okay,
This is the perfect way to do it from Roma. Well, you could argue he could get full access to the capital first, then do Grail and painting rewards. But I like the idea of keep whips only as kind of your trap square for Gray. Of like, you know, if he does this, I'll know that I have to go to the capital. And if he doesn't do this, then like I should still always be ahead of him. And so you do Grail and paintings first, and then just send capital. Because as long as Gray has not marked this square before you get Grail and paintings, you're just ahead on capital, and you just win the
This is what
game.
I'm talking about, baby.
Yeah.
This is the way to bulldoze this row. Because it makes it impossible for Gray to react in time. Because 2 of the squares are capital squares, he won't have time. And column 5 isn't even a concern because 1 of the squares you want.
Now he is a little, you can see there's concern on his face. He does say, 4 bosses in Liurnia did happen before I got Grail. Can I really get Grail and the rest of the paintings before Gray gets 2 shard bearers to get ahead of me into capital? And that is an interesting potential race. That is genuinely not a sure thing.
If Ramon follows this game
but
plan,
here's this interesting thing, right? Here's the interesting thing.
The other interesting thing is Godfrey and Moog the Omen are not necessarily in the same direction. So even if Roma has access to the capital first, if he only has a little bit extra, if he only has, let's say, a minute extra time in the capital, that's not enough for him to guaranteed get both of them. Gray could forego Godfrey, even though it's his line, go straight to Moog the Omen, block the game, and then at least the game continues. Roma would still be well ahead at that point. Gray would get 1 more, 2 more. Roma would get 3 more. I guess Roma would only be ahead by 1 square, but
For him,
you wouldn't be too sad about
All
that.
you see is Liurnia bosses, so he could think, oh, he just killed Renala.
Oh, Renala, yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
he might be working towards capital here. I might have to rush.
Yeah, if that was Renala, that'd be real scary. That would be real scary. It's a great point that if that was Renala, I don't know that Gray would have had time. I don't know that he would have killed Renala right now. But if that was Renala, yeah, Gray could be ahead on
Yeah,
capital.
He's just getting the Grail Grace. Is he gonna? Okay, he didn't do a warp.
If I'm Roma, am I scared enough to go immediately whips only to block out? I think I am. If I'm Roma, I'd probably say, I already have the Grace at Godric. Let me just go grab a whip real quick, block out the line, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I now definitely have capital. He knows I have capital. I still can come back and beat him to Grail and paintings, and then I can go immediately Godfrey Moog. What's he gonna do?
He's going for the painting first. Okay.
Okay,
That's it. That's
I like
interesting.
this.
Yeah, that's interesting because you're like, oh, was that Renala? Because it's been a while. Gray hasn't marked anything in 8-9 minutes. So
Row 5 easier than column 5? So much prio? No, not really. Like, The only thing is that Roma has Moog. That's it. He has one shard bearer. That is advantage, but that's not insurmountable advantage that Gray can't make up.
That honestly, that's pretty close. That's pretty close.
Because Roma still has to get multiple painting rewards, which takes time, and kill Grail, which takes time. And in that time, Gray could catch up on shard bearers. Absolutely.
To
Gray
Renala
is,
kill.
ooh, okay, I think Gray sees. Well, first of all, Gray wants to do whip only, right? Which
At least theoretically, like at least close, at least like a shakeup. I'm pretty sure. Just watched Josh's Proud Punt video, and your bonus round suggestion was the funniest round by far. I was laughing the whole time. It was so good. Yeah. Plus the bonus, or plus the hidden bonus round where we all seek.
for Roman, we're okay with losing. It's
Would you guys believe me if I literally, on saying that, kind of as a joke at the start of the video, was like, we should actually do sardines at the end?
It's not the end of the world because we have bigger plans. This double jump always scares me, but it is safe.
Because I had talked about it before, like, oh, we should do other formats like
down.
sardines.
Okay, Gray's Market fight not as saucy.
Didn't get the correct timing there. It does get the stagger, though. It takes the riposte, which I don't think is a good
I feel like he
idea.
didn't want that
Don't take
riposte. That might have been an
Do not
accident.
take that riposte. We wild strikes there, baby.
Details, details. But yeah, 2 seconds out the window there. And we're going into Weeping now.
The sports videos are planning to watch this weekend. Well, watch
Yeah,
it
I think
now.
he's just committing to paintings first, just to have a head start on that. I think he wants paintings.
To do a full sardines video? I've suggested it. I'm just saying.
Oh,
Nah, he's fine. He's fine. He's just.
oh, he just had low health from Torrent from
Yeah.
before. Interesting fun fact about Elden Ring, chat. If you warp, Torrent's health does not refill. Your health does, but if you warp, Torrent's health
I'm getting mad about non-optimal fights is the best part of bingo. He does get just a little too upset about it.
stays at whatever it was at. The only way to refill Torrent's health is either, I think it's just drinking flasks. I don't think resting at a grace even resets it.
You can feed him raisins.
Feed him raisins.
There's also, fun fact, different types of raisins to give Torrent as well that heal more.
Resting does reset Torrent. Yes, warping does not. Resting does. Did he say resting doesn't?
To refill Torrent's health is either, I think it's just drinking flasks. I don't think resting at a grace even resets it.
It does. He did say I don't think he was unsure. It was at that point that's like a commentator throwing to the other commentator of like, please fact check me. And then Domo did not fact check him. So not that is wrong that Adef said, but like
Feed him raisins.
not really on him to know absolutely everything.
Also, fun fact, different types of raisins to give Torrent as well that heal more. I think that's it.
This is some tech I don't know.
Column
There
5,
are like,
row 5,
I know there's like
row 5,
normal
column
raisins, there's
5,
cold raisins. I'm not sure if that is like to
row
give your
5,
horse more
column
resistance.
5,
True.
Or that's just
row
it heals
5,
more.
column
I'm not
5.
sure. But also, fun fact, you
row
can get some
5, column
DLC
5, row
Torrent
5, row
feed
5,
from
column
more
5.
if you give him his cookbook. And what that does is actually
Row
is
5,
that Torrent
column
dashes
5,
deal
row
1
5, row
damage
5,
if you
column
run
5.
into enemies. If you feed him that raisin.
Dom, why do you know this?
Because this is my job.
Dom a
You're looking
Torrent
into Bingo
feeder.
Squares, niche stuff in Elden Ring.
The
that could be a
hell
square.
ain't nobody gonna be head ramming with Torrent anytime soon. That's not gonna happen.
Ooh, super minor thing from Gray. Him going to the left here for this grace could be for safety, but going the right way does have a golden seed, and there is 10 sacred flask charges on the board. So,
Okay, we
an
are
interesting
heading
point.
into capital here for Romain. I think. Look, I know this looks greedy to split
Resting does,
all
but
of the
dying
squares
doesn't,
at the
which is
same
so
time.
dumb.
This is absolutely
Also, warping doesn't. Like,
the play.
it just feels like they just forgot
Absolutely
about
don't wrong.
Torrent.
And I think it is so smart.
Gray is going for Renala anyway?
This is so intelligent. Gray is going to go for a whip check here before going into Godric.
Oh no, this is the whip
also
check.
really
This is the
smart
whip
from
check.
Gray.
I was like,
Gray,
huh?
Okay, if you're going to
Okay, I was like, I was very confused, but now this makes perfect sense.
What he doesn't know is that, barring an incident, he probably doesn't get gold free most of the time. I love that our players for the whip check, I've seen multiple people do this in the last week, mark on the map where the whip check is. They like can't remember how to path there because everything in Liurnia looks the same.
It looks the same. Yeah, like
Yeah.
all the ruins, it's like which building, which rooftop in the water is it again? Because there's so many. Yeah, I don't know. This is
Oh, Roma heading towards... Wow. Roma is playing this very, very... either sneaky, which it is, or... greedy, brave. I mean, you could argue that sneaky is greedy / brave, but... Roma not killing Grail, it would be so easy to snipe. Gray doesn't go for it. At least not yet. Roma not turning in painting rewards could have absolutely been sniped by now. But Gray is not going for it. Thank you for the hydrate. So, like... I mean... It's working out for Roma, but this is very, very scary from both of them. I guess there's a question of... Right, because... We have the omniscient view. We can see both Roma and Gray. We can see Gray's going for his line. We can see Roma's going for his line. We talk about how Gray could block Roma. Roma could block Gray. They both have this interactive dynamic between them. But from both of their perspectives, that's not happening. From Roma's perspective, right, maybe he's like, I do think Gray is going for his line, but I think I can beat him to gold free and win my line, right? Roma has the information to be able to say that. Gray... might genuinely be looking at this board and thinking, oh, Roma has no lines. There are no lines. I'm going to win off of my line because Roma is not blocking my line and he's off doing his own thing, right? Gray has no information of if Roma is doing a line, if so, what line is Roma doing? Like, you know, there's just so little information here for him to be able to say what Roma is or is not doing.
kind of dangerous. I feel like genuinely, if I were Gray here, Gray.
We think Gray was a bit too focused on his line, as in Roma was very quiet, but Gray never seems to go into alert. He's shadow prepping mode. Well, what would you block if so? Let's say that you're Gray, right? Let's try, and this is the hardest thing. I think we're going to fail. I don't think we are smart enough, chat. I'm sorry to say. I don't think all of us together are smart enough to do this exercise. But let's try to put ourselves... pretend like we have not seen anything Roma does. And genuinely, could we evaluate, especially quickly, that the line that you need to block from Roma is row 5? Like... if we look at all the possible lines, is that the only one that like makes sense that he'd be prepping here? Okay, obviously not row 1. Row 2 is always possible. You could shadow prep Black Knife Assassins. You could kill one Estelle. You could gather one Graver Ghost Glovewort Bellbearing 2 and not the other one yet. Roma, with his power, could be mostly prepped on this entire line, and then it is on Gray to get whips only, otherwise he just loses on this line. That's another threat, for sure. Obviously, row 5. We know row 5 is a threat because he's literally right now threatening it. Columns. No. Column 2. Moog the Omen is also on the line with gold free. So I wouldn't really be scared about row 2 because it feels like if you're going for Moog the Omen, you would just go for gold free and like this is easier. So we can rule that one out. Column 3. Both Estelle's, Kaled, Grail, Incantations. That could be shadow prepped quite a lot and suddenly burst out at you. Row 4... Explosive Physic is pretty fast. Finger Slayer Blade is maybe the one where I'm like, but if Roma already did have Radon killed and used that as prep, it's still also possible. I don't know. There's a lot of
seems to be the
just
best
unknowns
thing.
here.
I don't know. I think already missing out on Moog trying to...
Grail is fast right now. Yeah. You could argue that what Gray should do is Grail without status, not because he's 100% sure that Roma is doing row 5, but just because it blocks both a row 5 and a column 3, so it blocks multiple possible threats that Gray doesn't know about. You could argue that, for sure. Yeah, column 4 could be a threat, for sure, as well.
Still contest capital just seems...
I'd be thinking too much about my own line to dissect my opponents to this level. At this point, I would assume I had blocked his most dangerous lines with that 2 tunnel square, and I wouldn't even be thinking about row 5.
Very ballsy.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, let's see.
That is also another thing. If you feel like you're in the lead, if you feel like you're the one with pressure, the assumption is, oh, I assume my opponent will respond to my pressure. It just happens that Roma is responding to Gray's pressure by doing nothing and keeping priority on gold free, and in fact heading towards the capital right now so that he can do gold free before Gray. Because their lines happen to intersect, Roma can block Gray without having to commit to, like, separately blocking Gray. He can go for his own line and happen to also block Gray.
Whip is here.
Potentially.
Ooh, Urumi. Okay.
Pretty high dex.
At this point, what are their weapon levels and what weapons do they have? They both have the Great Omen Killer Cleaver. Roma is at plus 25. Gray is at plus 22.
Requirement 19, I believe.
Which he's 3
I'm also
away,
sitting
I
on my
think I
couch
saw.
eating ice cream right now, so I'm feeling great. Yep.
Yeah, 3
So
decks.
just a couple
off.
levels.
Which isn't
The
horrible.
whip. Look, whips are not the worst.
Like, this to me just feels like a very messy game. Like, I think there are sometimes games where, like, an obvious answer appears as if from nowhere of just like, oh, you kind of have to do this now. Like, this is just the winning play.
Weapon in the game. They get a bad
And
rep,
I
but there
don't
are a
feel like
couple
that's the
solid
case for
whips.
either of
Urumi
them
is
right here.
fine.
Urumi's not bad. It's actually really good for PvP.
Whips are super good for PvP because they have big reach and they catch fast moves.
Yep.
Okay, Romain's heading to Scenic Isle in Liurnia for a painting reward, most likely.
Oh, no,
Oh, he's going for the whip.
check here. He also did the open map check, the ruins on the map to see where Dialos's move. So they might be both racing for Godric whip only.
I think Gray gets it fast enough.
Yeah.
He's not even going for the
100%.
Grace. I think Gray gets it fast enough that Romain will just kill with Omen Killer. He might even get the...
Is this arguably a bad play from Gray? Arguably. No, I'm not saying definitively. Is this arguably a bad play from Gray to let Roma know and let Roma off the hook of having to do whip only to get to the capital? Because at the instant that Gray marks whip only, Roma will know it's a capital race. He has to do gold free. Roma will know he doesn't have to do whip only, so he can do Godric regular. He won't know for sure that Gray doesn't have a second shard bearer, but we happen to know, and Gray knows he doesn't have a second shard bearer. So Gray can reasonably assume he's actually behind on capital when he kills with a whip only, because he knows that Roma has a hard shard bearer done, whereas Gray has only done an easy shard bearer, and he will have to do a harder one second.
Kill before Romain
It's possible.
back to Secluded Cell.
35 minutes in and you have 4 out of 5 out of line. I don't think that's ever a bad play. I mean, specifically the choice to do Godric with a whip before killing Radon. Only the order of those two. Is it arguably a mistake to actually cash in on your whip only before doing Radon? It doesn't save you total time as Gray, but it gives your opponent the information and lets your opponent save time, potentially.
Decent damage here. I mean, Godric's speech is pretty long.
Yeah, the question is, once Romain...
I would say let me get real cerebral here. Let me get real cerebral here. And I'm going to explain why I think if I think about it enough, and this has taken like 10 minutes of watching them and pausing, but I think if I think about it enough, I can say that this is definitely a losing play from Gray. And hear me out, because it's going to take a whole web of things. But I believe that this is definitively a losing play from Gray. The answer is why. Or the question is why. The reason is because let's assume right now that Gray did Radon instead, and then Roma snipes him on whip only, right? That's bad, obviously. Obviously, that's bad. But at that exact moment, Roma would already be ahead on the capital, right? So, if Gray does it the opposite order and gets sniped on this, he will also lose gold free 100% for sure every time. He will not win the line. Let's start with that. We agree on that. If Gray gets this, or sorry, loses this, he also would have lost Godfrey. But this is his only best way to waste Roma's time from getting access to the capital anyway to beat him on Godfrey anyway. So, imagine Gray does whip only, and then for no reason Roma does whip only anyway, and still does it just as fast, and still has access to the capital, right? Then, you know, Gray still had no chance of winning the race to the capital and getting gold free. And now Roma can do it faster than that. I'm like talking in weird circles, and I'm sure this makes no sense if you're hearing it. I don't know how to, like, say this out loud. I feel like I need to draw it or something, but I don't know what I would draw. But the idea is, even with Roma wasting time, if Gray gets sniped on this square, he was guaranteed to get sniped on this anyway, even if he doesn't get sniped on this square. Does that make sense? If Gray gets sniped on this, he was guaranteed to get sniped on this. So, you need to allow yourself the possibility of getting sniped on this in order to try to make up time to win this. I think that's maybe the best way I can say it.
Or once Gray
That was
marks
so cool.
this. Yeah, the magic grease.
That was
Yeah,
hard to
magic
get out.
grease whip is
That
just
was
so
hard to
nice.
get out, but I think
It does
that
look
makes
really
sense.
cool.
Once Gray marks this,
Again, after like 10 minutes of thinking
think
about
Roma
all
is
the
gonna rush capital.
possibilities.
I think he
So is this a bad play? I believe so.
is going to think it's Renala.
Or at least, let's say, it's not a play that wins the line more often. Let's put it that way.
Godric, and he's going to rush capital, which we know he doesn't need to do.
Right.
But, I mean, I don't know. Also, Gray getting tagged a lot, actually.
He's trying to be greedy. He's trying to move as fast as possible, right? Sometimes taking hits is faster than dodging.
What about the thought that Gray got Renala? At this point, it would have been very smart. If this was the end result of how he was going to play, go straight for the line, then I do think Renala would have been good. At the time, I was kind of poo-pooing it of like, well, what if he wants to go for majority? But it doesn't look like he's going for majority. So, given that he wants to win the line, I think Renala would have been a very smart play.
Roman's headed into the fight. The good news is Roman's not wasting a ton of time here because he should finish the fight either way.
Here we go. Whip
Can't
only
take a
now
riposte.
for
Yeah, you can't take a
Juan as
riposte with
well.
whips.
Yeah,
I always forget that. I'm like,
definitely
why are they
a
not
split
taking the
for Gray unless
riposte?
He somehow accidentally gets killed. And even if he does,
Yeah, so right now at this point, Gray gets the square, but has no information that he's definitely behind Roma on gold free.
Roma cannot wield the Arumi. His damage is way low.
Quitting out.
Yeah, he noticed he didn't have the stats for it, so he just quit out. But Now he's just going to kill him without.
He realized he couldn't wield it?
Yeah, his damage, and now he's like, okay, well, I'll just kill the boss.
So, yeah, now at this point, Roma definitely ahead on gold free. If Gray had let Roma have to be like, oh, I can't wield the Arumi, let me go try to get some stats for it, let me come back later, let me find a new whip, there was a chance, probably tiny, that Gray actually wins whip only. Probably tiny. But it kind of arguably would have been better for Gray if he actually lost whip only, because then at least Gray would know, oh, I'm screwed on capital, I have to block one of these, and now Gray doesn't know. Gray might think he's ahead on capital.
Again, Gray's feed is delayed for us, as he is.
Oh, so maybe
Serbia.
it was already marked. Maybe it was marked already.
No. He quit out for a different reason. 100%.
I think.
You think a Bingo Pro beats a good Elden Ring player with a center square handicap? Depends on the Bingo Pro. Depends on the center or on the good player. But we kind of have already had that exact scenario with Chemist. Chemist, goated Elden Ring player. Bro could not get more than like 3 squares in an actual bingo match. Like, it's a very different skill set.
Yeah.
If you gave Chemist a free center square, I'll be honest, I don't think I don't think he could really do anything about that still.
Yep. And should get a bleed
this
proc
is just
one
gonna
cycle.
kill. Yep.
Nice.
So like it depends. If it, I don't know, maybe there are other really good Elden Ring players that happen to know everything that you need to know for bingo. That could hang, but I think for the most part, a Bingo Pro would destroy any non-Bingo Pro in Bingo.
I go towards DTS. I go kill Moog real quick. What are you gonna do about it?
Gray has to think he's behind based on how long the last mark has been. Not for sure, but
Romance trying to decide.
It is unfortunately very likely that he's behind, because even assuming, let's assume Roma went AFK until the 35-minute mark. Even at this point, if Roma has literally not done a single thing, Roma is still equal on capital. Gray, all he has is 1 shard bearer. That's it. And Roma has 1 shard bearer. Plus mystery question mark. We don't know how close he is. So
Yes, okay. He thinks he still has priority and can get some of these squares sneakily in row 5. This is absolutely the move.
Wow.
This is a little greedy. It's
so
bordering on a little greedy now. But if he
bordering on a little greedy, he
he's
says.
So Mamma Mia pizza pie. These fights will be.
In your brain, what has Roma been doing this whole time? Who knows? Maybe setting up row 2. Maybe setting up row 2 and doing Estelles and Black Knife Assassins and Graven Ghosts, and then I got whip only, and now Roma is screwed. Maybe setting up column 3. You know, and okay, now it's a question of, can I get to the capital faster than you can do Incants, Estelles, Kaled, and Grail? And it's like, maybe column 4. And now it's, can I get to gold free before you can finish off your painting rewards, your explosive physic, all the way to Finger Slayer Blade? That takes a while, and Graven Ghost. Like,
be quick.
The question is, who knows?
Dragons exceptionally quickly.
Yeah.
Like, you assume that Gray knows that he's doing row 5 because we know Gray is doing row 5 because we can see, or sorry, Roma is doing row 5 because we can see Roma's screen, not because
very greedy.
That is definitely for sure exactly what Roma must have been doing.
Is Renala one of them?
Yeah.
So then seeing whip only afterwards, I'd be like, Like
1 minute in Bingus dimension is 7 years on Earth.
Down with gold free. If he's got capital, he's got capital. What am I supposed
It's a whole extra layer of skill to know what your opponent had time for while you were doing your thing.
Wait,
yeah.
What? You have Moog access.
Maybe he's just not confident in the fight. I mean,
Oh, that's a good point. He does have Moog access. Moog would be faster than Radon. Radon does get you access to Finger Slayer Blade.
pretty tough fight.
It's a bit of a longer fight, maybe, sure, but the money and also like you have a
Is there
grace
underground?
right outside it.
There's Graven Ghost Glove Wort.
2. That's not underground. I mean, it is underground, but not through.
Also, can we say Roma being a little greedy right now? If, this is a big if Gray actually had done Renala as one of his 4 bosses in Liurnia, and now had done Godric whips only, Gray just wins. Just straight up wins right now. Because Roma is not chasing on the capital. He doesn't yet have his second shard bearer, and he's not that much closer to the capital that he can just beat Gray there. So him going for Grail without status effects, that's a big risk.
Radon.
Oh, okay,
You can do that all without Radon. Besides that, I mean, I guess just Kaled and Dragon Barrel bosses.
Oh, he does have two. Sorry, he does have two. You're right. Sorry, he does have two, but still, sorry, you're right. He has two, but Gray would be ahead of him into the capital still right now. If Gray had two.
That is past Radon, but that's pretty much it. But these dragons are absolutely getting mollywopped by this Omen Killer Cleaver. Oh, stamina! Okay. I believe that might still kill, by the way.
Dude, Dragon Barrow scaling goes crazy. He might die to that.
And on top of that, the Grail Scream, right, reduces your damage and your resistances. So
he needs to kite this first dragon further away from that one that's coming up from behind.
Like, I feel like if I'm Goma, and maybe I'm just a scaredy baby, if I'm Goma, I full assume Gray is rushing the line. And I'm just like, oh, if I block this, I can still win Grail and painting rewards, and I'm chilling. I don't assume I need to win them before going gold free, or Gray is just going to snipe them away. I assume I can go gold free first, and then, you know, block out Gray's line, whew, breathe a sigh of relief, then kill Grail, then painting rewards, then Moog the Omen, or maybe even Grail, then Moog, then painting rewards, because I've already got 2 of the painting rewards, so, like, who knows, or I don't know, something.
Roll good, jump R2.
But I'm scared of the instant line if Gray happens to have already killed Renala.
Does want that capital access. He does have the Tree Sentinel duo grace now. There's the stagger.
If this was 3 weeks ago, nobody would
Wild Strike's
thought a player would rush Bingus that hard.
Omen Killer Cleaver is just...
I mean, kind of true, but like, they should have.
No, he already has it. He just has to hit the head. There we go. And
Very nice.
And now this row 5 is looking muy interesante.
Muy interesante, sí, señor. God.
Okay, now he's heading to capital. Okay, so because Gray does not have Renala yet, Roma is in fact ahead by enough
I couldn't think
to
of
just
how
win
say
here.
I think so too.
Well, maybe not entirely to win, because still I think Gray has a chance at least to lose gold free but snipe away Moog.
Yo, Sabo? It's like Saber, I think, is the ER verb for to think, something like that. Anyway, we are going to capital. Yes. Okay. So he's not greeting the painting rewards before going for the capital access. I think this is correct because now it is a race. He spent the maximum amount of time he could have spent semi-safely, and now but it is a risk because there's a reality where Gray did Renala, and Romain is just predicting that's not possible. Yeah.
Good call by ADF. Yep.
Here's also the other. I don't know. I think it's just so greedy from Gray, though. I do think so, because if you think about it, Moog has been dead for 20 minutes now, and Romain only marked Gray without status effects after Moog. He hasn't marked anything in 20 minutes.
20 minutes ago.
You know what I mean? Like, you can't assume as Gray being like, oh, I sniped him on Liurnia bosses and whips only.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think that tracks.
Well, the other thing is, even if as Gray you assume you sniped him on whips only, that means you assume Roma is ahead of you into the capital. And so going to the capital is a fruitless endeavor, which we happen to know that is what happened. And so therefore, as Gray, you would have to go painting rewards if you assume that you sniped him.
Personally. So for me, if I were Gray, I would go for paintings if possible. That'd be like my only thing, because I know I don't.
The other thing, and you know, it's kind of obvious at this point for Gray, like Roma has to be going for the capital. But the other thing is, like, if you're looking at what he could have been prepping, obviously it could have been row 5, but it could have been column 3 still. That is still absolutely a possible thing that Roma could have been prepping and hiding.
And I genuinely
Roman's damage
think...
is so good.
I genuinely think Gray could have had Moog dead by now. Oh, when he gets tagged by the gravity swords!
Ah!
Oh my
Not the
God.
gravity swords.
Genuinely
Hold on, I
think
didn't quite see what happened there.
Gray could have had Moog dead by now.
Oh, that
Oh, when he
lingers
gets
so
tagged by the
long.
gravity swords!
That lingers so
Oh my
long.
God,
Wow.
And Gray dying to Radan. This could
How does
be
that
what
happen?
Roman needs to close out this first game. Actually,
Bro, you just put the French R on Radon.
I know. I was
Radan.
Radon. Ouais. Tu es mort, Radon.
It's crazy. Oh my God, look at that bleed, bro.
Ooh, that bleed.
Damn. This row 5 is looking really good. Looking really good for Roman.
Yeah, this might just seal it. The fact that Gray isn't going for painting.
The Serbian version has 2 additional frames of lingering
Because it's
hitboxes.
5-5
Oh,
right
of course.
now, right? Okay, so I know it looks like Gray should finish his bingo. But if you know that
Would you do
Roman
paintings
is
into
going to
Kaled slash
finish
Dragon
his
Barrow?
bingo
You
after
could at
some
least
time,
try,
you know
for
row
sure.
5 is in play, it might be safest to just block row 5 and try to get other squares. Because there's other stuff you could do quickly while Roman is doing, admittedly, 2 decent length squares. Goldfree and Moog are not fast. So, like, you could go for Staves, Black Knife Assassins, Duelist bosses, 10 Sacred Flasks, 4 bosses in Kaled and Dragon Barrow. I guess Radon does count towards that as well. So you're not progressing nothing. Nice fight.
There we go. And now it's like, do we actually commit to capital here?
Tactics of prepping a bingo and
Or
executing it really was
paintings
used only by
again.
Agnew.
If you don't go capital, you have to go paintings.
Up to this point,
You have
yeah.
to pick one. And I think I know what he's choosing.
The assumption that you sniped a column 5 square instead of the possibility of painting rewards
And
progress.
If you're Roman, you have to do gold free before mode because it blocks
I don't know.
and promotes.
I mean, this is just a hard spot. As Gray, you have no idea what to think. I mean, another thing is, like, technically, if you're Gray, you don't necessarily think you sniped Roma on everything. You could just think Roma was heading for something slower than you. Like, we're tied 5-5. If Gray was up, like, 7-5, after Roma took a 1 square early lead, you could be like, oh, of course, Gray, I must have sniped him. Like, that's the only reason I would have gotten so many squares back to back. But, like, it was 1-0 in Gray's favor. Then it was 2-1 in Gray's favor. Then it was 3-1 in Gray's favor. Then it was 4-3 in Roma's favor. And then Gray only got 2 more squares in the time that Roma got 1 square. Like, that's not even, like, that absurd. And it's not like Gray went for, like, terribly slow squares either. 4 bosses in Liurnia, it's not fast, but, like, it's not that slow. Whips only, it's not that slow.
Your own row.
So, like, the idea that Roma, you know, must have prepped 7 different things in the time that Gray got 2 squares,
It's absolutely the priority.
not necessarily.
And we're going
Let's
towards
see
capital
Roman's
here.
capital skip here. We're going for the slow
Back
walk
step.
off, the back step, probably. Yep, back step method.
Oh, that
he
swing was not
swung.
it.
Why did he
Don't swing. Woohoo.
He did swing, but late. He pinged the wall.
Yeah, he shouldn't have swung at all. You
Oh,
know,
he shouldn't have swung. I thought you said he should swing, and I was like, he did.
no, I'm like, why are you doing that?
Yeah,
Oh,
3
wait, but I
paintings
would
can be
actually
done
fine,
without
actually,
capital.
because he was on
Yeah.
front ground, so it's kind of fine.
Yeah, the dinkage just pushed him off.
The dinkage.
Dinkage.
The dinkage.
Wait, the guy who played Tyrion in Game of Thrones, Peter Dinklage.
Yes.
Peter Dinkage, yeah.
Thanks.
I feel like the 20 minutes between Moog and Grail feels a lot longer than it was.
I was
Yeah,
to say,
we're
yeah.
sitting here watching him prep and, like, stressing out for
Okay,
20
so we are
minutes,
pushing-
so it feels like it was an hour,
This
but, like,
proves that Roman's about to get.
yeah, in bingo
It's good for
terms,
both. It's good
I mean,
for
20
both
minutes
free
is a
and
long
free.
time, but it's not,
Way to
like,
get to the sewers as well.
What do you do first?
necessarily an entire
You
line's
have
worth
to
of
do both
time.
first. You have to, because it blocks column 5.
Now, however, here's the thing. Once Roma marks gold free, Gray's going to have to go paintings. Because he's like, I can't.
See, the thing is, if you're Gray and Goma marks gold free, I kind of feel like your only play is actually to go Moog the Omen. Like, at that point, starting from 0 paintings, I'm like, there's no way I can win it. I have to go Moog the Omen because he's going to think that I would go paintings because he's going to think I don't have capital access. I need to take away the other capital.
He's already in capital.
Yeah, does Romain...
Or does Romain
read
then...
that?
Right. Or does Romain go gold free into paintings?
Depends
assuming
how
they're
far into
both in
capital you get.
capital?
I don't think it does. I think even if you're barely getting in just past DTS, I think you even if you're still fighting DTS, I think you have to go Moog the Omen because I think there's such a high likelihood that Roma after gold free does painting rewards instead of Moog the Omen.
Thinking that Gray might pivot to Omen.
I feel like
Pivot from Omen to paintings as well.
Low key,
I feel like Grail is an
even if
earlier
once
priority square
Romain
for both
marks
players in this
gold-
game than how they treated it. Yes and no. So, like, it is a good square. Don't get me wrong, it's a good square. If we were going for a majority game, if neither of them was trying to go for lines, I agree. Grail was a really good majority square. But from Roma's perspective, as soon as I go Grail, Gray knows to block me, and that gives away the goose or whatever the saying is. And so the later he can mark it while getting more priority on everything else, the more likely his sneaky line is to work. Assuming Gray doesn't take it from him. And if you're Gray, all you're thinking is, damn, my line's pretty juicy. If I swap over to Grail and he wasn't doing that, I just give Roma too much time to respond to my line, and then what was the point of my line if I'm just going to give it up and go for different squares instead? So both of them had reasons to not do Grail.
free. If Gray immediately pivots to painting,
Lets
I
the
think
goose
Romain
out of the
can still
bag.
get both squares. Because he already has 2 of the painting rewards done. Gray hasn't even talked to a single.
Bingo Brawlers
painting yet.
website could desperately
Romain
use
already
an
has
about
2 of
page
them
that explains
completely
what it's
done
even
with
about.
Painting already prepped. So if he's like 2 minutes away from that square.
Probably, yeah. Yeah,
think
I
he
could
gets
agree with that.
both squares, presuming he doesn't have an incident. Oh, okay.
Ideally, conceal progress with
Yeah,
2
but
painting
it's-
rewards, which he did. He
Oh,
does have 2
and I-
painting rewards.
Yeah, I
Both
really
played
don't know.
aggressively,
It really
yeah.
depends on how
And in an aggressive play, it doesn't make sense for either of them to do
How quick
Grail
these
without
fights
status
go.
effects. In a defensive
see-
play,
I
it
see
makes
going
sense
two
for
ways.
either of them, but
Goldfree gets marked
not
out
in
as
an aggressive
Romain
play.
goes paintings. And Greg also goes paintings. Romain marks Goldfree. He goes Moog the Omen. Gray challenges, thinking that Romain might hold priority. So this could play out in several ways, which makes this even more interesting, right? And we either see something happening where they race each other again, or someone makes the right call and blocks out or progresses their line. And here we go, gold free now for Romain Jacques. DTS almost dead here for Gray. Currently 5-5 on the board. Tied up in squares, but this row 5, column 5, looking very interesting for both players.
And this is going to be a fast fight for Romain.
Yeah.
Just don't greed it. Play it safe. Get the strafes and the tap.
'Kay.
The jump R1s.
Here
This fight
soon
is
will come the
a
question from
truly
Gray.
scripted fight.
Sewer Moog
Oh my
or
God.
painting rewards? Oh, Goma dies. Wait a minute. That gives Gray a shot here.
Roll.
That's a scripted.
Wait a minute.
Scripted death. Scripted death. We
Part
wrote
of the
that?
process.
Is the DTS skip permitted in Bingo? What DTS skip?
The process. This weirdly gives Gray time.
I mean, no, but
because
what?
now
I don't
Gray
know of a
has the ability
DTS
to
skip.
pivot to sewer Moog in time for it to be a race.
Oh, the insta kill? That's not skipping DTS. That's killing. That's a different. Yeah. You don't skip something that you kill. That's like the opposite of a skip.
Now it's going to get
Wow.
very interesting.
What was a sure bingo is now in question.
One death is all it takes. Genuinely.
One death is all it takes. Falling in love with me. Possibilities. I get the gold free stagger.
Oh, that was crazy. He actually triple wild strike. into
Ooh,
still getting the
Grace?
post.
Skip of the Grace? That's so dangerous. That's so dangerous. Did he grab any grace on the way here?
He didn't
Nope.
roll?
If he dies on this on lane del skip, he is back 5 minutes back.
Gives.
Now it's going to get...
I mean,
very
hopefully he
interesting.
won't, but like, that's
Post?
dangerous.
Oh, what a fight.
Nice
okay, now
fight.
do you still go for it? There it is.
Was the cheese allowed? No, gravity kills are not allowed.
What do you do?
Uh,
Great. Do you still
Oh,
rage?
Gray. So he's going the slow lane del because he didn't pick up the Grace, I assume. So he needs to play it safe. But I believe picking up the Grace and then doing the skip is faster than playing it safe. I
he's
believe.
going for paintings. Oh, this. Okay, now what I said did not come to pass because now Gray is in.
That's what I'm
Gray is
saying.
in capital.
Yeah. I think this makes perfect sense from Gray. Gray doesn't even have...
anymore.
He already has two
flasks
paintings,
yet.
though.
I know it's going to be very close, but by the time he warps back to, what is it, East Capital Ramparts, West Capital Ramparts, whatever it's called, once he warps back to go to Moog, they're going to be racing.
Are they, though? He just
Yeah,
needs to
Gray-
pick this up. He just needs to pick this up.
Yeah, but Gray's right there. He's
Maybe
about to
Gray
have
just
the
grabs
same
the Grace,
amount
though,
of
and gets out.
progress.
I don't know.
No.
No. Gray's gotta
I
commit.
think Roman marks this as Gray gets
How much slower is the route
maybe.
gated? If I remember correctly, it's 10 to 15 seconds in there. I think on the lower end, I want to say 12 seconds slower than the skip. And picking up a Grace takes around 5.
And then
Oh,
Good. He's almost dead.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Oh, my God. We'll full...
Okay, full on Ray. Oh, but because he sits inside the Capitol, if he had sat on the rampart, I don't remember if Melina talks to you there. I don't remember. He needed to get his flask back at some point.
He can't move.
Oh.
Okay.
This is giving
Roman
Roman a head
needs-
start.
Dude, Roman needs to go and not sit at this Grace.
Bro,
Okay, good,
literally,
good.
Gray is in purgatory. He's just sitting there, just like, stop talking.
Yep.
Let me go.
Classic Melina.
Melina.
She doesn't talk to you after DTS. I do know that. So but that's not worth. I don't know if that's worth an extra Grace grab.
Do you see the bingo board?
Should have Grace warped. Genuinely would have been faster. Yes.
Just a
And is allowed.
proper
You
no
are allowed to
holds
do
barred
Grace warps.
Race. Roman has maybe a 10-second head start.
It might come down to sewer skip.
Yeah, it could come down to sewer skip.
Who can do sewer skip first? And
Yeah, so chat room for those who don't.
DJS
know,
is
there's
the last
obviously,
Grace
if
where
you
she
played the
doesn't
game,
talk. Yeah,
there's a
yeah.
Long walk down to Moog the Omen. There's this spiral staircase area, but there's an elevator that goes straight to his little chapel, his little underground chapel, and you can do a backstep like skip to get.
I think it
onto
would
the
theoretically
elevator,
be
but it's
blocked
a
from all
little
capital
risky.
squares if you gravity
It
kill
saves so much
DTS.
time,
Correct.
you have
Yes.
to go for it. But it is not the freest skip in the world. And with nerves like this of like, oh, can I bingo? Or oh, can I block the bingo? One of our players could very well miss it. The question is, okay, Ramon is getting the Subterranean Shunning Grounds Grace. I think this is correct to get just in case.
Yep, both players are getting it. Let me try and refresh Gray here. He is maybe a little bit.
Do they both know
behind.
the fastest way there as well?
I'm not
I
sure.
assume they both do.
If he's behind, then our players are tied.
Checking.
Gray ahead. Gray
actually
ahead.
A little ahead.
Wow.
'Cause of
Very
the
slow,
lag.
maybe 5 seconds,
Yep.
maybe less.
3 seconds. Something like that.
Oh my
Not by
goodness.
much.
1,
He just passed all
2,
the snails.
3,
And we see snails.
4.
Right now
About
here
4
for
seconds
Roman.
ahead is Gray.
They're literally, yeah.
Slightly
really
over because I
close to
started
each other.
counting slightly
A little bit
late,
more
but
health here on Roma than
Gray is
Gray.
4 to
It generally
5
comes down to
seconds
who does the skip
ahead.
First try, and who doesn't like quit out for the skip, and then
It's just the ladder. The difference is the length of the ladder. That's the difference.
Here's
right
the
now.
other thing.
That's
Roma
clicked
is
on the ladder.
way more powerful.
Clicked A on the ladder. Like that's how close we are. And here's the skip. Gray has to know that this is a race. Nice drop down from Gray. That's really, really fast.
Okay, he's
Gotta
going
line
for
it
the
up.
normal version.
nerves. Good
That's
jump. He
not gonna
missed!
make it. I knew that wasn't gonna make it. Roma
missed
does the
that
safe version. He kills the
He
thing.
got a half jump. He didn't get a full jump.
Roma gets it first try.
Roma does the also
God.
scary
Okay,
version. They
no
both do the
need.
scary version.
Oh my god. Gray gets it second
Okay.
try. He's rolling
Okay,
in.
it's now 3 seconds the other direction, basically.
Oh my goodness. More than 3.
Holy
Roma
moly.
should be ahead
Orange
by
jumped
He just
probably at least 5.
Shift this Grace in level?
Oh, don't tell me. Oh, don't tell me. There's no need. Okay.
They're both grab of the Grace for safety.
I thought Grace.
Sewer Moog is
Gray doesn't have to
free.
sit down. There's a stake of America in this fight. You could just go.
There's a stake of America here? That I didn't know.
Not at this moment.
There is no
Okay,
stake.
Roman entering the fight, maybe just a
There is
few
no
seconds
stake.
ahead here, and we know Roman's
Yeah.
good at Moog, and this is the easier Moog.
Literally just RNG.
Roman's weapon is also a little more leveled. I don't think Gray got the +10.
Yeah, that could actually also make the difference
Oh,
here.
Down to
Holy.
RNG, dude.
Oh, that bleed build up for Roma, though. Yeah, magic grease here for Gray. Definitely
That's
lesser damage.
so greedy from Roman.
Definitely lesser damage. Roma
Ooh,
does
that's
way more
not
damage.
good
He's
for
already
Gray, and now he
a
has
third
to
of the way
heal
down
up.
This Moog fight. Gray currently trying to get some staggers in there. Completely going gray screen. And now both have some buildup. But Roma is kind of running away with this with his damage. Oh!
Oh, he
Moog
gets the
is
frozen
paralyzed.
and T-posing Moog
That
too.
happens sometimes. That's just a game bug.
That is just a thing that happens.
Okay.
He like when he's up against the wall, he's like his AI freaks out sometimes. He just stands there.
Yeah, Roma's damage with the
And
+10
that's a
is
big
a
dagger.
good bit
Oh,
higher.
God. Yep. Unless something happens here tragically for Roman, he's looking like he's taking game 1 here in the
Even
base
if Gray
game
got the
with
skip
a
first try,
sneaky,
he was
sneaky
definitely just
0-5.
losing because his damage is
Oh,
just
gets
not as
stabbed
high.
with a spear.
Roll, heal.
The lack of +10
Nice
really,
roll.
really cost Gray in this match a lot.
There it is. One more R1. Bang. Greeds it. Row 5. Bang.
There it is.
There it
If Gray was +10, I guarantee you Gray, at minimum, doesn't get bingoed on here. He would have been faster on his bosses in Liurnia. He would have been faster on his Godric Whip only. He would have been faster on his Moog kill. And those 3 things together would have made the difference to him winning instead of losing this square. Dang, that is such a rough one. Obviously, he wanted to, like, go. He wanted to start getting things. He wanted his Tree Sentinel +0. He wanted his tunnels or precipices. But, like, everything he did was uncontested. They went for completely different lines. And when you go for uncontested stuff, whoever gets more upgrades wins almost every time.
is.
DTS faster. Yep, exactly. His weapon upgrade is +22, which is still very good. But getting the +10 saves you probably upwards of 10 to maybe even 20 seconds per kill, especially if they're longer bosses. Potentially. So it pays for itself in just a couple of boss fights.
I just have to applaud Roman.
I mean, probably not some of the bosses in Liurnia, like Adon, probably only saves like 2 seconds, 5 seconds at most or whatever. But like, it definitely makes a difference.
How you play a bingo line.
Yeah.
Like he played it. He greeted maybe even more than one would expect, just a tad, but it wound up working out.
The other thing, and this is wishful thinking. Don't take this as like any sort of mistake from Gray, because even I was like, I'm not sure if I would have liked this. But if Gray going for the full line had hard greeted into doing Renala as his final boss in Liurnia, he genuinely just would have been ahead of Roma, and Roma would have had no way of stopping him from getting to the capital first. It's a very, what if, alternate scenario, alternate universe thing, but like, if that had happened, right? So just a couple of like tiny changes that really could have swung this into Gray's favor, and instead everything swung into Roma's favor, and his sneaky line absolutely paid off.
I think based on the damage difference, even if Gray gets Moog skip first try, I don't.
Would have gotten whips though. So I'm saying when he did Liurnia bosses, not if he did Renala after Liurnia bosses, but when he marked Liurnia bosses, if that had included Renala, then when Gray marked whips only, he would have just been ahead of you into capital, is what I'm saying.
I think he wins the race. His damage was so much worse due to the plus 25 difference, I think.
Yeah. Not going for that.
I think Goma would have known that he did Renala for 4 Liurnia bosses because it would have been faster now. You mean slower? Because it would have been slower? Well, let's see how long it took Gray to do 4 bosses in Liurnia for whether that could have been the case. Let's see. Let's assume that he spends all the time doing Liurnia bosses from after he marks tunnels or precipice. So he marked tunnels or precipice.
Gray is not pleased, it looks like, with the Moog
at
matchup, especially because, like, ideally, if you're not going for Moog and your opponent does, you're
2039 and marks bosses in Liurnia.
this row because it makes it impossible for Gray to react in time. Because 2 of the squares are capital squares.
At 2851, 39 to 51, add in 13. Did I say 29? Whatever. 12 or 13, whatever. And what minute did I say?
Right? He was kind of
20. So 8. Over 8 minutes to kill 4 Liurnia bosses? I feel like that's time for Renala, no? I feel like that's absolutely time for Renala. I feel like the only reason Gray didn't get Renala, or wouldn't have gotten Renala in time, whatever, is only because he died to the Deathbird, and that lost him a bunch of time.
from killing.
Like, this was a very slow 4 bosses in Liurnia because of the death that Gray could have gotten Renala in time, I'm pretty sure. So, you know, you could be like, no, I'm sure that Renala would have taken at least 9 minutes, not 8 minutes, but like, that's a very slim margin, I'm pretty sure. Didn't he go for the Explosive Flask avatar? He did. He also went for the Explosive Flask avatar, which is way far out of the way as part of, you know, setting that up. So, yeah, I'm pretty positive if Gray had actually tried to rush the line with Renala, he just wins the game. He beats... He gets the Liurnia bosses at around the same time. He still beats Roma to whip only. And then he's just ahead on capital and just wins. Now... Right, this is not either to say that Roma made a mistake. Roma made a read. Gray made a play, right? And it happens that the play that Gray made didn't work well with what Roma was planning. And Roma's guess, risk, read, whatever you want to call it, was exactly correct about what Gray did. So, you know, at the end of the day, one person's going to make the right call, one person's going to make the wrong call, even if there are multiple possible calls that are all equally good to make. At the end of the day, Roma made the call that won him the game because it perfectly read what Gray was doing. And at the end of the day, Gray made the wrong call because he was hedging his bets towards other squares and then ended up sending the line anyway, so he was too slow on the line. So yeah, Bingus is crazy.
Moog, so he could do gold free before Gray can.
Ooh, okay.
It
like
be
going to God.
what it be.
One here for Roman, taking game 1 in the base game. But we have one more match, chat, and that is going to be the DLC match here.
How did Roman know he had time to finish paintings before Moog? He didn't. But what he did is he said, what is Gray more likely to try to snipe away from me? And the logical answer is painting rewards. Because Gray guaranteed knows Roma is in the capital for gold free. So if Gray is not in the capital yet, Gray's only hope would be painting rewards. So Roma bet that he would probably go for painting rewards first. And alternatively, Roma was so far ahead on painting rewards. How long did it even take him? A minute? Minute and a half? when it's that quick, the odds that it loses you Moog are much smaller because it's very quick, and the odds that you would lose painting rewards going for Moog become much larger. So it is a smart play, just statistically numbers-wise, from Roma. Right? We happen to know Gray was going for Moog, and I was like, Gray has to go for Moog because he has no painting rewards. But Roma had no way to know that for sure. So, each player once per match is allowed to peer slightly into the future. Roma used his on painting rewards. So true, so true.
And Gray's saying that he's definitely more of a DLC player. So we'll be back in about 10 minutes.
All right, let's see game 2. I mean, that, like, right, again, that was an incredibly well-played offensive game from both players. It just turns out that all the risks and choices that Gray made, basically none of them ended up paying off, which is not to say that he made an objectively wrong call. He just made calls that could have gone either way, and they kind of all went against him, and Roma made reads that all went his way. It's not to say Roma wouldn't have won, you know, anyway, if, like, you know, some of the calls went the other way or whatever. Like, you know, it's just, it was such a razor-thin game that if anything tips one way, it's gonna fall that way. Because they were both going for a line, when one thing tips Roma's way, it's just like, it's just gonna fall that way, you know? You can argue that Roma also played better. Maybe he did, perhaps. But he also had, you know, the calls that he made all were correct. This game is Skidoo equals good. Well, I already knew that.
Every single season, how the requirements kind of drop.
I was also really demotivated seeing this board. I changed some decisions he would have made. Does he hate Moog? Is that why? Or do you mean the DLC game?
And, like, the intensity goes up. You know, it's like, oh, you know.
Because I haven't even seen the DLC board yet. Let's see what the DLC board says. It says, Remembrance Boss Hitless, Falling Star Beast, Ancient Dragon Man, Dancing Lion. It says, base game bosses in the DLC, synergizes with Falling Star Beast. That's a backside. Blow a finger. Hitless. That's all backside. I'm seeing a backside Andrew. Colossal Finger Creeper. Sheesh. But if you go Ancient Dragon Man, you get closer to Rolling Giant Lightning Ram. You still do have 2 unique base game bosses, one of which is the Deathrite Bird, which is also there. So Ancient Dragon Man into Deathrite Bird, which gets you right next to Rolling Giant Lightning Ram and gets you right next to Put Florisax to sleep. That ain't bad either. Very interesting. I'm always a backside Andrew. I always go for the backside of Shadowkeep, but also Death Mask Helms. That's pretty good. Iris of Occultation. That's pretty good. Yeah, I'm seeing, to me, it's a backside game. But I do think South is really powerful. You kind of want to be the person who wins some of the backside and then lets your opponent have the last couple while you go take South, and now you got, like, a bunch of the stuff at the backside of Shadowkeep, and you got all the stuff South, and then you're just, like, chilling. That's kind of what I'm seeing here. Is something like that could be powerful.
Florisax center square.
That row 2 is yummy, no? Bear, Lion, Hippo, ugh, gross. 2 base game bosses, sure, if you win it. You gotta win it first, right? You gotta have a plan for how to win it. You gotta either go Falling Star Beast and Tree Sentinel, or you gotta go Deathbird and Mariga, which is gonna be contested either way, right? If you go one way, your opponent goes the other way, they could contest that for sure. Dancing Lion does have synergy with Bear, Lion, Hippo. Absolutely. Rolling Giant Lightning Ram, that's a toss-up. Anybody could go for that at any point. 3 DLC full armor sets, that's a toss-up. Anybody could go for that at any point. This feels like too fast of a line, too contested of a line to just send. Like, if you send Dancing Lion, you're probably going to lose unique base game bosses in the DLC. If you send unique base game bosses in the DLC, you've got no priority on armor sets or Rolling Giant Lightning Ram. Or Dancing Lion if they wanted to go that way. Like,
there is definitely a doozy here.
Feels a little too it feels a little too good of a line that, like, something's probably getting taken. I'm not saying it will. I genuinely still have no idea the results of this game. But
just to see what we have.
Also, Great Omen Killer Cleaver for a second time.
Man,
Yeah, I was about to say, anything that pushes
that's
south here, right?
big
Flora
rush.
Sacks to Sleep is also there.
DLC armor sets is a rush. DLC
Lamont didn't lock
Spirit
himself out of
Ashes
any
pretty
squares?
fast.
Holy.
Hefty pots. Remembrance boss hit.
Column 4 is pretty good. Let's see here. Ancient Dragon Man. Ancient Dragon Man gets you to Deathrite Bird, so that's a great synergy. Spirit Ashes, I feel like you lose to the person going backside. I feel like it's easier there. What Spirit Ashes are there at the south? I think there's... Is there one by the Deathrite Bird, or is that just a sorcery? Is there a Spirit Ash there? Gravebird? There. That's kind of it. Yeah, I mean, obviously you get the one for free at Fort of Reprimand, so you only need to find 2 more, but... Yeah, I don't know. That one's kind of tough. That one's maybe a little tough. I mean, you could do a Catacomb... No, I'm thinking of a Jail. Jails give Spirit Ashes, Catacombs don't. Catacombs is also slow. I don't know. I'm not really seeing it. If you go south, you don't have priority on Dancing Lion. I mean, unless your opponent just ignores it because they want to do their backside stuff, but...
Corner square.
I don't know. Not necessarily seeing it.
There's Yalan summon.
Catacomb also
Not
have
a
Spirit Ashes, but it's super slow. Oh, right. Yeah.
Like, there's more south, I think, than there is, like, Rao Ruins.
There should be craft-specific
there's
Hefty
Blow a
Pot squares
Finger
because nobody
and
makes
2
the Hefty
base
Rock
game
Pot,
bosses
and that
in
makes you
DLC.
sad. You could
So,
synergize it, but...
You know, but there, like, we've got Deathrite Bird, Florisax to
The Catacombs are the slow thing,
Catacombs,
but only bad ones
or
have
not
Spirit
Catacombs.
Ashes.
Yeah, Deathrite
Oh.
Bird, Florisax to Sleep, Ancient Dragon Man, Rolling Giant, Lightning Ram is not far from there.
Column 1 is
all
great
of
to
those
bait
are sort of
opponent
in
into
the
Bearline
same-
Hippo, Finger Metter, Yolan, Iris. Oh, go backside. Win Hitless and Blow a Finger. Have priority on Iris. So you do Iris, and you force your opponent into Bear Lion Hippo because they are going to lose out on Yolan. And if they don't notice it and you get this, you then go take Lion from them. And then they still have to do Bear Lion Hippo without getting credit for Lion. That'd be kind of neat. It's very
Blow a
greedy,
Finger also
but like if it
definitely,
worked.
you could do.
It's a lot that's happening on south side. We do have some backside here. Falling Star Beast and Colossal Finger Creeper.
Oh,
So
I
that's
didn't
a
even
thing.
see that. The
My
text
crazier is leveling from 0-0
Yeah,
always
and
bad,
Spirit
as in you
Ashes.
lose
So
the
that
space
backside
between
and helmets.
Grace and
So-
Fog
Two
Wall.
unique-
Leveling from 0-0 always bad, as you lose the space between Grace and Fog Wall.
base game bosses.
Correct,
Yeah,
yeah,
this
you
is
should always
tough,
have
right?
leveled
Well, here's the
before
thing.
0-0. You
Unique
should always be
base
waiting
game
at the
bosses,
Fog
but
Wall.
Deathrite Bird also on the board here. So
They
Deathrite Bird
True, in
and
the same
are
Deathrite
doing that.
Diagonal.
In the same diagonal.
Hear me out, all right? Hear me out. You go Ancient Dragon Man, all right? You get yourself set up. with a
Weapon leveling at round 2. You're not allowed to. You are not allowed to do
class
that.
weapon, all right?
That
Then
is
you go
against the
Axis.
rules.
It's on the way. Guess what else is on the way?
You're totally right. You
Deathrite
should do
Bird
that,
and
but you're not allowed to.
Now
The
you got
rules
the
say no.
diagonal. And then you hit him with the Senesac Center Square. Hitless Bale. GG's.
Hit with fail. GG's. You're done.
W.
Like porting at 0-0. Oh. Depends. Depends on the graces you're going to get along the way. You're right, it is in general bad. But let's say, for example, you were going to go to Ancient Dragon Man as your first square. There's no convenient grace on the way to Ancient Dragon Man. You could get Scorched Ruins, but it's out of your way by more than this is. You could get the one by Egon, but that's way out of your way by, like, I don't know, 10 times as much as this is. You could get the one in the cave, but then you have to walk back out, which is about this amount. You could argue it's maybe similar. Maybe you want the one in the cave, and then walk out there, but it's not definitively better. Porting at 0 is fine if you're going for example, an Ancient Dragon Man rush, and there are no graces you'd want to pick up. You want to just level your weapon, then head straight to Ancient Dragon Man, picking up 0 graces along the way.
Close out the
You
board.
actually lost. I saw it from Flame 1.
Crazy line there, but it is Bob.
Now, that's also not the way I do it. If I'm rushing Ancient Dragon Man, I want at least a Skidoo, so I'm not like full rushing it, and that means I want to sit, which means I'm going to get a grace, which means
Probably not gonna happen.
But
Uh,
there are some people who
I
will
don't know
do
if
Ancient
Dragon
Dragon
Man
Man
is gonna be
Skidoo 0. off the rip.
Grail is crazy, dude. If he does the Godzilla laser attack,
And I guess that's what Scray's
you're
doing?
just, like, hoping you've
That's the only one I can think that you would immediately port back.
I still can't do it. I still get hit every time.
I learned it last season.
With Wild Strikes, you get Frost Grease, multi-hit, and go. There's nothing else to do. You know? That's fair, I suppose.
The dodge for it, honestly, it's crazy.
That's fair, I
it's a
suppose.
real attack they put in the game, because the dodge for it is absolute
Quickly, can you snag Yolan? Super late.
nuts. You have to, like,
It takes you, I don't know, 15 to 20 minutes by itself
Run
as a
at,
square
like,
if you
11
have no
o'clock.
synergy. Probably more than that even.
but not sprint. Roll at the correct time twice, and then like cut in out. It's so dumb.
Yeah,
It
it's
is
very
absurdly
Still,
long.
Not as stupid as the laser.
It is
attack
painfully
on
slow, yeah.
Metter.
Yeah. I
That
will say
shit's just
Metter is still a better
undodgeable.
boss than Bale.
Whoa, Dom. Dom trying to get us all canceled out here. Did he just say Metter is a better boss than Bale? He's spitting? I mean, frick Bale, I agree, but are we not saying frick Metter? Are we not?
I think so.
I don't love fighting either of them.
See, ADEF is my code. ADEF knows what's up.
I think Bale, as is me. Anyways, shop time here, ready for Grail, by the way. Going to be
Yeah,
grabbing some stones off the
Immediately
ribskis.
going.
It isn't about Metter. Metter is low-hanging fruit. Okay. Well, why are we not picking the low-hanging fruit? It's right there. You could just grab it. It's right. You're allowed to just grab it. You don't have to leave the low-hanging fruit and go for a fruit that's way further up. You know what I'm saying?
Nox Flowing Hammer. The
It's just right
Stone
there.
Club.
Ooh,
Not
yeah.
much.
Venomous Fangs, I do like. But we have Omen Killer Cleaver.
It's
like,
not going to be better than Omen Killer.
Yeah, like I would still grab Stone Club and Venomous Fangs because one, it's cheap. Two,
It's not a
the
best
stat
of three.
requirements
Correct.
are
It's
really
not a
low,
best of three.
And they're different weapon types. Strike
You do 2 games and you get points per
slash,
game.
Whereas Omen Killer is just standard.
So you can
So
get 1
having
point, 2 points,
different
or
weapon
0
varieties
points.
For different bosses, I think is still
You
worth
hope to not
considering,
get 0.
especially if you are, going to be just killing everything on this board here. We have Dancing Lion is on the board here, but there's nothing else really for Bellerot. I mean, Iris of Occultation, you need to do Queen Line at some point.
Whoa! How did Gomaz's jump get eaten there?
I do see that.
Ramaz
but-
struggling just a bit with ADM skip here.
I've never seen a jump not happen there. There are plenty of times where the Elden Ring eats your jump. I've never seen it on the
Does
Gravestone
get it.
skip.
I will say he also picked up Blade of Mercy, which is like a maybe 25, 30
Was
second
Hungry
detour
sorry?
that
Ah,
is
okay.
usually worth. If there is any amount of kill on the board, which there is, Blade of Mercy
ADM
is
Invader
super
into ADM
undervalued
since
most of
NPC
the
Invader is
time. I
also a
think
square, or just send ADM? Just send to ADM. Like the Invader square is a much later square that you can do when you're much more powerful and you can kill the Invader
Incredible
super
counter.
quick.
just gets you an unbelievable damage.
And you're not getting a square now. So the idea effectively with bingo, just as an entire concept, is the early squares are done early because they are better than other squares. I think that's hopefully fairly obvious. So the idea is if you are setting up for a bad square and you lose out on an easy square, that's bad for you. You have put time into something that is worth less than your opponent who put time into something that is worth more.
Damage buff. I think it's like 20 seconds of damage buff after a riposte or something.
It is.
Yeah.
Blade of Michja.
It's ridiculous, and it costs no money, as opposed to the other talismans that you would want do cost money and time to go back to Kale.
Yeah. Now, ooh, Gray is getting one Skidoo. Oh, that's the other benefit to upgrading right away is you have an upgraded weapon to kill this guy to get the one Skidoo. Right.
so we got
So you
the-
do kind of need to upgrade right away if you're doing Ancient Dragon Man Rush.
Grabbing.
Yeah.
Silverhorn Tender.
Just grabbing the Skidoo here. Just wants the Skidoo.
Yeah,
fair
you
enough.
you
I think
gotta
if
for
you're
Ancient
rushing
Dragon Man. I feel like
Man,
it.
This is the one Skidoo level that you
Yeah,
just
yeah,
need
yeah.
just to have that, DLC attack bonus.
I agree. I like this from
defense bonus.
Gray.
I think the first Skidoo fragment.
I mean, I don't think this is where I would have gone as a first, but I like if you're going Ancient Dragon Man, I think getting that
It's
Skidoo is
50%
super,
or
super
something like that.
valuable.
It's something like insane. The first 3 levels.
I think that's
4
a very,
levels are,
very
like,
smart play.
critical.
The difference between 0 Skidoo and 1 is huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot to update the overlay. Hold on.
The
So-
question is Gray
Jesus
going to...
Christ.
Okay, well, Gray is currently stop motion.
Gray is
He's
currently
actually
gray.
animation at the moment. But he is going straight for ADM. I think this is probably...
Time is currency in bingo. True.
I think what Roma is doing, getting...
Ancient
backside
Dragon
access,
Man, take me by the
maybe
hand,
not
take
the
me
worst
to the
play
land.
long term, but I think going ADM immediately, I would think it was a race, personally.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree. But there is a lot to play on this board, and there is a lot of non-south side that you can go for here as well. So it really depends, right? We're grabbing Fort of Reprimand Grace here for Holma, but we are racing here for Ancient Dragonman for
Yeah,
Gray.
I'm
With
curious to
Frost
see
Priest in
how
hand,
South versus
so he
presumably
almost
Roma
makes
is going
this fast as
backside is going to
possible,
work out.
And maybe we get a good katana.
Because my read was backside, but
Oh, by the way, out of this, maybe we get like
there is also a
Rakshasas,
lot of South. I am.
normal
It is very
great
possible I
katana.
could be proven wrong
have
here.
him here as well.
Gray Katana, Rakshasas, I
Yo.
think you can get DHGK.
What up,
maybe?
not Beto?
I can't remember if it can randomize the actual weapon into its original
50
state.
Shades of Gray.
Bad
Yeah.
katanas would be like Moonveil. The
Serpent
stat
Bone
requirement is
Blade.
too high. Serpent Bone Blade sucks. What's the really...
To be honest, right now, what's a bad katana? Every katana. You've got Great Omen Killer Cleaver. It's going to outclass every katana. Great katanas? There's another question. But there is no katana that's better than Great Omen Killer
The
Cleaver.
short one,
That's for
Wakizashi,
sure.
Or is that the long one?
That's a Wakizashi isn't a katana though.
I don't think there's a regular katana that's even
What am I
close to
thinking?
Great Omen Killer Cleaver.
The really short one.
Nagakiba?
Nagakiba is the really long
Nagakiba is the
one.
long one. Nagakiba is so good, dude.
Look at
I
this Ancient
love
Dragon Man
Nagakiba.
fight, by the way. It's so fast. And there it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wild
Skips the
strikes on
healing.
NPCs.
One Skidoo, by the way.
But is it better than Moonveil? See, this was played on a Wednesday, not a Monday, so yes.
And Homage is like,
that's a good
okay,
one.
cool. Fine, you got first square. That's fine. I know where you are. I know how much time you've put already into that south side. I'm
Wild
just gonna do
strikes.
Altus, and you're not.
James Serpent Bone Blade sucks. It's got a
pretty
cool
good
name and
for me.
design. Yeah.
It's also sub 5 minutes. It's only been 4.5 minutes. Gray has a weapon set up and
Yep.
already has a square. I don't feel like he's wasted much time at all.
I agree. I'm
Ooh.
also talking from the perspective of Roma being like, okay, I didn't waste any time racing.
I actually kind of like this from Gray. That's actually very interesting. Take the Ancient Dragon Man early square, show, quote unquote, that you're in the south side, and if Roma ever wants to go to the south, he has to just take it from you, and then chase him on backside, and sure, maybe you lose out on, you know, Remembrance Boss hitless, but then you trade him and you get Falling Star Beast, then you're ahead on base game bosses, or maybe you lose Falling Star Beast, and you're like, I'm behind on this, but I can get Blow a Finger, I can still get Colossal Finger Creeper, I can still get Remembrance Boss hitless.
I've got
I
good
actually like
map
this from Gray.
progress. have
I
a
think I
little
like
bit
this
of
a lot,
head start
actually.
on anything else.
I think that's kind of a good, almost half counter to backside, is like, get at least one other square and then join backside and take still half of the stuff there.
right now. Like right now, if you wanted to go, let's say,
That's actually quite nice.
I don't know, Colossal Finger Creeper, right?
When Chris is commentating, it's mandatory to discard
you go for
Moonveil if you
armor
find it.
sets.
True. Because it's hilarious.
Can we send this footage to Musk and be like, the hell are you doing?
Bro has bigger fish to fry right now, and by that I mean he's being an asshole
I think it's very fair to assume that ADM was a race. Maybe?
on Twitter. Okay, we got our priorities. Sabrina Carp.
And even if so, right, if you're Gray and you assume it was a race, you kill Ancient Dragon Man, you're like, awesome. So he's going to keep killing Ancient Dragon Man, head to the south. I'll go backside. I've taken already the most powerful square from the south. Now I can also get all the powerful squares from the backside, and then I'm just
Printers in
scoop it
Bingo,
all up.
And Elon Musk is gonna
Either
create
way, I think this is great
Starlink
for Gray.
Specifically for Gray for Bingus. Okay, these are two things we know to be true.
That's how it works.
Romai's. Oh, this is North Ruins. Okay, I was like, where is this skip that we're doing right now? Oh, it's down to.
if you show ADM, then
Yes.
return to threaten a bingo line.
Yeah, since we don't have
What?
to do the Great Axe check, you might as well skip all
Bingo
the way down
line, I
here,
suppose.
Because we already have Omen Killer Cleaver. And this
I
is the
cut out
thing,
what was
though,
that noise you
I
made?
do
Don't worry
think,
about
though,
it.
Rushing Ancient Dragon Man is really good for Gray because, yes, one, it's a square on the board, but also two, he already has a lot of money now.
So I remember Chris losing his mind when Aggie was using the Rose's axe. Yep.
Boss kill really
that was funny.
Your starting like position, I would say, to where you can really bulldoze a lot of things, right? If it's
I assume Gray grabbed the Grace here. I'm just gonna check real quick. Yeah, okay. Just wanted to see.
You're starting like
needs it later for DLC full armor sets.
Right? If it's Golden Hippo, if it's Ancient Dragon Man, if it's Solitary Jail Knight, Gaius even sometimes being your first.
Sun attacks being center square is pain. Yeah.
Catapult your damage so much because those love the scaling, right? It just helps so much. Not even just the talismans, literally just leveling just helps a bunch. So Gray just having that head start is really going to help him trying to start bulldozing other stuff here. I'm surprised we don't kill Egon here, by the way, for the armor set.
I think for sure on Omen Killer Cleaver, I'm saving up so that I can buy Rotwing Sword Insignia and
has it already?
Jar Shard. I'm buying both of.
I actually don't like Alexander Jarshard in the DLC specifically. It's so hard to find times to Wild Strikes. Like, I love Wild Strikes, but like, when are you ever gonna Wild Strikes like Rolana aside from like 1, 2, 3 when she's staggered? When are you ever gonna? I mean, Rolana's not on the board, but like, just as an example, when are you Wild Striking Dancing Lion aside from when he's staggered? When are you Falling Star Beast? You probably could because he's a base game boss. Like.
For sure on this build.
I feel like there's just so many that you just can't Wild Strikes.
Wild Strikes will go absolutely nutty insano mode.
All NPCs? Sure, but what NPCs are left on the board? I mean, I guess there's Iris that's 2, but like Natting Hand, I suppose. NPC invaders, there's a few. But you're also murdering them in like 10 seconds anyway. Like, making your fastest fights faster doesn't help nearly as much as making your slowest fights faster.
I don't know, take your pick of Ritual Sword or Ritual Shield. But
building to make your fastest fights faster, I feel like is not necessarily a winning play.
Yeah.
And you have the money for
Yolan? Yeah, true.
Rotwing Sword Insignia is 50 or 75 or something. Alexander Jarshard is similar. So you might need to kill one more boss or get the America's Rune or something to be able to afford both of them. Oh, they're both 25. Oh, well then, bish bash bosh, get in there, baby.
Yeah. I'd say definitely Rotten Sword Insignia and Alexander, and then you want to get that multi-hit tier and stamina regen tier. Like, those are the tiers I think are default tiers that players go for their physic. Very, very, very good.
Yeah, I do like those tiers.
For Romain Jacques right now, going to be going for the Church District Grace here. Going to get access to all of Shadowkeep and start getting some access to backside. Pretty much full map progression here for him right now. He just wants to have a head start on some of these things and really trying to maneuver around this board as soon as possible.
Yeah, Wild Strikes on Giant Lightning Ram. Yeah, that does.
I could genuinely see
yeah, that'll be so great.
Go still for Ancient Dragon Man.
Yo, what up, Major Bud?
Progression and sneak Florisax to sleep.
Yes, the reason you want to do that is because this top left bottom
Bish
right
Bash Bosh, get in there, baby, is an S tier senior yearbook quote. True.
At least you can force your opponent into Senesax, right? Like, I think that line from Remembrance Boss hitless down to Florisax to sleep is really good. If you can get Remembrance Boss hitless and Florisax, you put your opponent in a difficult position.
That's a very... I mean, I agree. That would be awesome. But, like, Gray is ahead on Deathbird and Florisax. No question. But Roma is definitely ahead on Remembrance Boss hitless and now base game bosses in the DLC because Gray didn't commit to Deathrite Bird Mariga. So...
because you force them into...
I don't really see somebody getting the diagonal entirely.
And one of the tree sentinels that are right here. And then suddenly you have a huge row built up.
Yep.
I mean, if I'm Gray, I'd head for it, right? I'd be like, I hope I can get Remembrance Boss hitless and base game bosses in the DLC first, but I wouldn't be betting on it.
Who plays into it, right? I mean, even the other...
Is it better damage to Wild Strikes instead of taking a riposte on bosses? No, not instead. But it's best to Wild Strikes a bit than take the riposte.
You know, you can go for Dancing Lion. You have Colossal Finger Creeper back here as well. You can blow a finger for going towards that Colossal Finger Creeper.
What would you change to shake up the next season of Bingo?
Good luck dealing
I have a
with
lot
that.
of
Have
ideas,
fun.
random
Or
ideas.
you do it yourself.
My favorite idea for a next season of Bingo is a coach plus noob season, where you pair up explicitly. So like season 5 was pairs, but like me and Aggie, neither was a coach, neither was a noob. It was just two good players. You know, Bree and Tom, who won, were just two good players. You know, like explicitly a coach plus a relative noob. I say relative noob because, you know, like it doesn't, obviously it's not going to be somebody who's never played Elden Ring. Like that wouldn't really make sense. Unless you redid the entire board for someone who's never played Elden Ring, which could be kind of fun, but like...
If you're confident enough.
Yeah, blow a finger is also just fast.
I think that would be fun. I don't know if the coach would also play or would only be there to
it's hardly
help
more
their
time.
teammate,
Another,
but
minute to go.
the main focus would be on the noobs playing and the coaches helping. And then maybe coaches also play as like a tiebreaker or something, I don't know, but...
And it gets that NPC drop talisman. Yeah, there is just a lot on this board. DLC, I mean, I know, obviously...
The season does have such a clear divide between Team USA and the other teams, it's almost sad to look at pairings in advance. Not really.
As many routes as base games. There's not as much...
People can absolutely beat Blanks and Tom, especially if they start going for more lines. I think the big reason that nobody yet has actually fully taken a game off... and by the way, the person who came the closest within like 2 seconds was Iron Yu, because he was willing to send a line. Like, if other people learn from that, bro, the cracks are starting to show. The blueprint is out there. People just gotta send it.
Hand really fast. Like if you fall far behind, it can feel insurmountable. But in reality, kind of,
Isn't that really hard to watch from a viewer perspective? Why would it be? What was the new idea? I got an ad, sorry. Coach plus noob season.
Because the DLC is so fast, you actually can come back from a big square deficit in the DLC.
DB2 Exhibition Weekend was great when Tom played with Lobos. Oh, I missed that.
Position, obviously.
I knew versus Aggie was top tier. It was.
It really depends on how much you've unlocked region-wise.
Heard you were looking for noobs. Hey, I'm not the guy. I'm not the guy to contact. I just think that would be fun. I just think that would be fun.
And just getting map progression.
Now, what would be really fun? What if those noobs, you know,
and kind of forfeiting Ancient Dragon Man because he's like, you know what?
We're also like real big name streamers. If you could get them. I'm not saying we could. Maybe that'd be a bad idea. Maybe you bring in a bunch of, you know, random toxic people from outside the community and like it's horrible, but like it'd be fun to try.
But that's an early game square, sure. But I really just want to be able to maneuver as fast as possible and respond as quickly as possible.
That'd be insane. I'm not saying we could, but like, imagine.
For most DLC matches, there are some times where definitely squares, there's just too many early game squares to sacrifice.
You know, imagine it's, you know, Kai Cenat versus I Show Speed versus Ludwig. You know, like, each with their own coach.
That progression. But on this one, there not being so many.
Aggie S. Kai sent.
I think it's very much being like, okay, that's fair.
Dist is a bingo newbie. Oh, true.
Love this movement from Roman. This is something we didn't do very much in
But
earlier
Emir would be
DLC
down.
seasons, but this is faster.
That'd be fun if she was.
If you're heading
I mean, I don't know. I have no connection. I have no connections. I'm just spitballing like, hey, if you did a noobs with pro coaches, like,
very slightly faster.
That'd be fun.
Way, then go around the left. It just doesn't, like, you can't. You have to.
And like that would be so loud. Oh, the chat would be
don't
flying.
This little skip, and it is faster. Something I would love to see more players do that Roman is about to do. That maybe
Are the 2 rounds, 1 main game, other DLC?
Step.
Correct. For this, for this season,
off of a
that is the
slightly high
format.
ledge, you'll get
1 base game round,
where,
1
like,
DLC
it
round.
drops
You
to
can win
super
up to
low
2
posts or
points if you can win
if
both
you're on an
games.
elevator like this, you can drop off slightly early by doing a back step, and you can immediately
Iron Mouse and Iron You and Team Iron.
This is a very small optimization that if you're racing on Gaius or Jory...
Has this ever mentioned bingo? I'm sure a lot of people have asked him to play. I don't know. Not that I've heard.
But yeah, watch how...
Dist, I think, really does not like to be locked into Gray skipping a skidoo again. The classic.
So very, very
I
slightly
hate skipping the skidoo.
faster.
I
And
loathe
that's
it.
just the type of insight that I provide, okay? That's just the type of god-level gaming that you can expect.
What did
Very,
Adef say?
very slightly square. But yeah, watch how once the opening appears, he's going to backstep, hold forward, and he's immediately running. So very, very slightly faster. And that's just the
True, Adef, true. I want to see if Loma grabbed it. I just curious. Just curious.
You know,
He
you go for
did.
dancing line, you have
That's
classic
right, Loma. Yes.
to Emir, and you can't small optimization. But yeah, watch how once the opening appears, he's going to backstep, hold
That's
forward,
gonna be
and
scary though. It's not if you practice it. Like everything is scary until you practice it. That skidoo is 10 times easier than like Tiolier skip, for example. Like
he's immediately running. So very, very slightly faster. And that's just the type of insight that I provide, okay? That's just the type of god-level gaming that you
That was
can
with a tie. They
expect
both get 1
from
point.
Pokemon YouTuber Adef, who's currently commentating Elden Ring Bingo.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Here we go for upgrade time now here with Romain Jacques, though, going to be upgrading his Omen Killer Cleaver just now, 13 minutes into the match.
That's true, I have
when
not
Gray
practiced that.
marked his
There you
first
go, you just
square,
gotta practice it a
already
little.
Upgraded at 450.
At 4 minutes.
does he skip it just to gain like 2 seconds? No, he has fallen at least once, and so now he never does it again because he does not want to fall again.
So
And
that's
this is the gamble you're
crazy.
taking in DLC. Is map progress more important than square count in the early game? This is the constant DLC struggle.
Yep.
Is like in base game you have all these graces unlocked once you get torrent, so like you kind of Bob's your uncle, you can do whatever you want. But in DLC you have to choose between map progress over your opponent or kill count progress over your opponent. You just have to pick one.
Yeah, no, I agree. And side note, I could commentate Pokemon. Just saying, I could do that.
You absolutely could.
100%.
This man's
Maybe
played
not to
Kaizo.
the insight.
This man's played Kaizo Ironmon.
I
You
have.
know.
I have. I actually did. I did trivia for you guys.
And it famously went really well.
That's why I know
Hydrate.
stuff now.
Yeah.
Win is what is it coming?
Thank you for the hydrate.
I want more what is it?
Well, whenever
As one of the
bingo is
people that's
done.
been on what is it the most times.
What is it?
I'm a big what is it enjoyer.
Thank you. Yeah, once bingo is done, I do want to do a
Streamers are afraid of water. Confirmed. True. That's why we don't shower.
What is it episode? It's gonna be really, really fun.
I mean, that's why other streamers
so good.
they don't shower.
So
What
good.
is it?
What is? What's the show name? What is it? No, seriously.
I think when stakes are this high, I'd be frightened of a jump like that too. Simple jumps become way harder when people are watching. That's true, but you know, you gotta like. I feel like that's one of the things that like, if you don't take incredibly small risks, because like I'm not gonna say it's no risk, but it is an incredibly small risk to get that skidoo for the payoff, the gains of every single fight for the rest of the game is gonna be faster. Like I feel like it's a little, you know, defeatist of like
Who's on?
I agree it's going to be harder, but I'd still think the calculus favors you should still do it anyway.
First, and that's it. He's
No,
like,
no. I think he's floor saxing.
you think
He
so?
might be getting the more grace, in order to get the black syrup.
He could. He's
isn't
setting up
this-
dancing a line. Ooh, I mean, I like this just in general because, here actually.
Interesting. Roma
map time,
pivoting
we'll do
out
some, a bunch of running around here. Map.
at.
The most time.
I mean, obviously upgrading his weapon. He had to do that at some point. So yeah, pivots out at Gaius's grace. That's interesting to me. Interesting. So if Gray goes for it,
So like, that's in order to get the black syrup.
then Gray gets whichever square here he wants. He can take Hitless first if he wants that. He can take Falling Star Beast first if he wants that, which puts him ahead on base game bosses in the DLC. He can take Finger Creeper. He can take Blow a Finger. So
He could. He's
isn't
setting up
this-
Dancing Lion.
Interesting from Goma. Dancing Lion is powerful because it also sets up Bear Lion Hippo, but like, and it technically sets up like Given Iris, and it, the Horned Warriors. There's stuff there, but like, it's still slow. It's still slow to get there. I mean, it does also help you get Florisex to sleep. Because you need to talk to more eventually. I don't know.
Actually, map time. What we're still do some.
I still feel like it's a little slow. I feel like it's a little slow.
Let's go, map. Right. So we have.
You're in an
armor
elite
sets
tournament.
on
You can't be
board
afraid of
for
doing a small
players.
thing to make yourself stronger.
And,
That's how I
Gray is
feel.
graying out.
I mean, you can be afraid, but you can't not do it. You know what I mean? You can be afraid when you do it, and you can take it really safe and careful.
So if you
But
go for this main gate, Grace, where Moore is at, you go.
pretty sure it just gets more Skidoo to make hitless easier. We'll see.
Prospect Town.
We'll see what he
Get to
does.
that armor set afterwards. This also has a fist weapon check, by the way. This could be Star Fists. Who knows?
Oh yeah, because the Pata is there.
Exactly. And then the other one is Egon, right? On the way to Ancient.
Ooh, grabbing Savage Lion's Claw as well. That also is going to make his damage higher.
Egon.
And gets rid of Wild Strikes.
You can kill Egon,
Which you're sad
throw his armor
about,
set and
but
his
is
bow.
worth it because Wild Strikes is so hard to use in the
Really, really
DLC.
solid.
It's better to get heavy or cold, your choice, than it is to send it. Oh, that's actually all he gets. All he gets is Savage Lion's Claw.
Highland armor set,
Yeah.
I think it's called.
And the other thing
Interesting.
is Solitary Jail Knight. These are like the 4 most common armor sets that people grab. There is, if you want to do an early Jory. Oh, I just heard Tom perk up. An early Jory here. There is a Death Knight armor set in that Catacomb too, which is pretty sick. So if you ever do like an early Jory rush there, that Death Knight set could be really nice and really nice stats on it. And Romain Jacques going for
It's a
the
Oh, they are both going for
Yeah,
hitless.
There we go.
It's a race.
Oh,
both-
you know what else Goma picked up? On the way to Savage Lion's Claw? On that path between the starting Grace and 3-path cross? That you can see on his buff bar, although it's kind of hard to see with
both of
the
our players
overlay. That now you
somehow
can see it.
entering at the exact same time.
The Blade of Michja.
It's crazy sicko mode.
Now Goma is going to be doing way more damage.
Just by pure chance, both of our players.
Oh,
was
gets
such
hit
an early
though.
jump from
Uh-oh,
Goma.
uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh.
And he also used a rock grease as well.
Oh,
I
and he got
think- I
hit,
think-
so he quit
yeah,
out.
he jumped too early on the one that you can jump, and he already used his.
I don't
rock
even know
grease.
that he necessarily jumped too early. I think that could have worked, but he got stuck on Gaius, who didn't actually raise up above it.
This is really tough. This is the opening Gray needs.
Yep.
How
Gray
are they
here.
entering this fight at the same time? How is this happening?
I mean, hitless.
But if Gray gets this kill, now Gray is just up 2-0. Roma's map priority that he had while Graded Ancient Dragon Man is gone. And the only thing Roma will have is the Savage Lion's Claw, which is very nice, and the Blade of Michja, which is very nice. But if he doesn't finish Gaius, then Gray would actually be ahead on Skidoo, and so Gray would actually be about as
Is a
powerful.
popular square, and it's corner, and it progresses Gray's row 1.
I know, but it's at the same time. It's so crazy. Like they
Yeah.
both prepped stuff for the exact same amount of time.
It's pretty sick,
that attack.
nasty. All right,
Nice.
Oman now is in the fight.
Watching this live is crazy, I
He's
imagine.
Definitely very behind here. Nice charge dart 2 here from Gray on the head of the boar. Oh, and Roman gets hit again. He has to quit
Uh-oh,
out.
uh-oh,
Gray has
uh-oh.
a big head start here. Almost got hit by the double kick. Gets a nice jumping guard 2 stagger. And a
That
leap
was
pop.
almost too early of a
Goes
jump from
post
Gray.
onto the
Almost,
eyeball.
but it
And now
worked.
goes into phase 2. Charge dart 2 here. There we go. Roman going to
If
give
you're
it a
Roman-
3rd attempt.
How do you not leave? Maybe the Skidoo is and the levels are just valuable enough that you're like, well, also he doesn't know we're racing on this, right?
Right.
Yeah, Roma is very much an enjoyer of do Gaius if there's any reason to do Gaius, because if I win Gaius, I get 5 Skidoo, and if I get 5 Skidoo, I'm stronger than you. So
But this is-
he's
this
very
is
much
way
willing to
somewhere
just
to
send
lose
it on
now.
Gaius.
Yep. We're back in the
Okay,
fight
nice.
here. Charge dart 2.
And honestly,
Roman
I don't mind it at all.
Ones in. If Gray gets hit, this could be Roman square though. And Roman gets hit again. Oh my God, he's putting out one more
Dang.
time.
He's having a moment. He's having a moment on Gaius.
It's a good mindset.
Yeah,
Power
that's
equals
accurate.
speed.
3 attempts and I get hit early on every time, I'm leaving.
Yep. He's
There's
sitting
no
back at
way
the
it's
Grace.
worse.
And he's going back in.
Wow.
Just like Rocky, he's not staying down. He's going back into the Gaius fight, hitless, but Gray.
Oh, that was a really early jump from Gray. That was the early jump. Oh, no.
God, Gray got hit. Oh, my God.
Just finish the fight. If I'm Gray, I just finish the fight for the Skidoo. If I'm Gray, I just finish the fight for the Skidoo.
Early. He quits out. And now Roman is ahead on the Gaius hitless fight.
Okay.
Oh.
What is going on? Our players are spaghetti noodles. Al dente.
Oh, no.
We are noodling. We need our players to lock in.
And now,
This is-
oh my God!
Oh my God, that was a great hit from Goma.
Gray is ahead
Oh
now.
no.
Oh my
That's
God.
not safe. You can't do that. That's not safe. That's not safe.
Now Gray is ahead on the Gaius hitless fight. He is going to go ahead and track Gaius into the corner here. Stay on Torrent until that attack happens. Goes for some R1s. Gray
And
and
now
Roman
you-
going in again.
Roman probably doesn't think they're racing on it because he's like, well, if we were racing on it, I would have lost already.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
All right, Gray here trying to lock in. Roman now starting the fight as well. Both have no greases. This is pure combat. Stagger here for Gray. Goes for the
Nice.
riposte. Roman gets the jumping R2.
good. Our
Yeah,
players
this has been an interesting start to the
so
match.
early.
All right. The damage difference isn't like that obvious right now. They're both kind
It'll
of
be a little
close.
more
Roman has
obvious
higher
once
skidoo. I
Goma
almost
gets
think
the
Roman's gonna be higher skidoo.
Blade of Mitstra
it's
now.
actually
Oh,
looking-
that's
Roman
that's
kind of
big.
Overtaking here actually a little bit.
Yeah. You can see Roma is actually, despite getting in a good amount later than Gray, is actually already caught up, and we've got a lot of the fight
Stagger
left.
here from
There
Gray.
is the
Oh,
bleed
big
proc though from
stagger on the
Gray.
bleed proc goes for the riposte right afterwards. This might be a phase 2 here on Gaius for Gray. Gray kind of running ahead right now on this fight. Stagger here for Gray.
But there's the
proc as
bleed
well
from-
now. Gray gets hit.
Wait, what happened to
This
Gray?
might be a phase 2 here on Gaius for Gray. Gray kind of running ahead right now on this fight. Stagger here for Gray.
Wait, what?
Big
What
stagger
actually
on the bleed
happened?
proc. Goes
Wait,
for the
isn't
riposte
that the
right
roll
afterwards. Might be a
animation?
Phase 2 here on Gaius for Gray. Gray kind of running ahead right now
No, that's just walking.
on this fight. Stagger here for Gray. Bleed proc as well now. Gray
Oh.
gets hit. He has to quit out. Roman's
Oh,
ahead
no.
now. He is currently halfway done with Gaius. Goes for a charge dart 2. Phase 2 starts now.
Arms weak, knees.
If only someone had told him Blade of Mitstra is a good talisman.
Wait, is
There's
that,
a
did I do that
stagger.
right? I think it's knees weak, arms sweat. I don't know what's happening.
Riposte now. Here we go. Only a sixth of the health bars left. Charge R2 one more time.
Is he
Roman
going
has
for
to
Blade
lock
of
in for
Mitstra?
One more stagger. Jump R2.
I think he's actually just going for Blade of
Gray
Mitstra
left.
to help him out with
Going
damage.
towards Bellerot now. Might be looking at floor stacks to sleep instead. But Roman could get both. He has the grace. There's another stagger, and that's got to be it. Roman gets the hitless square Gaius.
Oh my
The
goodness.
post as well at the end. He just doesn't trust himself. He's
Holy
so nervous.
schmoly. Good call here from Gray, being like, hey, I don't want to necessarily contest
Hydrate.
this anymore.
I don't know that
Blade
that's
of
Shadow
Mercy.
Rune
Blade of Mercy
2
might
is
make a
that worth it.
difference.
It's a very, very small rune, but
Because Roman
Thank you for
has
the
it.
hydrate.
Is so good. And Gray sees the mark and is like, wow, I would have had that. That's such a bad feeling. That's one of the worst feelings in bingo. Where like you would
Wow.
have had it and you lost it and then the square gets marked. Roman's probably like, how did I get away with this?
Yeah.
Yep.
He's like, what is he cooking? Either I sniped him or dude is hiding a whole line that I'm not seeing.
Well, that's the thing, right? Is like if you're Roman, you're now under the impression of like, oh my god, he's made so much progress while I was doing that. I died.
I also kind of... I mean, for Roma, him getting more power before doing Gaius actually makes sense because he saw Gray do Ancient Dragon Man, so he's like, I've got time to get more power. Gray pivoting out makes sense. It's like it's not a Gaius day for me. It's just not working out for me. But where Gray is going is interesting to me. Obviously, I love getting Blade of Mitstra. I just don't know why he's getting it right now. Is he actually going to Bellerot and grabbing it along the way, or is he going Florist Axe to sleep? I suppose that blocks out the diagonal.
Like
There's at
4
least that,
times he made
but-
when in reality he actually wasted the maximum amount of Gray's time. which is unbelievable that it worked out that way. But that was actually low-key good that it took Roma so long.
Very small rune. Wow, look at Mr. Moneybags over here. True.
That's crazy, dude.
Yo, what up, side effect? Not your content to enjoy, but that's fine. Do your thing. Keep being awesome. Yo.
And
Thank you, Fur.
Also, Finger Creeper and Flung
You know.
Beast here for Roma, which makes
Totally
sense.
fine. If it's not your favorite thing, that's fine.
And Tree Sentinel is two
Yeah,
base
that's
game
two
bosses.
That's 2 base game bosses.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yep.
I think Ray might be doing concoction here. Going back to Pillar Path Waypoint. Going to be talking to Tiolier.
Wow, he didn't get the Tialier Grace on the way down. That is ballsy.
That's the new thing. Because if you have Waypoint,
Really, you just get Pillar Path Waypoint?
Yeah.
Yeah,
can
you
just
grab
drop
one
down
or the
constantly
other,
if you have to talk.
usually. And
Yeah, but if you
Pillar
get-
Path
if you get
Waypoint is better.
memed on Tialier skip, which does happen sometimes.
No, not anymore. There's a new skip that people do. That's
I've still seen people get memed even with the new skip, but yeah. What did Gray buy with ADM money?
it's like consistent.
No, even with the new one, because I do the new one as well. I once did it correctly.
It's not talismans, because we don't see any talisman buffs on his bar. I don't think it was greases. I don't remember him using greases on Gaius. What did he? We can go back and check.
Yes.
After
One
Ancient
is-
Dragon Man, he's got his money, he's got his money, he's got his money,
Between
he's got his
Right,
money,
you can grab that. So if you go with
he's got his money. Levels. He just spends it on levels.
down,
every time levels,
exact or most common armor sets that
Yeah, he's
people
got his
have.
he's got his money here.
There is, if you want to do an early Jory. Oh, I just heard Tom perk up. An early Jory here. There is a Death Knight armor set in that catacomb too, which is pretty sick.
Yeah, he just
So,
levels
if you ever
endurance and
do, like, an
strength.
early Jory rush there. That Death Knight set could be really
That,
nice. Really nice stats on it. And Romain Jacques gold.
And he skips the skidoo? Gray just does not care about power at all. Yeah, that's just less damage than you could get with talismans, and that's just skipping an entire skidoo level that he could have had by grabbing the one in the water and the one over here next to Gaius. Huh. That's not
You just
very
get Pillar
efficient
Path
power.
Yeah, because you can just drop down constantly if you have
Or
to
like
talk to him.
Skadon't.
yeah, but if you get memed on Tialier skip, which does happen sometimes.
No, not anymore. There's a new skip that people do. That's like consistent.
I was wondering why the runes
No,
are
even
such
with
low
the new one,
runes in the
'cause I did the new
DLC.
one as well. I once
They're
did it
still
correctly
high.
and
No,
died
the
while
new
Mitch was
one?
watching.
Like the runes in the DLC are very high compared to the average runes in the base game, but they're not like higher than the highest runes in the base game. It's more like everything in the
there's a
DLC
new-
is
There's a
like
new
a.
one.
The one
not-
Roman did is the one I do.
It's not the one where you hook into the wall anymore. There is an outside ledge now that people jump. You jump like
A school of
completely
thought that
right.
skipping things is quicker, but when it
Like,
leaves you at
right
5
of
skidoo,
the-
you're struggling.
of the cross.
Yeah, it's just like not though. Like can I just like say that that's just a wrong school of thought? Can I just say that? Can I say that if you are skipping things for a square that you need right now, I need this one square and I need to skip things to get this one square, then yes, right? That is faster for one square. Not if it's a kill square, though. You're actually just slower if you're skipping things on a kill square. And then you're also slower on everything else after that. So it's just, like, doesn't
as well.
make sense.
You jump out and you jump into the cliff. It's not the weird like
Yeah.
like alcove.
At least Gray did grab Blade of
one.
Midstream.
It's like there's like just
So.
a chunk of ledge that people jump on now, and then jump down.
Well, then I've got something to learn.
I still think finishing the
Yeah,
fight for the
it's
Skidoo is a good thing,
apparently-
especially this early. I would have when he had Gaius at, like, 10% or whatever. I would have just finished the fight. But going all the way back to the fight for no reason would make no
It's a lot
sense.
safer.
Once
And yeah,
he's out of there,
Fox
once
here,
Hitless is
we're
grabbed,
talking to
it would
Boar
make
right
no
now, being like,
sense.
"Yo, what's up, bud? Give me that juice." Also, be sad.
And also, Roma is getting the whole laden necklace. in order to get blow a finger. So he's just going.
This is nice from Gray as well. By telling him to be sad, he gets a full DLC armor set. That's right next to Queeline, who has some skidoo for him. So, like, there's some solid
Maximum
synergy,
Railroad
interesting
value
plays here from Gray.
which I think is correct, but you're basically giving up on Florisax.
Yep.
You see the meta switching back more plus 25, more 9 to 11
Here we
skidoo
go,
plays.
grab the
Just
concoction.
unquestionably better. Yeah. All it took was me saying it for like a year at
Maybe
this
he's
point.
looking at column 1, right? Blow a
Mostly,
finger?
I don't think I had anything to do with it. I think it's... Whenever I say things, people are like, yeah, but Mitch, you always say power equals speed. And we've always ignored you in the past, so we'll keep ignoring you. But as soon as, like, Blanks goes, hey, guys, did you know power equals speed? Everyone goes, what? Power equals speed?
Dual land summon,
Holy,
Iris of
we need that then.
Occultation, Bear, Lion, Hippo. I mean, the only thing is Bear, Lion, Hippo is kind of the odd one on that line, but it's there. Also, two
Well,
unique
there's-
base game bosses. He could really cash that in, like, right now.
I tweeted about it without giving you
There's
credit,
also
and it
some
blew up.
asynchronous stuff
Ah.
going on with Iris of Occultation and Yolan summon.
Did Blanks say that? He's a pretty smart guy.
That's
True.
Iris Grace, right?
I don't even
Gives you the Yolan.
necessarily know that Blanks has said anything, but Blanks did, like, popularize the Golden Vow Flame Grant Me Strength. I did it all of Season 5, and people were just like, oh, there goes Mitch with his weird Golden Vow Flame Grant Me Strength. But yeah, Blanks started doing that one in particular. I don't know about Skidoo. Maybe not.
It's
I don't know about the
Iris
plus
Grace.
25.
Yeah. It is Iris of Grace.
That's
yeah. So,
yeah.
like
Iris
a
of Occultation
base
would be
game
your
thing,
weapon.
so I've literally never done that.
So you
but
have to also prep Queeline,
correct.
which kind of works with Bear, Lion, Hippo. There's a little bit of synergy
Right.
there.
A little bit.
this Mitch guy.
He's going for blow a finger first.
I think he is
To unretire and go back to
for
teaching
blow a
these
finger
kids a
first.
lesson.
Yeah, or maybe
True.
For finger creeper into blow a finger. Because finger.
Yeah, but that
Creeper
was
isn't
Season
four
5, yeah.
square.
See, here's the thing, is it was worse in Season 5. It was still worth it in Season 5, and in Season 5, power was less speed than it is in Season 6. The reason is because in Season 6, you need to do every square on the board, so there are 25 squares to get benefit from when you have power, right? Power equals speed times up to 13, whereas in Season 5, it was split between base game and DLC. So on average, the number of squares that you had, if it was split a third, is like 8 squares each. So in maximum of like 16 that you could do if you're going to win half of those, it's approximately power equals speed times 8. So it's times a full like 1.5 times better in Season 6 than it was in Season 5.
He's not pathing the right way to go to Finger Creeper.
Yeah, he might just be. He might just be going for blow a finger right off the rip first.
Wonder how the standings would look if jump slop was allowed. You know,
Yeah, I don't
that
know.
is a question.
We are going to have Florisax asleep here from Gray in just a bit. He's going to be blocking out this diagonal that we said is a little nasty, is a little nasty.
It is a little nasty, but
Mhm.
now it's not even a consideration.
Yep. Gonna get nuked.
Have we seen that if
All right, yeah, we're going
Gustav
for a rushing blow of finger.
2-0's Roma and
Interesting.
Gustav
Like, he
first sweat is
doesn't know what
1-1, then
Gray's been
all
up to.
4 players end on
He maybe
5
thinks it's a race on
points.
blow of finger.
That's
Nice display here
hilarious.
from Roma.
Neutral dismounts gives iframes.
We would have some tiebreakers though, because some people would have 2-0'd each other then.
And so for those teleporter things which are difficult to deal with, especially while on torrent, dismounting is just safe. So we're getting blow a finger here pretty immediately.
Don't miss.
Who leaked the script?
Roma, known to mismark. Gets it at the right time. They're both are marking at the same exact time, pretty much. Blow a finger and Florisax asleep. Roma not bothered.
I wouldn't be bothered either if I was Roma. I'd be like, okay, wait. He could have done Ancient Dragon Man into Florisax to sleep in like 10 minutes. It's been 26. So, I mean, if I'm Roma, I'm a little like, okay, where was he for 15 minutes? But I'm also like, something has gone wrong for him if this is like his next square mark.
Yeah, that doesn't
reaction
matter.
here.
I guess he doesn't care about the diagonal. He said,
And he's
"Okay,
like, I'm
turn."
still ahead on Falling Star.
And now he's going to go for Finger Creeper and then base game bosses, one presumes.
I would
Yeah.
presume Falling Star Beast first.
That which sets him up really nice. That's 2 corner squares.
He is going for
That's
Colossal
really
Finger
juicy.
Creeper first. I'm a little surprised. The reason I'm a little surprised is because Falling Star Beast I feel like is much more valuable than Colossal Finger Creeper, because if you win Falling Star Beast, you hold on base game bosses, whereas if you win Colossal Finger Creeper and your opponent wins Falling Star Beast, they hold on base game bosses. So, right. My evaluation is always, if there are two squares, which one would I rather me have and which would I rather my opponent have? And I would rather have Falling Star Beast, and I'd rather my opponent have Colossal Finger Creeper, because that would put me ahead on the next square.
It's also, they're both on column 2.
Oh.
Oh.
He thought he could jump down onto that finger.
Airline Hippo is very slow, right? Correct. Very slow.
To be fair, the pathing to the Colossal Finger Creeper sucks. There's mist everywhere. It's unclear what's going on. Oh, you can jump to this.
Oh, wow. Nice. Just had to, like, have a perfect jump for it, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Falling Star Beast is 1.5 value. That makes sense. Yeah.
This was a stressful
Yeah.
first 20 minutes, just like last time. Both of these matches
great.
super stressful.
Love it. Absolutely love it. That's what I'm here for.
I suppose the argument for the Colossal Finger Creeper is it does get you a DLC Spirit Ash right next to it. So maybe Colossal Finger Creeper is 1 1/3.
And yeah, now
maybe it ain't bad. Maybe it ain't bad.
Prospect Town for Gray.
Armor sets and painting rewards.
Yep. Looking at some other stuff here on the board. Nice block here from Romain. He also gets a Spirit Ash here, by the way. Romain gets the Finger Creeper Ashes after killing the Colossal Finger Creeper. It's on the floor.
Oh,
That'd be really nice.
Missed.
Oh! Tries to roll that grab attack. Oh! He gets killed by the run over attack right afterwards.
Dang.
And the look
Something
of
I'd
the
like
Well,
to
Mob
see
builds
players
quite the
do is
reputation.
roll with, I think,
He's pretty good.
on the attack
flick.
where they with the flick. I like rolling with on that. It puts you in a good position, I think.
Yeah. Damn.
Gray, if Gray has Oh Mother, he could go get some of this Rao Ruin stuff right now. Like, that is a possibility for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has Oh Mother. He
For the
could go
base,
get
maybe-
it, but he's
Yeah,
not
getting the
contesting on
painting, and then
them.
He'll go down for the DLC armor set. And the fist check, like you said, could be Starfist, which could make a huge difference. Well, not a huge difference. Omen Killer Cleaver is pretty good. But Starfist is similarly quite good. We're not picking up our runes. We have a lot of them. Okay, we got the Finger Creeper Ashes at least, so we're not here for nothing. Roll with.
Nice.
Good. Jump R2. I like that. Might have been a double tap there.
Blocking just to be safe. Good move. Good move. Staying by the wrist is the best thing you can do. Nice bleed proc here. Might get a stagger very soon. There's the stagger. Goes for a
Oh,
charge
nice
too
stagger.
afterwards. Big damage here. Grab attack technically happening here from the giant hand. Has to outrun all of them. Should be getting the charge. Oh, nice roll.
He almost pressed A on the runes and didn't get the roll. I could see it.
Oh!
I could see it.
Well, it's a different
Ooh,
button, right?
got the
It's
Infinifall
A
there.
on the runes, B on the roll.
Enemies weren't meant to be this size in this game.
And here we go. This might be his last
True.
hit on the Colossal Finger Creeper. Bang!
Yeah.
Nice.
There it is. Huge for Romain here.
Nice.
3-2 right now. 1 square lead.
Okay, Gray going for DLC
not?
armor sets, it looks like.
Not going for the base game boss right now.
I know. That's weird.
That might be a little greedy, potentially.
Is he going for Spirit Ashes?
I mean, I guess Golma has no idea where Gray is and just,
Yeah,
like,
just block
is holding on to it because he's just like, I don't know where he is.
Remote row 3.
Golma
also a
heading
hefty pot down here.
towards Raw. There is a DLC
True,
Spirit Ash
true.
there that he could be thinking about.
If we're getting this rune arc, we should pop it on this elevator.
There
but I'm not gonna
is a Death Mask
I
helm.
think that still wasn't a pick.
There's the two
I'm not-
unique
yeah,
Divine
it's
Bird
like when somebody
Warriors.
says, I don't want to be an asshole, but
Okay, now that Golma is already heading there and DLC full armor sets is marked, now as Golma, I'm probably thinking Bird Warriors. Just block out the column.
exactly.
Red of column 5, so going loud for Spirit Ash and Divine Bird just in case. Makes
Okay, so
sense.
you're about to say something evil? Okay, there's DLC.
I was
armor
just
sets for
coming to
Gray.
that
That's
conclusion
all
as well. I
five
think that
for
makes
Gray.
complete
And painting
sense.
rewards already prepped a bit.
It's looking pretty good.
What is Ramon's answer to that?
Unique Divine Bird Warriors, actually, because that is.
I'm on the way too.
Romina.
Yeah, I'm not sure he'll
Could do that.
kill it. No, you have to kill it on the way. If you walk by and it falls into the thing, then you lock yourself out. So you kind of have to kill
Yeah.
So
Salza on the way.
looking pretty interesting. And it sets him up for Iris of Occultation.
Dude, Wild Strikes is just
Silly goober mode.
Yep.
chef's kiss, dude.
We love a silly goober
I
mode.
didn't see what the fist check was. Did you see what the
No,
fist
he
check
like
was?
ported way too fast for me to see.
Oh, one thing to note that I kind of forgot when Gray told Moore to be sad, which lets him easily get the armor sets, which he did. But then it makes it much, much harder to get the unique NPC invaders. He actually maybe should have told him to be happy just so that he could then kill him as an invader after.
3-3 right now. We're setting up for a Wendy's 4-for-4. I said the thing. I can't wait to say it again when it happens.
Especially because there's no Letta and friends on this board, right? Viper Warriors. Yeah, no, he actually should have told him to be happy. I forgot. Well, I mean, you could argue he shouldn't because he wanted the DLC full armor sets more,
Gray
but
is heading up towards
I would say that getting the full armor set by killing more and getting the invader probably would have been better. Dom always looks so happy with Wendy's 4-for-4. True.
I think it's gonna go straight.
I said that Ainu is guaranteed to be eliminated even though even if he wins his next match. I think his playstyle is super entertaining. He's just so clean to all the fights. Hopefully he gets invited to Season 7. I agree. Hopefully he gets invited to Season 7.
Those
I
two
agree.
Divine Bird Warriors.
my
and
favorite
block
clip.
it out.
My favorite clip to date on your channel is the one I made of you were commentating Bingus.
My
I
brother
think,
just walked by my door on his
it's
way to
called
work and he heard make him
Dom
happy so
summons
you
an
can kill him
ancient
later and was
spell.
like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, just normal Elden Ring things.
Where I just like trip over my words.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
boy.
Ahmad did skip Salsa in the end. Let me see.
Warriors.
Is heading up
Yeah, just
towards
walks on by and just hopes that
I think
they don't
it's
fall.
going straight- I think it's gonna go straight towards those two Divine Bird Warriors.
So,
my
And
chance to
block it
just
out.
get locked out of a square
My
with nothing
favorite
you can
clip
do.
To date on your channel
nope.
is the one I made of
Didn't fall,
you were
so
commentating
safe.
Bingus, I think, and it's like called Dom summons an ancient spell or something. because
yeah.
it's
Where I just like
so
trip over
good.
my words.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
boy.
I'm gonna find it for myself real quick.
Damn, this is an interesting match.
5 o'clock for you, need to
And it
sleep?
looks like great.
Need to log off now. Alright, have a good one. It was Pi o'clock for me as well.
Wait, Black Knight Geru? Is that where he's going? Because drop talismans, Death Knight, I guess. There's a quick drop down here. That would make sense. Yeah, Spirit Ashes here from Roman. He's going to be grabbing the Spider Scorpion Ashes and then go towards Romina. Might go back to the Loft just to grab Fire Knight Hilda as a Spirit Ash.
You wouldn't do Hilda over Fort of Reprimand, right? I mean, unless Goma completely skipped Fort of Reprimand.
Let's go,
I'm gonna DM it to you.
It's a classic, dude.
Can we expect
Hey,
monkey
he's gonna be
business next
dropping
season?
down, looking
I don't
at
know if next
possibly
season
doing
will be a
this
team
Death Knight
season,
for a
so who
drop
knows?
talisman. Crazy.
Who's to say?
Actually crazy.
Alright, have a good one, Sakatana. It's
That's-
lunchtime for you. Oh, lucky.
How do I feel? Does he just grab a catacomb and come back, or does he fully commit?
Yeah, Roma did grab the Fort of Reprimand, so we can just grab this Spirit
actually, I like
Ash.
this way more from Roman. He's going for the Fort of Reprimand, Spirit Ashes, by doing the Spirit Spring. I like that. That's his third one.
Wait, that's I never thought of doing it that way. That's
Yeah.
good.
That's the new way.
I like that.
Yeah, that's
That's
very
the
good.
new-
That's so much.
And
fun.
grabs Iris of Occultation
Yeah,
while he's
Iris
here.
of Occultation.
Iris of Occultation and America's Rune.
America's
Rune of
Rune?
America.
Yep. He didn't grab the Iris of Occultation.
Are we actually doing the?
Okay.
There you
Death
go, he
Knight?
got it.
We are leveling.
Whatever happens
We're
next season
doing
will still be
deathmatch
the
here,
international
okay.
player base. That would be cool. I
mind,
hope we
because
keep
it
the
is a drop
international
down.
player base. I don't necessarily think every season needs to be like 2 players from each country, but I'm glad that we started it that way so that we could get more countries interested.
It progresses as column 5.
But we'll see what
I do
next
feel
season
like
is.
This is just a huge
America's Rune. I think would be a good theme for a bingo season.
Okay, let's see what
Are we
Paladin
Bengus or are we
Golden Vow,
Bongus?
Flame grant me strength, and that's it. No
Parody
no
song
Paladin
sung
purchase.
by someone.
Don't know that I mean, I
That
know
probably
Golden Vow
gets,
FMGS
you know,
used
DMCA'd,
the
copyright
Reiki
striked
and
for being
is
too close to the original.
boss this season,
Yeah.
but I would have liked maybe a talisman purchase. You have 60k runes, and it's just a
I don't think that's what you meant for by theme, but I was thinking theme
flat
song.
buff that you never have to press a button for.
But no, we talked earlier
I
about
think I would consider it.
I agree.
rules
still
for a
have some,
season. I think coach plus
Yeah, that's what
noob
I'm
would
saying.
be
Why
super
didn't-
fun.
Why not?
Why not?
So it looks like
A roommate is a professional musician. I'll write them, and he
trying
can
to
perform
promote
them. Oh, let's do it. You wonder if open qualification like DRL could work. Nope.
Yeah. Oh no, he
It wouldn't work at all. It would extend the season to an absurd length. It becomes hard to follow all the matches as it was in DRL. Like, you had to just be up at random times because, like, every match was just a different stuff for the open qualifiers. It has absolutely no guarantee that a single person that makes it will be in any way entertaining. I mean, in the DRL, you know, you got some very good names, but, like, the DRL is a, like, let's just see who's the best type of competition, and that is fun, right? That was great. And it was, like, meant to be something that's, like, anybody can at least try it and all that, and that's all cool, but that's just not what Bingo Brawlers is. Bingo Brawlers is specifically content. It's an entertainment.
He's not going to.
And if you have just a bunch of, you know, people you've never seen before trashing everyone,
Well, there's a horned warrior here, right?
you know, Blanks and Dom,
Or not.
or
a
sorry,
divine
Blanks
bird
and
warrior.
Tom, but they're doing it 24/7 for the last, you know, 3 years. Like,
Yeah, maybe
just
it's
wouldn't-
NPC invaders.
wouldn't be very interesting to watch, I feel like.
And a lion boss. There's kill one dancing lion
You just want to coach someone for bingo? Yes. Yes, I do.
and kill one boss of each bear, lion, hippo on the same row.
Has no one shown you the fan song vid from Dom's stream earlier? I did
Obviously
see
that's
that.
not
It was linked in my
Obviously, that row is.
in my Discord. I can play it real quick here for us. I believe it was linked under the art channel. I might get DMCA'd for this, so sorry, VOD watchers, if this gets muted. We're just watching a parody song of Bingus made. Are we Bingus or are we Bongus? Blue said you're cool. You know, yeah, I'm all right. Best raid time. But otherwise, we've been watching this match versus Roma versus Gray, analyzing what happens and also reacting for the first time because I've never seen this game before. I missed it. I slept through it, so I'm reacting and also theorizing in the moment of like what would be good for them to do right now. And Kanto and Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Kaizo, ridiculousness. Holy. But you had to explain that. You know, you just have to sometimes. How far is that from the end? No, gotta be careful in there. Ooh, that's true. Missed opportunity.
Already blocked. We have the Death Knight fight here for Gray.
Bring him out on the big screen.
This will be a really good weapon for this fight. The jump R2s are going to do a lot of damage. Also, the players this season have been getting tagged by the most annoying attack.
All right. Do we like this catacomb play is the question. It does give an enemy/NPC drop talisman. I think that's the main reason why he's doing it. Push the line. He should be ahead on painting rewards because he should be the only one who has access to the southern coast right now. So Roma probably can't win that. But he just has no access to the unique Divine Bird Warriors, at least right now. So if you want to go for the line, it doesn't really feel like a strong line to go for. And then 2 Catacombs is also on another possible line. If you go Catacombs you go Catacombs with Jory, then you win Matting Hand. You can do the NPC invaders as an enemy/NPC drop talisman, I believe. So you can kind of double up there with the pressure. And then at least you would force Roma into Yolan summon. Could be interesting.
Players this season have not been going for riposte on Death Knight as often, but we are going for one here. I like.
That's beating the Elite Four in Johto, but 6 hours of Kanto ahead. Still 8 more gyms. Oh boy. Okay. Well, good luck. I have not done a Kaizo Ironmon. It seems very brutal.
The shock grease here.
Aggie vs. Chris in that one bingo first match is peak Bingus. I don't remember the Aggie versus Chris. Obviously, there wasn't one this season.
That grab extends the length of the fight by like 30 full seconds.
It's silly, very silly. We're rushing possibly Iris of Occultation here actually from Roma. Is he looking at maybe bulldozing column 1? I don't know.
Maybe.
Oh, that was a great hit. Ooh, Gray lives. Nice.
To bulldoze a row.
Right. That's the newest, hottest thing right now is bulldozing lines.
Yeah, just bulldoze the lines. Yeah.
It's almost like if you bingo, you win.
It's crazy. It's the new strat.
He's cornered.
Interesting that Roma didn't actually send Divine Bird Warriors. It felt like he was heading into, to do that, to block out the row 5, but maybe just doesn't feel like Gray has access to them yet, which he doesn't.
Gray having a pretty rough Death Knight fight here, getting tagged by like everything.
The newest hottest trend in bingo is bingo? What the heck?
I think also the other thing here you got to keep in mind for
my majority brawlers.
Killer Cleaver and not Wild Strikes anymore, but he has the heavy infusion, which just gives him.
Roma played very well in both matches. I agree. I mean, so far I haven't seen the end yet, but we'll see.
And that's a drop talisman.
I mean, I feel like up to this point, both matches, I feel like both players played very evenly so far. Like, I don't feel like there was like a huge disparity. I do feel like Gray has a lot more little things that I'm like, you know, this little thing could come back to bite you, and then they kind of do. And Roma is making a lot more of the little things right. feel like I was ahead with drop talismans with blow a finger at this point. Okay. Interesting.
Oh, great. Yeah, he's...
Because you get one from Queen Line, you have one from blow a finger, and then you presumably have some sort of plan for the third one.
Hard time with his Death Knight, for sure. Having a little bit of a hard time here.
And that is also along a diagonal. A very interesting diagonal, because if you get that one, and then you've already been to Bellerod, I believe. So Dancing Lion, then force Gray into either Senisax, which doesn't get him much because you've already blocked out stuff, or Yolan Summon.
This is the type... Oh, another grab. Didn't get caught. Okay.
Stagger?
This is the type of fight that can get out of hand pretty quickly. Don't take that riposte. That's
He's got it, though.
Don't take that.
That is his second drop talisman here. This column 5 is looking pretty nice. It's looking pretty nice.
Alter egos.
Are we
Players
going
hate it, but the
faders
secret to
right
winning
now?
bingo is it's getting bingo. Yeah, true.
We are. Okay, interesting.
But like I feel like that's where the heart of bingo lies. The heart of bingo lies in the bingo part. That's the part, right? That should be the ever-present push-pull. Is I go for a bingo, you try to block a bingo. Or you go for a bingo, I try to block a bingo. Or you go for a bingo, I go for a different bingo. We see who wins, right? Like, those are the interesting scenarios. And that's why, as commentators, you're always talking about, oh, this row, this line, this. But for a good while, we were talking about lines, and no one was going for lines, and everyone was just like, I'll just resign myself to majority. I guess whoever's faster can win. And that was really kind of boring bingo. Not, like, boring, because obviously, like, the players are still really good. There's a lot of skill on display. But, like, what is a commentator supposed to do? You just kind of go, yeah, okay, so this person picked a square that'll take them 2.5 minutes. This person picked a square that's going to take them 3.5 minutes. So after this, person A is going to be a minute ahead. Okay, now they've gone into their next set of squares where person A picked one that's going to take them 3 minutes. And person B picked one that's going to take themselves 3.5 minutes. So now person A is ahead by 1.5 minutes in total. We can just kind of tally up the time differences, put it into our spreadsheet, and say, okay, you win at the end. You know?
So Romain kind of like multi-progressing some squares here. He's going to be behind you. Yep. Okay, that's all right.
Lingus.
Oh. Run. Heal.
As fast as you
It's already
can.
kind of boring, except 12-12 PCR race, though. True, but it's most interesting when the way that you get to the 12-12 PCR race is by both players threatening lines, and that forces the other to pivot, which causes other things and like a cascading effect.
Wow.
That eventually leads to the 12-12, not like... yeah, they both just never plan to do anything other than majority.
Actually, for Gray, so he's looking at... Yeah, he wants these drop talismans. What the hell was that noise?
Wait, do the blown fingers count as drop talismans?
Only the first one does.
No, but Emir gives you Beloved Stardust, and that's an NPC drop talisman. After you blow a finger, he gives you Beloved Stardust.
Okay, Roman's heading into...
Drop Talisman, also Progressive Invaders, was afraid of row 5, very synergistic.
ADM.
Ah.
Grace importing away. He's saying, okay, if I need Southside at some point, I at least have the Grace.
Yep.
Oh, boop.
Yeah, I think Roman is going for Iris of Occultation.
Did Dom's headset just die? Yeah, I think he's fine now. Oh, and now 8F's gone again.
Hold on, Abe. I can't hear you for some reason.
Thumbs up.
I don't know what the hell just happened. Hold on.
Almost headset hates 8F. Line's so much more fun to watch, but I also understand players like Aggie who aren't the biggest fan of this new meta. Getting bingoed on probably isn't very fun. I mean, that's true. But it's bingo.
What the hell? Hello?
Hello? What happened?
Okay, one more time. Hello?
So I think what happened probably is when he plugged back in his headset, it like Windows like said, "Oh, you've plugged in a new device. Would you like me to swap everything to it?" And so nothing is now going to his OBS.
This is weird. I can hear music, but I can't hear you. This new headset's weird. Okay, great. Sorry.
You're fine.
Oh, I can hear you.
We can hear him.
Yippee!
That's sorry. I just got the headset.
Didn't know AF was in the commentary team?
The
Yeah.
one just decided to die. So
He does a great job.
I'm learning the new buttons.
Could you stream the game back to me?
Yes.
New
sorry.
headset, he doesn't know how to use the buttons. Oh.
There we go. There it is.
Okay,
Drop talismans. Wendy's 4 for 4.
So we got drop talismans for Gray, but Romain is very close to okay, he's killing the wounded kindred rot to get more to spawn
For invaders.
for unique NPC invaders. Yeah, so
Yep,
this is
yep.
going to be that square on row 5. We're getting the FMGS buff for fighting more. I love it.
Oh, not going for wild strikes. Maybe you can't wild strikes more. I actually have no idea.
I think. Oh, he's not. Okay, I really thought Gray was gonna go for Ancient Rao for Divine Bird Warrior. That would have been insane.
That's what I'm thinking, too.
Honestly, for that column 5.
Instead, he's going for painting rewards
Yep.
first.
Yep.
Okay, he does go for painting
Romain doesn't pick up
rewards,
the
it looks
pace of
like.
blocking one of these,
Oh, there we go. Nice bleed proc.
he could get cooked.
His
On
Lion's Claw
column
for
5.
heavy infusion. Oh, right.
careful.
Yeah, he does.
Yep. He
So
has
he
to go
can't
Ancient
do
Rao
wild
now,
strikes
and
anyway.
He is. Okay.
Big call here. Big call. I think after seeing
He'll
drop
get it.
talismans, he's like, okay, like I know I can do this before he can.
And I gotta respect it. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I have to respect that he's probably going for the line because it was clear. If we take the last game as indication of how these players play, we know that both of these players want a bingo, right? So, like, if I'm Romain, I'm like, okay, I'm going to respect that Gray is actually going for column 5. He's not feigning it. And, okay,
Yeah.
we're heading
That is the difference in play from one
for the painting.
game to the next, is if you're like,
Paintings here for
oh
Gray.
yeah, you get bingoed on game
That
1.
does get him
Game 2,
progress
you're like,
towards
I'm not letting that
6
happen.
As well.
Or even Roma bingoed, but Gray was clearly trying to bingo. So Roma is still
Maybe he
like,
saw
yeah, he's willing to
NPC
send it.
Invaders and he thought, okay, ADM invader, maybe he's going for painting rewards over here. But I don't
Right.
know.
These days have too many options and buttons. I constantly feel like a grandma who struggles with
This
technology.
is tough for Gray.
Brilliant Seed Talisman. So
The time is now, old
Such a
man.
good talisman.
Like when players were incentivized to go for bingo because they got more points for it. No. What do you mean got more points for it? They literally, it wins the game now. What more incentive could there be?
Fascinating. And yeah,
If
we're
you're
rushing Ancient
Gray,
Realm.
Might be misremembering because it's been a while, but
You
wasn't
see
bingo
the
lines the meta back in
Divine
season
Bird
1
Warriors
before
one.
players realized that was a
Maybe.
risky strat? No, that would be before players could consistently do stuff in a timely manner. Bingos was a strat in season 1 when there were no graces to get you around the map, and if somebody just like knew where to go for stuff and got to places first, they would just win because their opponent was bad and couldn't stop them.
Hold off on your prio on painting rewards and just hold it. Like, get the grace past Senesax and
So-
then hold it away.
Maybe. Yeah. Would be the worst idea, anyways. Definitely wouldn't be the worst idea.
Season 2 didn't get more points per line. In season I don't know if you're, so let me look at the one sec. So you're saying BingoBrawlers.com, which is going to lag my entire computer because the seasons are weird. You're saying that in Season 2... that there's some sort of number of lines does something. It's just you just win or lose. You just win or lose. I don't know what you guys are talking. There's just wins. There's just wins. In Season 3, it was you got points instead of instantly winning the game. Bingos were much less powerful in Season 3. Because in Season 3... if we find the rules... These are Season 5... Okay. They replaced the rules for Season 3. But the Season 3 rules was... if you got a bingo, you did not instantly win. You instead just got extra points. So it was possible to achieve a bingo and lose. Yeah. So that's the exact opposite of helpful. It was much worse in Season 3. So yeah, there has never been a season where lines were more prioritized than getting a line wins you the game.
You asked for international bingus, you're getting international bingus, baby.
Yeah. Yeah.
Your lines in Season 2 were tiebreakers? Maybe?
These fights
If
are
so, they
not-
didn't break any ties.
No, these are pretty
So
tough
who
fights.
knows?
These guys can go kind of crazy sicko mode. As you see the Gatling gun coming out of those swords into a full sword combo.
Like, I don't think also, by the way, you shouldn't cause someone to play in a way that is less likely for them to win to try to get arbitrary points outside the game. That would be silly.
Right afterwards, these
You
Divine
also
Bird
wonder-
Warriors...
You should always play to
This is one
win.
of the fights that like our players haven't really practiced that much. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like this is the kind of
Like
thing
a
where you
fighting
just build
game
those
tournament
devices
doesn't
too,
say, oh,
so
if
you're
you
not
get a
really sure of all the
perfect,
combos.
you just
Waves,
win.
There it is, though.
Like, the whole set, you know?
Nice kill there from Romain Jacques. And now, does he know the skip?
Or
to
it
the
doesn't
other
say if you kill with a level 3 super, you win the set. Or, you know, like, there's no, like, oh, actually, this win condition, which makes me less likely to overall win the set, you know, or the game, is going to make me win the set because I did it on this game and I get extra
And
points
that's
for it.
just
And that's the way it
facts.
should be.
He's pivoting?
I think people speculated it was going to be, but Domo didn't implement that tiebreaker. Aha.
Wait. He left.
Yeah, he's grabbing imbued sword key for the other Divine Bird Warrior.
Ah,
Okay.
he's...
Yes, that's right.
Or you
okay,
do the
'cause
skip.
He's not going. You could do the skip. Right. Because it's down by
Yeah, the
Virtual
skip would be
Discus.
faster, but it is
There
risky.
is a skip on a tree with a grace he already has that would be faster than this.
But
What's after the round robin? Then they're going to play elimination. There's going to be a winner's bracket, which is the top 2 from each group. There's going to be a loser's bracket, which is the middle 2 from each group. And then the bottom 2 from each group are just
from
entirely
players.
eliminated.
This is not how the board I expected to look. But
Yeah, this confounds me. Falling Star Beast, 2 base game bosses, is still on the board, by the way.
Senesax. Does Gray go for it? No, he's not going for it.
I would expect that after Roma gets Divine Bird Warriors, he goes immediately Falling Star Beast, base game bosses in the DLC, just closes that out. No more lines available to Gray that would block row 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, column 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Already blocked both diagonals. And then Roma can win on majority. He can win off of a line if he wants to.
Yeah.
But he will have a nice, solid advantage then if he gets Bird Warriors into Falling Star Beast base game bosses in the DLC. It's not crazy to reward risky / harder plays. In basketball, you get more points for scoring from greater distance. Yeah, but you don't win the series by winning one game on a three-pointer. That you see how there's a difference there. You can absolutely win a game off of a risky play. That's what lines are in bingo. You don't win the set for that. You don't win against a different opponent you weren't playing, now gets knocked out because actually we won on a three-pointer instead of a two-pointer. That gets us the super tiebreaker advantage, and now we just win. Like, that's silly, right? You reward it within the game. You don't reward it post-game as an extra added bonus. That makes no sense.
All right, here we go. Yep, Divine Bird Warrior.
You can't make a game worth more than one game.
Leading 5-4 on square count. Going to be going for a 6th square right about now. Gray kind of chasing here a little bit by also trying to do his column, which is column 5 here, with painting rewards and Divine Bird Warriors left on.
You can actually do Deathrite Bird and Falling Star Beast as two base game bosses. You can, and Gray could, and probably should at some point. But Roma, I don't think has actually killed Ancient Dragon Man yet, so he doesn't really have access to the Deathrite Bird.
Will be blocked out here in just a bit.
I think Roma, if you watch this,
Chris Paul hits a huge three to cut the lead to 42.
This is like a full minute that you have to spend that you wouldn't have to. The skip is really fast, and it's a great. It's.
I agree with that. Okay, good. Then we're on the same page.
Like, it's not a free skip by any means, but I do think it's worth learning because this is a huge amount of time.
Here we go. Waiting for the painting.
This guy takes forever to load.
It's not forever to load. It's because the clouds have to disappear for you to see the painting.
Oh.
Yeah, he shows up when you see...
Is that really what it is?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's not loading. It's because the clouds disappear.
It's cinema.
Everyone's looking at the chair. You're supposed to look out at the tree and see how the fog goes away and see the actual painting that the guy wanted to draw.
I like how the Bird Warriors just have a Rolana combo.
And there it is.
Nice fight.
Just a full-on Rolana combo.
I take it all back. It seems like he does know how to fight this guy.
Yeah, it's kind of almost on a need-to-know basis at this point. There it is. 2 Divine Bird Warriors blocking that column 5 here. Big block from...
A big exhale, too. Nice, nice, nice.
And as we see, a big exhale from him as well right afterwards.
I guess you could also go Dancing Line. Honestly, go anything in this row. I actually don't care. If he goes Dancing Line, that's a great play. If he goes Rolling Giant Lightning Ram, that's a great play. If he goes Falling Star Beast into base game bosses in the DLC, that's a great play. Like... I don't actually care where Roma goes. He just should do something in this row, and then I'm super happy with whatever he chooses.
Thank God. I blocked that column 5.
The only open...
Was there a big exhale? There was from Roma.
Is row 2.
I look at it.
Yeah, it's kind of almost on a need-to-know basis at this point. There it is. 2 Divine Bird
Watch his
Warriors
face.
blocking that column 5 here. Big block from Roma. And as we see, a big exhale
He did
from him
that.
as well. Right
He did that.
Being like, thank God. I blocked that column 5.
The only open bingo right now for Gray is row 2.
If I see Gray mark Deathrite Bird right now, I'm taking Divine...
And now that Roma sees
Now, while I'm taking Divine Bird, I won't go for 2 base bosses. That's true. If you saw Deathrite Bird, you wouldn't go for it. But given that you didn't, Falling Star Beast is at worst a race for you because, you know, if he hasn't marked Falling Star Beast or Deathrite Bird. So, like, Gray can't really be that far ahead of you. Unless he's trying to sneak it for some reason.
Okay. Calculated. And we're going for the base game bosses. Now I think it's a majority game now. It's a majority game. We don't need to push column 1 or row 4 too hard. I think if I'm Roma, I'm fine with just pushing this to majority. If it's open, sure. Like, we could still go for it late, but I think you just want to get a square count.
Yeah. I agree with Adef.
This freaking Falling Star Beast is Tokyo drifting right now.
Yeah, that was a really long run.
Yeah.
And in majority, it's, you know, 6-5. Like, it's really, really, really close. And Gray does still have a bit more of the map. The only thing is that Gray's squares that he currently has are all shoved off in one corner where they don't do anything. So they're not blocking much from Roma. Roma just has, like, every column still available to him, and even a row. So
Nice damage.
Pretty good.
Roma can still possibly bully Gray into really bad squares if he goes for a line.
Strikes, but these R1s are gonna chunk him.
Wow, he got that riposte. I was sure that would get slope memed.
Looked away from the actual exhale. I just heard and a big exhale followed immediately by another and a big exhale from Domo.
It just takes way longer than the base.
I didn't even hear Domo say it.
Does he have rock grease on?
Mm-hmm.
Can't even tell.
You
sure?
I swear he did. It
I
looked
don't
like
think he
it.
does.
I don't think he has rot grease on either.
Well, definitely looked like it.
Well, whatever.
All right,
Might be
well,
wrong.
nonetheless, the boss
There
is
it is.
down. There's the Falling Star Beast.
Oh, and Gray
And
was
Gray
going
was
for it.
heading there.
And that's one unique base game boss. I think it might be racing on unique base game bosses.
Well, if you're Gray, maybe you're like, okay, well, it's not even worth racing on it now. Or maybe he's pushing forward.
Yeah. Oh, he's turning around.
Yeah.
He's turning it around. He's like, all right, fine. I'm not going for Falling Star Beast. Yeah.
Okay. Something to note here, and it's just a note. This is not like a you know, condemnation or anything. Gray went all the way up to the backside of Shadow Keep, all the way up the loft, all the way up over here, and got 0 squares out of it. Not even like a little tiny bit of a square. He lost out on Hitless, Blow a Finger, Finger Creeper, Falling Star Beast, about to lose out on base game bosses in the DLC. There's a Spirit Ash back here that he didn't get. He did use the backside access to Shadow Keep to go down and get the painting for the painting reward. But yeah, that's about it. So really, really rough for Gray to just lose out on every single thing based on one of the early plays that he made, right? Your early plays are your most important plays, and he spent all his time going backside of Shadowkeep and got 0 squares out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 back there.
Is really well played from Roman. This is just good bingo game.
I mean, I guess he could still get Deathmask Helms,
Yeah.
but...
He's making really good calls.
If Roman wins this, he might lock up winner's side, right?
Yep. He'll be at 5 points. And he still has one more match versus Gustav.
The only thing he used it for, arguably better to go frontside and kill Hippo.
Oh, really? Oh, then he's...
If that was, yeah, if you were gonna give up all of those for sure, then yes.
What is
Very
the...
strong.
I still would have not liked the Hippo because I'd be like, why are you not fighting for the backside
Not
stuff? But he didn't end up fighting for the
just
backside
yet,
stuff
but
anyway.
Both Blanks and Tom are on winner's side. And beyond that, I believe Sirius is also on winner's side in his group. The rest are still kind of up to this week.
Okay. Textbook Torch Tree Sentinel fight here. Easy peasy.
Insane
Oma
damage.
picked up-
There it is.
He
2
was
base
golden
game
value.
bosses.
Blade of Midsha, that's why he
That's
won.
all bingo's blocked.
But so did Gray, just later.
Now it's Roman's game
Yep.
in a big way because he's 3
Yep.
squares ahead. All the bingos are blocked. It's a majority game for Gray if he can block.
I like Gray going for Dancing Lion here. If it's a majority game. Now, Gray does have to still think about blocks. He can't leave them entirely. He needs basically 3 squares. He needs either Iris or Deathmask Helms. He could go for Iris now, I suppose. But one of those will block the last row he needs and one of the columns he needs. Then he needs either Horned Warriors, Hefty Pots, or Matting Hand. Hefty Pots is kind of wild that it's still sitting here because it can be done very early, but I mean, it's, you know, it's 3, so like it's not necessarily like a rush per se. And then he needs one more from here. So I'm thinking, if I'm Gray, I'm maybe thinking like Iris, Hefty Pots, Rolling Giant, Lightning Rim gets me all the blocks, and those are all 3 pretty fast. And then I do want to win Dancing Lion so that I can win Bear Lion Hippo potentially.
Roman's
So
because Roman has 3.
there's
open
definitely
bingos.
stuff.
He has columns 1, 2,
4.
and 3 still available.
What up, Peachy? How are the matches? Exciting. The first match was very exciting. A
Holy
double line race.
He's got a lot he can work with here. He can go for pretty much anything. Honestly, Giant Lightning Ram is kind of a nice one-off.
I was just about to say.
Could
Yeah.
do that, put some pressure on there. Or actually,
Agree.
I like what he's doing more right now. You're going for helmets because it progresses.
Divine punishment for picking up later. True, you got to pick up Blade of Mixture right away for maximum divine favor.
Well, he has Iris of
Oh,
Occultation.
hell
as well.
yeah.
He can do Iris
Yep.
right now.
Right.
He's already killed both Quee lines.
I think
so
he might
he's
be
just
going
gonna
for
jump
it. Yep.
backwards here.
He's going.
Oh, it's going to be Iris from Goma. That's the scariest square for Gray to give up. Losing out on Iris means you are now threatened by both a column and a row. Now, Gray shouldn't be too threatened by the row. He's got Deathrite Bird kind of locked up. But Bear Lion Hippo sucks, but he is going for Lion. So if he gets Lion, he's ahead on Bear Lion Hippo. So he can do Lion into Deathrite Bird, into Bear Lion Hippo, and have blocked at least both of those lines. But he still probably needs, Rolling Giant Lightning Ram Hefty Pots at some point.
And that's taking progression away here from Gray because Gray also did both Quee lines.
For maximum mixture.
Damn.
He definitely did the first one. Did he do the second one?
I'm pretty sure he did the second one. Yeah. I'm pretty sure he did
yeah,
both.
because he's up here. He's in the second half of Bellerout right now.
And there's Iris. That's going to progress here, the row 4 and the column 1.
Yep.
Now it's just to land someone and Bear Lion Hippo on that column 1. And if you drain the
And neither of
wall
those is
here,
good.
You could push Deathrite Bird as well.
He's going to Bellerout. He's going to
Oh,
Bellerout.
this is going to be a Dancing Lion race. Dancing Lion
I
race
will
into Bear
say-
Lion Hippo race.
Don't like the Lightning Ram
Yes.
Wait, is there Horned Warriors on here as well?
square. It's just time waste for the meme.
Yes,
I
five
agree.
5 unique
Come to.
Horned Warriors. Okay.
I agree.
Oh,
I don't think it fits with the rest of the squares.
Oh, they have-
Like, Blow a Finger is a funny name for a good square. Kill the Rolling Giant Lightning Ram is a funny idea for a bad square.
like the same moveset.
Close. They just don't have some of the spell.
Like, they're
casting
both
stuff.
memes,
Break the
but the Blow a
feathers.
Finger square is actually, like, a good square.
Well, if this is a dancing line,
That
race,
actually,
which it
like,
looks like it
shows
is,
good
obviously Gray's a huge
progress,
head
you know.
start.
It's
Roman's
got
damage
synergy with things. It's got synergy with multiple different areas, so it can semi-hide which way you're going in your progress. Rolling Giant Lightning Ram is kind of silly.
Like,
But
he's winning.
I think-
Not a good way.
Yeah, he's already at the fight.
What?
Gray has a big enough head start.
Why are
that
we
it doesn't
whatting?
matter.
Oh, it's because of the stinky chat, I
So,
see.
Scorpion Stew is not
You
on the
what,
board
mate?
here, but still worth.
Blow a Finger, Mitch approved, I guess. Yeah, and I'm the one who suggested it. I'm just saying. Like, Ram is so silly, goofy. It is. But, like, it's the only one of... in both base game and DLC, in my opinion, that is like that. That's just kind of a bad square thrown in for the joke. Like, because even in base game, the 10 sheep with Lightning Ram, it's obviously a joke, but it's like a medium square. It actually requires going past Lanciax to get it, which is itself, like, progress and, like, things that you can know about your opponent, and, like, that's good. The killing the sheep part, you know, it's a little like, well, okay, whatever. But, like, it's never like, oh, yeah, no, the sheep have all run away and it's not possible to get and I lost, like, 5 minutes on it. It's just like, yeah, no, it's just, it might take a few seconds longer because the sheep are a little annoying, but that's about it.
Grabbing, I guess, just to have it.
So,
yeah,
out of
if
all
you
squares in the base
have
game
to
and the
split them
DLC, I
down
feel like
into,
it's
like,
the
a
only one that just
Yeah.
stands out as, like, doesn't fit
Yeah,
in
definitely
He's gonna
with
kill
the
this
vibe
Horned
of
Warrior.
Bingo.
He's gonna kill this Horned Warrior,
Can I
so he's
quit
gonna
out
lose
here?
even more time.
And I found it more stressful than fun, if I remember correctly. Every player finds it more stressful than fun.
That didn't register.
The only players you will find that speak highly of it in jest. Swed said it was his favorite square when asked because he was trolling. Because nobody likes that square, and he knows nobody likes that square, so he thought it would be the funniest square that he could say when asked, what's your favorite square?
Somehow, I guess. I don't know. That looked like it hit him there, but Dancing Lion now. Twirling. as a second Horned
Nice
Warrior here
fight.
for Romain.
Roman, well done. That was really fast.
Yeah, Gray's damage is not super great.
He's not having the fastest fight either.
Players don't matter.
God, he
Players definitely
died!
matter. What? How did he?
Damage is not
How did that
super
happen?
great.
This is usually the easy.
He's not having the fastest fight
Duel.
either.
Oh my god, and he dies!
Oh, no.
That
This is not going
sucks.
well for Gray, man. If he gets sniped on this.
And it's not just the damage. Like,
Thought he
your
picked it because
defense
that time it
needs to
got
do
stuck
is
inside of a
higher.
rock for
So,
Aggie.
Roman's
That
gonna
too,
have
part of
easier
why
time
it's
staying alive.
not
Oh
good.
my lord, this might be a snipe from Romain because his damage is definitely a lot higher. He has a lot of money here. He might sit down first.
Get
but we're having
impaled
a
by
full-blown
Mesmer Square
dancing
when.
lion race here for
True.
both players. Here we go. We're leveling.
Just a ton of strength.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look at his damage. It's about 450 per swing, 410.
Oh, you know what? Gray also doesn't have FMGS or Golden Vow.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
it's just like stacks on.
Yeah, that's the thing is like if you're not a power enjoyer, there are players that are power enjoyers. Roma, power enjoyer. Blanks, power enjoyer. Me, power enjoyer. You know, like there are players that are power enjoyers and there are players that are power skippers. And if you play a power enjoyer versus a power skipper, the power skipper had better win early, otherwise they genuinely have like no chance in the late game. Like, as soon as it starts getting at all into like a majority game or a like it's kind of close, if you are not like coming out the gate swinging to win a bingo, and your opponent is a power enjoyer, I'm sorry, you've probably already lost.
Of reasons that Roman's damage is about to be so much better.
Are there power
This might
apologists
be a
too?
2-0
What's there to
sweep
apologize
Romain
for?
on today's matches, which is crazy.
Gray's been in the fight the whole time. Roman's been buffing and leveling, and there's almost nothing to show for it.
And
That's
there's
how
the
big the
rot
damage
grease.
diff is.
Yeah. And here we
Okay,
go.
Roman also got tagged.
Look at that damage, though.
Oh my
damage.
god, in
1,000 per
1r1!
swing compared to 400.
Yeah.
A little bit above double damage.
Yeah.
Okay. Gray does get a stagger here. Is going into phase 2, almost.
Oh
halfway done
my
with dancing,
god,
but
he's
so is
actually just
Romain.
tied
Way
up.
to face two.
No stagger just yet from Romain. Does get knocked aside from the lightning. I hate this phase. Oh, and there's the stagger, and now goes for some R1s. Into the riposte here.
yeah.
We
Gray
got
gets
the rod as well.
Yep. Gray gets tagged by.
What about a square for killing Furnace Golem with Hefty Pot only? See, that's the thing. That is just what players should be doing anyway whenever it says 2 Furnace Golems. It is much faster. I believe. I need to time it. I haven't timed it yet. But I'm pretty sure it's significantly faster if you need to kill 2 Furnace Golems to kill them both with Furnace Pots instead of killing them both with attacks.
Lightning gets tagged by
Like
lightning once
noticeably, measurably
again. Romain
faster.
is healing up. Has only so little to go for. That's 3 R1s for Romain. It's still a little bit less than half health here for Gray. This
I mean,
is
I could
a
even
big
test
stagger.
that. I
Romain
could test that
goes for
tonight.
Jumping R1. There it is. Bleed proc. And that's the snipe.
Yeah, and there's the dancing. Yeah,
by
yeah.
Dancing Lion.
Gray sees it, but he has to finish the
Wow.
fight because of Bear Lion
Bear Lion
Hippo.
Those Skidoo levels are absolutely sending Romain so far ahead on a lot of these fights. It's
I mean,
actually
this
insane.
it's so classic in DLC bingo. Somebody kills.
I actually thought he was about to quit out to desktop and just say GG and like stare at his camera like Domo end the match.
bias and somebody doesn't, and that winds up being the difference on a kill heavy board.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad he didn't, but like I saw it happening.
Oh, Gray is just having a tough time. I mean, this fight does suck, to be fair.
This fight sucks, and the air attacks are constantly
Don't heal
tagging
there.
him.
Oh, he didn't get the steal. I thought he had the health steal.
Oh, and I hate this. The breath attack from point blank, you can't dodge it.
Yeah, you genuinely
annoying.
cannot dodge the breath attack from point blank. It can just ruin
He's
hitless.
still in the fight, and Romain is already on to the next square. He's going for Hippo from here, from the first grace. Just a tough fight here from Gray. Charged R2. Okay, dodges the big hits, but still gets tagged by the Frost secondary.
All right.
Freezing his screen.
Is it over till it's over? Yeah, you know it's not, but 10 to 5 when Roma has double the power of Gray, like, and Gray has no lines left.
Gray, the error indeed.
Let me refresh it real quick.
Into the storm phase.
One of these days, I'm gonna misclick on trying to hit studio mode. I'm gonna hit end stream, and I'm gonna be sad.
Oh, okay.
Right,
He either.
Roma was worried Gray would be too defeated at the end of the match. This guy caring about each other is sweet. Yeah. We all want to see everybody have fun, because at the end of the day, that's what it's about, right? Like that's you know, a little bit going back to the why aren't there, like, you know, open qualifiers and stuff like that, because like the point is to have fun, not necessarily just like winning at all costs. And so that is part of why people are like, hey, I hope, you know, that my opponent had fun as well and all that.
I do like this. Instead of going for golden hippopotamus, he's going for... No, it has to be a boss, though.
Well, it's a boss. It has to be a boss.
Ah, never mind. I don't like this. But Deathrite Bird still a solid square to grab. Blocks
yeah, Deathrite Bird is always a solid square.
He's at low Skidoo. This Deathrite Bird fight is going to suck.
Unless he has Savage Lions.
What's his Skidoo at? He can't be that low of Skidoo. An hour in? He can't be that low of Skidoo, right?
I think he has lightning grease. He used one on...
Soul Scraters are good vibes for real, except the stinky ones.
The Death Knight.
Well, yeah, I mean, why...
Bird is in water,
like, we all knew. You didn't have to point yourself out there. We knew that you weren't good vibes, but...
He can maybe greet a stagger here.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Frost proc as well. And that's Hippo.
And now he has 2 more Skidoo. In case he needed more.
Can you see Skidoo level on this screen? I don't think you can.
He's got to be at like a Skidoo...
I want to know what his Skidoo is.
Or something.
Can you see Skidoo on this screen? No.
This is going to be 9, yeah.
We're going heavy infusion, actually, on the Omen Killer. Not Holy, but maybe Holy Grease.
By the way, how'd the rest of the big walk go? I assume you guys did not finish it.
Yep.
Then what are your last 2 squares?
Giant Lightning Ram.
Giant Lightning Ram, you for sure go for, and then Horn Warrior.
And I got my
and you have Rao Ruins, so like
I got my advertisements done for Lies of P. My edited clips that they can use as advertisements.
Right now. I think he's just too much in his head at this point.
Yippee!
Currently down by 5 squares, 10 to 5 right now for Roma.
Has finished what we did more. Unlock the chairlift.
DLC game, putting a lot of
We're joining. Yeah, I now have 2 big walk groups. I'm so popular.
Nice headshot.
Big walk looks fun. It's super fun. I don't think it's a good stream game. I mean, it, you know, like I love interacting with like the other like streamers, but like I don't know. It doesn't feel like a great stream game. It's like too...
What is the lore behind these guys? Where do they come from?
It's like cozy, but in a way where you can't really talk to streamer because streamer's talking to somebody else. You know what I mean?
They kind of like help people...
Okay, Deathrite Bird is nice.
Yeah, to my understanding.
So then I guess it makes sense for one to be in the DLC.
But yeah, Roma about to get Bear Lion Hippo, which Gray kind of has to know, like, okay, I'm just going to lose out on that. Is going to force Gray into Yolan summon. I mean, but it's also going to force Gray into basically every single remaining square, which just isn't really going to happen.
There's Deathrite Bird from Gray, though. Very nice kill.
But that is walking.
Okay, cool. Bearline Hippo.
Let's do more of an off-stream hangout game, but still a good chill content kind of thing. Yeah.
And now, okay, Gray is going for Lightning Ram. Here, presumably.
I split your attention a bit too much to interact with chat as much. Yeah. Oh. Gray did not get the skip.
Bang.
That's okay.
Oh, and Gray tries to go for Giant Lightning Ram, but misses the skip.
Yeah. He missed this. He got the hard part of the skip, but he tried to go too quick on the second part.
Damn. And now his column 1's a problem. And
yeah, but everything's a problem.
Column 1.
Okay.
Okay, Gray's
also, very funny when his camera gets desynced and he's stretching in the middle of doing a skip. That's so funny.
The
What, the Liza P run?
Oh, the
Blanks
Xbox
did.
Connect. Yeah.
The Xbox
Two types of
Connect.
streams, the watching ones and the chatting ones. Yeah.
That. No.
But I mean, I also feel like the watching ones are usually high energy, and the chatting ones are usually low energy. So a watching one that's low energy just, I don't know, feels like an odd fit.
That'd be crazy, dude. Yeah, we're grabbing the key here from Holman because he wants to get the third horned warrior. That is.
I mean, do you think Gray's just that good? Right? Yeah. Yeah, he can move it with his mind. Is Goma going for Yolan now? Doesn't look like it. He's back in Bellerot. Looks like he's going for Horned Warriors.
Definitely a really strong showing from Holman compared to his last match, where he quit out to the desktop twice, and then had to wait for his game to boot back up. And
that was Gustav. Gustav quit out to the desktop twice.
Really good matches today.
Roma got himself locked out of 2 squares. He's mixing up.
I maybe up to this point I was like, oh, Roman's not a threat. Now I'm like, Roma is a threat. Like this, what a dominant showing against a good player.
Very, very
Does
nice.
get grabbed by the flyman. Tough.
Don't mind a chill watching stream. It's good vibes. It is good vibes. It's fun. I like it. I like it a lot.
For his screen to pop back.
At least it's an occasional thing that I don't mind something a bit out of the ordinary, especially when it lets me hang out with friends and stuff. Yeah. It's. I want to play more.
Tag.
I don't mind streaming it.
But we're just delayed.
I would also be okay with playing it off stream, is all I'm saying. I like it enough to play it more, including if it was off stream. I'd be okay with that.
We'll refresh him.
I think this Horned Warrior
because it was
square is
certainly
really
fun
smart from Roman because it's never a square that Gray is going for.
Yeah, it
like
just
this
takes
is
too long.
this is never Gray's priority. So this is
the giant sheep square hated as well, or do people still see the funny side?
The damage
Depends on what you mean by people.
Holma's Skidoo level is astronomically high.
Among the players, it is hated.
Holma just eats it. He's like, cool.
dude, he's just
among the
greeting
chatters.
Let's go blow.
There's a lot of people that hate it. We have had multiple that have been like, why is that still a square? I don't like seeing that square. But a few that die hard for it for some reason, that are like, no, that's actually the best square. That's the only one you can't get rid of. If you got rid of Dancing Lions, I wouldn't care, but I would care if you got rid of Rolling Giant Lightning Ram.
For blow.
We love it because everyone hates it. And we must be contrarian.
Going to lower Rao Ruins, or pardon me, upper Rao Ruins, to close out this square.
Best square, to be honest. So true, actually. Now that you say it like that, now I see.
Square you're never going to be contested on, just go for Matting Hand. Like, there's no way.
Right.
Yeah, that's me.
Could go for. You have the Grace by Salza.
Having 3 unique hefty pots or craft 3 unique hefty pots still on the board is a little crazy.
Back to fighting PCR at level 1 after that? Oh, easy then.
Game square.
Don't like the giant Ram square, but I love the Rolling Ram Ash of War square. I agree, yeah.
Assassin's Creed right
I think they feel completely different to me. They're like justified as being the same because they both involve sheep, but one is a solid square
Gotta be careful.
that's also kind of a meme, and one is a horrible square whose only justification is being a meme.
This guy can be a little bit more devastating. Giant Swordsman has got some little extra tricks up his sleeve if he's allowed to do it. And his swings
Nice
can be
strafe.
devastating. Yeah, dude.
He's dodging some of these attacks just because of the size of his weapon. The R1
So
making
nice.
him duck down.
The throwing dart for the kill.
Okay, man.
Okay, Roma, that was good. That was good.
Sure.
Square tier list one? I actually already did one. Although I did one back in Season 5. I would need to, I guess, redo it with the Season 6 squares, but style
Gray
points.
setting up Jolan summon.
You have to.
It's also I can roll around greater than
That's
I
a
have to
square
hit
Gray
something
has
rolling
to have
around.
to win.
True.
Yep.
Gray requires all of the remaining squares.
What's your opinion on being allowed or not
and
to kick
has to
sheep
be
before
the ones
rolling
that move
them
forward.
with the Ash of War? That's not the Lightning Ram Ash of War. You can't use something that is not the thing that it says only. If you removed the word only and you said you only have to get the last hit with the Lightning Ram Ash of War, that'd be fine, but you'd have to change the wording. I think I'm okay with it either way. I don't care. but the current wording says only. That means only. You'd have to change the wording if you want to allow kicking.
Bingo, but Ramon's just going for, it looks like the Death Knight, or pardon me, Death Mask Helm, like all of the hoods
Yeah.
and
To be
everything.
consistent
It
with
makes
other
sense.
only squares,
It
no
makes
kick.
sense.
Right. I'm totally fine if you change the
Yeah,
square.
it's not
It would
one
probably
of
be a
Bingo
better
squares,
square if you
so
changed
it's
it.
unlikely for it
But
to be the
you
threat
would
rate
have to
since he's-
change the square. You can't just leave it and then say kicking is allowed.
Yeah, this is tough. Very big uphill battle here for Gray. Roma 1 square away from taking 2 points today and being at a 5-square leaderboard.
Kill 2 more giant rams with the rolling one. I
Yeah,
don't
just
think you
one
can do
square,
that. I don't
just
think they
one
hit each
square.
other.
And he's picking a nice one.
I need that for totally
One that is
hypothetical
during the
reasons.
water.
Awesome.
Yeah, me too after this.
I got
Nice.
PB the other day and tasted freedom, survived the big phase 2 medio and wombo combo after it, but got dumb
Let's
hitbox
go,
ticked by
pissing.
piss lightning and cried inside.
Oh, piss, girl.
Yippee!
Go
Classic.
Girl.
And yeah, we're seeing Matir for Gray. Yeah, he's just like, I don't know if he's going for this. He probably isn't, but like,
You have
what
to
am
make
I
some
to do?
calls.
Bow only
What am I
Renala. Kicking the children is because kick is part of the bow,
is
but kick
definitely
is
Ramon's
not
game.
the rolling
At this
ram mash
point-
of war. Right, exactly.
Unless Gray pivots and Ramon has an incident, there's really no way. If I'm Gray, I don't predict that this is the first square Ramon's going to do. There's just no way. And you have to get the bingo ones first. At this point, it doesn't matter. Like, you just have to get a square.
Yeah.
But we'll go for the Death Priest first, or for the Fire Priest. Then probably for Salsa. And then we'll finish off with the Wingo? Dwingo? What's his name?
We go.
Cood, Salsa, and Wego.
Wego.
It's
that's-
literally like the freaking, is it Bud Light commercial? It's the one where they named the Chihuahua Wego, and they're like, "Yeah, call my dog," and then the guy goes, "Here we go," as in "Here we go" for Bud Light.
Ramon got grabbed.
Oh shit!
I completely forgot. Is that the same era? Okay, I forgot about that commercial, Dom. But
I've never heard of that commercial.
W niche Merca knowledge for Bud Light. That's 2 helmet. No, that's 1 helmet already.
Salsa.
2 more. He does have the grates ready for Salsa with the, what's it called?
Met her, one of the worst boss in FromSoft.
Abduct Tower?
Not great for sure.
Something like that. Here we have Matir though. For
I
Gray.
don't know
Big
that I'd
screen.
put her as like
Big
worst
screen
of all
gaming.
time, but like
Gets
Boss
lasered.
sucks.
you know,
Yeah, go for those chest.
she
hits.
ain't
I think
great.
It's double
Damage.
poise damage in the chests.
The damage is not.
Is it double poise in the chest?
ideal?
Yeah, ever since
not
that
bad.
Gaius race, man, he's just been behind. Ever since that Gaius
Good
race, he's been
dodge.
behind.
Roll. Good. Is it going to be a 3-piece? Yes.
Okay.
Nice charge R2.
Not bad. Should be getting the bleed proc. There it is. Make it a frost proc on the
Nice.
coast here.
I don't think he's
No,
gonna
but
get
you
it
get on the
before
streets,
Roma gets the final
Yep.
death mask helm though.
Some more R1s to build up that poise.
Ramon's
And-
about to finish. He's
Yep.
he's taking
Yeah.
the elevator down to Salsa right now as we speak.
Should be getting a stagger here. Oh,
Yeah, there's no way he gets it beforehand.
nice roll from Gray on that spin attack.
I gotta take 8 times poise damage
And
if
you
someone
look
hit me in the
little
chest with
tiny
Great
square
Omen
right
Killer
now,
Cleaver.
Salsa is this-
Yeah, but
this
we're
guy
comparing
down
it to
here,
the amount
Ramon's
you
about
would
to
normally
finish this
take by
guy.
being hit somewhere else. I feel like you'd
little
take a lot of
squares.
poise damage regardless.
Nice majority play, really well executed game. 2 games in a row just executed so well.
Yeah, made some really good calls. There's the stagger. There's the knockdown. One more R1 should do it. Bang!
Nice.
And there's helmets.
Nice.
GG's Romain.
GG's.
Oh, and there's the giant laser for
Wow,
Gray,
dude.
so he dies.
And Gray dies to the laser move.
Wow.
He's looking at it like he can't believe it. Damn, what a match, dude. What a match.
Nah, I'd win.
Very well played.
That is just textbook bingus.
Yeah, if I had to sum it up. Oh, Roma changed his screen. Don't do that, Roma. You gotta leave it. We got big face Roma here. If I had to sum up the games, I mean, I think the biggest takeaway from both games is Roma wanted to get powerful, and it paid off in both games. It won him the races in game 1 that were important towards who won the bingo, because otherwise, like, it could have been a toss-up. Just him deciding to go for the early Moog put him so far ahead in power. He could just race faster on everything. And then same thing in game 2. Roma committed to the Gaius. You can argue, okay, he got hit a bunch, Gray got hit a bunch, whatever. But, like, committing and eventually getting the Gaius put him off to an early power lead. Then Golden Vow, then Flame Grant Me Strength, then Talismans, then, early Heavy, early Blade of Mercy, etc., etc. Just kept snowballing him again. So I'd say that is one big takeaway. Power wins always if, skipping doesn't have a definitive plan in the early game. And Gray had some plans, but they weren't early game plans, so you're just going to eventually lose out to the more powerful if you're going into the late game. And in both games, he definitely was heading into the late game. Or at least later game. Game 1 I don't think was that long, but... Point 2, Roma was absolutely willing to hide and hide and hide and hide and hide his progress, whereas Gray let Roma have all the information about where he'd been as soon as it was available, and did not make any, like, sneaky extra progress. So Gray, in both games going for lines, let his opponent know exactly how to stop him, right? At the time that Gray got 4 in a row here, he didn't have a single Divine Bird Warrior or even access to Rao. There was genuinely no possible way he could have won on the line, despite having 4 of the 5. Because he didn't hide anything. He didn't split anything. He didn't, do any of that. So if Gray wants to win on a line, which he doesn't have to, you can win on a majority, it's fine. But if he wants to win on a line, some sort of getting ahead of your opponent in priority might be necessary. Whereas Roma really risked it, hid forever before finally springing the trap when it was almost guaranteed he'd win it. So, a difference in playstyle. Power versus rushing. Today, power won out. And hiding versus rushing and showing, and hiding won out. So, those are the two differences in styles we saw here today. It's not to say they would always win, but they won out today. Did Roma hide his progress? In game 1, he hid so much progress. I feel just spending the time to level is never a waste and really will only be helpful. Depends. You can't just spend time to level and get nothing else out of it. But doing Moog in game 1 was a ton of levels, basically for free. And doing Gaius in game 2 was a ton of Skidoo, basically for free. So, both ones, Roma found the power that synergizes with the board. In game 2, Gray also found it and almost had it, but the getting hit really turned it sideways. If he had gotten Gaius instead, I wonder if he would have been more powerful the whole game. And the whole game could have potentially flipped. I mean, I say potentially. I don't know. That's, butterfly effect. What if we go back and, the dinosaurs never got extinct? Then, whatever. But, so yeah. Just kind of goes to show power is important, and if you want to win on a line, if that is your goal, you probably need to hide progress. Is Grail ever worth it? Not if it's not a square. It was a square in the last game, so it could have been. Dinosaurs are extinct? What? Also, let's hear their post-game interview.
Really good Bingus gameplay.
Yeah. Roma and his damn screen switches, dude. All right, here we go. Players are done and ready. Crazy, dude. Let me get this image here first. All right. And I'll bring in the players.
They're not. I saw Dino Blade. Oh, right. Yeah. You're right. Wait, I thought they were getting extincted in Dino Blade.
Welcome on in. GG's.
Hello.
Welcome, guys. Welcome. Nice job. Great bingus. Good matches. Very fun.
Thank you. GG Gray.
GG.
Two very intense games back to back from both of you guys.
Yeah.
Very, very intense matches.
The
here.
sneaky bingo meta, yep.
Before we dive into obviously like board reading here and everything,
Goma popping off over there.
was there anything specific that you were trying to maybe accomplish or keep in mind going into this match facing each other, like Roma facing Gray? Was there anything like strategy wise you wanted to keep in mind that maybe Gray likes, dislikes, and Gray for Roma? Anything specific?
Like for the base game, I don't really know, but for DLC, I know that he likes to rush Gaius or ADM, things like this. So I knew kinda his plan for DLC. But base game I was just going with Mog because I like King Mog.
That's fair. What about you, Gray? What about you?
Not really. I tend to not play the player. I try to play the board as much as possible. I knew that Moog was the best possible.
Dino Blade is a
But I
reenactment.
felt that I was behind.
Wait, I thought it was real time. I thought it was happening right now.
Makes sense. Yeah,
I will
looking
say
at this.
that-
Oh, good.
Did you say you were going to cover Aggie vs. Iron U this week? I will if I get time. At a certain point, the Liza P editing took away enough time that like I might just have to say like, sorry, I have to skip some matches, and that one might get skipped. We'll see. But I would like to do. We did Aggie vs. Iron U match 1 already. We haven't done match 2 yet, but it was a very instructive game. So I would like to go back to it, but we'll see if I find time.
When you failed the troll kill in the old Altus tunnel, just locking up 30 faith with the rune drops, I think was smart because it devalues Moog ever so slightly. I liked that.
Exactly, that's the thought behind it. I knew that because my idea was obviously tunnels from the off-rip, but failed to kill the troll there. And I know that four squares are basically linked to Moog in this case, and I needed to take at least one of them.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
the Faith was the diagonal, so I think it was very smart to take it. I agree.
Yeah.
Personally, and this is just opinion time. This is not necessarily like proven fact time, but opinion time is I kind of disagree still. Like, if my opponent kills Moog and gets 30 Faith and 30 Arcane, I mean, the rune level 65 obviously is big, but like, I feel like I'm actually not that intimidated because like genuinely he will have no runes for anything else at that point. Like, with Roma spending his levels before Moog, I'm not even sure he could have, after killing Moog, got both 30 Faith and 30 Arcane.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense here. Yeah, so the
Isn't it like 4 a.m.
the
for you?
base game
Yep,
here,
4:28
obviously,
a.m.
Moog with 30 Arcane, 30 Faith, and rune level 65 was a hot ticket that, you know, both of you guys wanted to set up because that was just a synergy that you can't ignore. Like, you just can't be like, oh, I'll let somebody else take that. Like, you both had to kind of prep for it. But then both of you guys not fully committing to it once you're done upgrading. For Gray, you know, it makes sense because you felt like you're behind and you already stat dumped for 30 Faith. Roma, you, however, also...
And there are 2 dumbing squares going for both will almost never be good. Yeah.
Dragon kill.
If there are 3, then somebody's taking 2 eventually, and like, maybe that might as well be you eventually. But yeah, if there's only exactly 2, like, the power difference is going to be huge.
Yeah.
What was the
Because
idea
I knew
as to
it-
why?
I knew it was a very fast kill, like maybe 1 minute 30 seconds maximum from the Grace, and I saw him killing the 3 Sentinels, so I knew that I could kill the Dragon King Soldier and still be ahead from Mog. Simply.
Wow.
Sure.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Okay. I'm not sure that that's true. I think Gray still could have had a chance, even with the 30 Faith, but... You know? It worked out for him.
You're ahead on the Moog because I had Moog Grace when I did 38.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you both had the same
that was
Grace.
the Moog winner.
Yeah. Oh, so yeah, it was a guess that was wrong, but to the, you know, you showed your work wrong, but you got the right answer, right? It was a really good play, but not for the reason that Roma thought it was. He thought I definitely have time and I'll definitely still win this. But it instead was a good play because Gray wasn't sending Moog.
Yeah.
You both were sort of like guessing that the other player wasn't doing it immediately,
Yeah.
I think.
The signal a higher damage threshold though, no, so races would be more pressure. Signal higher damage threshold, so races would be more pressure. Sorry, what what were we talking about? I'm not sure what you are referring to. I think I moved past whatever I was saying, so now I'm confused myself looking back at what you were saying. Kill Melania and Kill Moog are necessary for 3 stat dump. Yeah. I mean, winning all 3, I'm not sure is possible on a bingo board, actually, like at all. Position of 30 Faith was crucial in Gray's decision, probably. If he doesn't get it, he has to block 3 separate bingos. That is true. The positioning of 30 Faith was an important, pivotal square. That is true. That's true. I can see that, yeah. If you have 30 Faith / Arcane, it would signal a higher damage threshold. I don't... Then I guess I still don't understand what you mean by it would signal a higher damage threshold. So races would be more pressure. If you have 30 Faith and 30 Arcane, you're just going to do less damage than your opponent at all times. So, yeah, you lose every race that comes down to damage.
And then it wound up having Moog being a huge difference because you already have a great rune. And so
Yeah,
then
Yes.
that was the idea.
you're,
I was aware.
you're
I was aware.
so
30
much
strength
closer
is,
to
yeah,
capital.
much better.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. I saw
It's not really a useful stat, right,
um,
right.
Last line I saw it directly, and I saw Mog and Godfrey, and Mog gives you like half the access. I was like, oh my god, if I get the Dragon Kin Soldier Burst,
Yeah, both 30 Arcane and 30 Faith do genuinely nothing for their builds.
the Soldier Burst, I
Just
only
completely
have more
wasted
squares,
stats
and
that
I'm
make
so
their
in
level
capital,
ups
then I
so
can do
expensive.
So that was the idea.
I think Grey kind of saw the same thing, right, with column 5 here. They were kind of working on. Did you want to do column 5 like off the rip as soon as you saw Moog, or what was the idea there, Grey?
Not off the rip. I definitely wanted the Moog, but I respected his progress. I would not have respected his Moog as much if I didn't. In my mind, I put so much time in the tunnels and precipice and my setup. Because when I look at the clock, I know it's already past that 12-minute mark that we've been talking about, which is when you have plus 25 already. And in that sense, every time when I commit to Moog is a long fight, I will potentially lose 3 or 4 minutes. So then when I decide to block like Diag with the Fate, block the other Diag with Tunnels and Precipice, and then gotta build something. I cannot just let him take the lead, basically.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. That is an interesting call as well from Gray. That's a very defensive mindset of I could get sniped, so I'll let him have the good square and I'll go for the less good squares because I could get sniped. And you know, that's fine, right? It's fine to be defensively minded, but it is the opposite of the way that I think about things. I think about things of, if there's a good square, I want to be the one who wins it. I want to be the one who my opponents respect and go, oh, I was a little slow, I'll let Mitch have the good squares, right? I'd rather be that guy than be the guy who's constantly like, I don't think I can win it. I'll let them have the good squares and I'll take the less good ones. So that's my mindset always going in, is if I see the good squares, I want to take the good squares, but it is also okay to... It is very possible to win games, and Gray was very close on this one.
I think since you marked the faith and since you marked the
While
faith,
coming
I
up
was
with a
like, okay,
plan
I
that
can
doesn't
do
necessarily
another
just
before
do
Mog.
the best square.
Because I guess I don't know how to say this, but I knew you were expecting me to do Mog, so I knew I had...
List for Faith, you get 25 for Flame, Great Strength, and Golden Vow, so you're wasting just 5 levels. Not in the base game. You can't get those in the base game. Like, the spells are randomized. So if you go to where Flame Grant Me Strength normally is, there's a random spell there. Who knows what it'll be. If you go to where Golden Vow is, there's a random spell there. You might get lucky and find those in the shop, but it's very, very unlikely.
One square before Mog.
Yeah,
When I
if
saw
I
the
didn't
Freddy
basically just respect your progress, I had plus 24 at that point, 22, sorry, and I had Mog's Grace. And I also picked up Rot Grease, so I could have just
Yeah.
sent Moog at that point, but I respected
But if
that
you-
I
if you-
actually spent so much time.
If you hadn't
Yeah.
upgraded the Faith, I would have sent Mog directly.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Makes sense. Yeah, it was really tough, right, to try and like figure out how to counteract this row 5 while also working on your own column. You kind of rushed Liurnia bosses, Gray. Were you worried that maybe Romain was going to use Liurnia bosses as a block for the column, or was it just you wanted to get that
It
done?
was when I had 3 squares there. I thought like 2 squares with linear bosses are definitely quicker than whip only, and it kind of progresses the explosive physics. So I thought that was the easiest block. That's why I rushed them.
And for Romain, seeing 4
Yeah, so there you kind of heard him say it. He said he rushed the thing that would be easiest for Roma to block. That is both very smart, but also ineffective in the exact way that it happened. So that is exactly what got Ironyu in trouble against Blanks, is he wanted a line, but he ended up pulling the trigger on a slower square instead of the fastest square first, which let Blanks block with the fastest square. So Gray, recognizing this is the fastest square that Roma would block with, is smart, but that doesn't necessarily mean, if you want the full line, that you actually just turn it in. It means you prep it, you prep the other things, then you turn this one in first as a sudden surprise of, I have this one, now I instantly have this one, now I'm all on the way to gold free, you know? So just, he did give away a little too much information by full rushing the one that was easy to block, instead of making that one the first one he marked, but actually splitting, if that makes sense.
Liurnia bosses, you know,
I knew
When's
he
the
was
next
gonna do
bingo
it.
match?
I knew he was gonna go. For I
Today,
wanted to send
in
the fifth line directly
5.5
from
hours.
my plan. The only thing was I was hesitating to do a boss with whip, and maybe I should have.
And again, that's
maybe,
only if you
sure
want to
about the
sneak a
block.
bingo line.
yeah.
But because I lost time going for a whip, and then I didn't get the square, so I lost like 2 minutes there. So I think if I had just sent it, it would have been like.
Am I commentating?
But better
No, not
to
for
send
this
the
one.
line, I guess.
Unless, hold on, I've got a message. Hold on. Oh nope, it's CBD looking for a practice partner half an hour ago. Never mind. Had to check.
Or to block earlier.
Oh,
Makes sense. My question was going to be for.
Lamar played
Liurnia
awesome. Yeah,
bosses,
he did.
Did you ever consider that maybe that could have been
In today's
Renat?
match in 10 hours? Is it late? Is it the late one? I thought it was the match is later today. Okay, I guess it's in 10 hours then. I didn't know.
To like try and get him capital
Yeah,
access?
I was afraid.
Did he
I
find
was
one?
very
Is he
afraid,
okay?
But
I don't know.
So
Yeah, Ralana would have definitely been longer.
Yeah.
I was thinking of killing Red Wolf as the 4th one, but it definitely felt like a more time commitment than it should have been. For the...
no,
Fair.
I was a bit afraid, but it seemed too fast to get Renala. So I was. For me, it was not Renala. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I will.
Yeah. That was the call. The only reason that it wasn't Renala, when that timing could have been, is both because of the death in Tunnel or Precipice, which, maybe if you're Roma, when you saw Tunnels or Precipice, you assume he only did tunnels. He hadn't set up a boss in Liurnia, and because of the death to the Death Bird, also cost him enough time. So it definitely was possible, but
I will tell
Yep.
you, Sewer Moog was
His
a
call was
proper
correct.
race. It was
wow.
like Gray. If you didn't fail, see, the problem
Melina
is,
and Skip. Melina
even-
and
even-
Melon and the skip.
even
Yep.
if you
Yeah.
got the skip first try, Roman's damage was much better. He was
Oh,
plus
yeah,
25 and
definitely.
had more stats. But it was a race because because you did what I think is correct but was risky, which is holding
Yeah.
and going for Grail and painting rewards and then Moog. I think it's correct. It's just very risky.
It was risky, but I think
What did you say? Is the most squares you should prep before it loses value, or is it too situational? Sorry, I'm asking too many questions. So it depends on what your goal is. If your goal is to get good squares, if your goal is to block, don't hold. Makes no sense. Block right away. If your goal is to win a majority, usually don't hold. There's not a lot of reason to hold. Sometimes there is. There can be ways to hold. You can do stuff. It can work. if your goal is to bingo and you think you're ahead, like you just think, oh, I'm just ahead on everything, send it. Don't hold. Holding makes it easier for your opponent to choose which one to take from you. But if you're going for a bingo and trying to sneak it, hold, 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 hold. Send the fastest one, send the next fastest one, send the next fastest one, finish. Right? Like, that is the general rules. There's always going to be exceptions. Always going to be exceptions, but in general, those are the rules. It depends what your goal is with what you're currently doing. As long as you have a goal and you're following your goal, like, that can be a good bingo. There's a lot of good ways to play bingo. There's no one perfect way to play.
If I didn't die on gold 3, I would have, like, so much time.
Hold
So,
That's true.
yeah, it was my mistake. Like, I haven't died on gold 3 for like 1,000 years, but I did tonight, like because of the stress, I guess. I was shaking against him, you know, like my hand was shaking, like I was like, please, Gray, don't be here, please. And yeah, so that I died once against him. I lost time for the whip, but I think my plan was very good from the beginning. Yeah.
Huge. Yeah, fantastic first match here, right? Fantastic first match. Match 2, also insane. Insane
Guys.
races left
Guys,
and right.
the Remembrance boss hitless. You both
Oh my
got
God.
hit so many times.
Yeah.
Fuck that guy. Oh my god.
You both got hit like 6 times.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy.
I was insanely pissed after that square, and that's where I mentally lost the game.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
I died twice to him. And
I had
that
to-
was-
I had to do it 4 times, Gaius. So
Oh my god.
yeah.
It was
I
a
knew
lot.
that you were ahead on that, and then
Then
I
I-
died two times. You know.
I removed.
I haven't
that,
died to
and then I got
Godfrey in
it.
1,000 years. Is Roman Elf. We all are when it comes to Godfrey.
But yeah.
Nobody dies
Yeah,
to
the first
Godfrey.
of the hats, man. Yeah, it was very intense, and also like just like the beginning was.
Yeah, the
interesting,
Australian
because, you
times,
immediately
it's
just
tough
went
for
to map
them.
Progression.
Yep.
You kind of just gave up Ancient Dragon Man, and Gray, you went for Ancient Dragon Man first, which for me personally, I agree with both starts. Right, I think both starts had some really nice bonuses that came with it.
Yeah,
Especially
yeah.
that South side pressure with Flora Sacks, Deathbird, and unique base game bosses, paintings and Senna Sacks and all that stuff. Kind of like having early pressure like that is really nice. What was your guys' idea as to why you started the way you started? Was it just fully map progression, or was it more or less, was there a specific square that you really wanted?
first?
Yeah,
Yeah.
hold on. How about you go first?
Okay. Yeah, for me, backside was so strong this game with Hitless, Falling Star Beast, Blow a Finger, 2 unique base game bosses, Spirit Ashes as well, very good for this. And yeah, there was so much things backside, and
Yep.
Gaius gives you so much power for the rest of the game. So I knew it was
I knew you would mention that. He's always talking about Gaius gives you a lot of power, and I totally agree. Honestly, I don't think even I realized just how good Gaius can be on a lot of boards. And Roma has opened my eyes. When he goes Gaius and gets Gaius, like that, I think Gaius Pants and Remembrance Boss Hitless are the 2 most Roma favored squares on the entire bingo board. Like, if there's gonna be a square on the board that causes him to like win the game, it's like those, because he will willingly send Gaius just to get more powerful. He'll finish off Gaius if he's, you know, most of the way through the fight and he gets sniped on it. Like,
very important.
he
go there,
knows the
directly.
importance of power.
And even though South was very good as well, I just
It
decided to,
ends
like, go
in
full,
Sydney, the worst possible
for,
time zone.
the Gaius, play.
Probably.
Interesting. What about you, Gray?
I wanted to experiment how quickly I can kill ADM, because not every day you have the Great Omen
Yeah.
Killer Cleaver with Wild Strikes. So,
It
Yep.
was a very fast kill. It was a
yeah,
very
it was a
fast kill.
quick one-off. I wanted to just test it at the same time. That was good, so that was like the small...
What Ian's
goal
gonna do is a
that I
legit
knew
turbo
that
for the rest of the
I
game.
could
Yeah, it
go.
is.
That's why I went there immediately after that. But it was quick one-off, because good setup, and wanted to try it, basically.
Yeah.
I will
No.
say that Gaius Skidoo damage wound up mattering several times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Dancing Lion was a race
Oh.
where you just had way more damage. That happened a couple times.
Yeah. But I guess I will see the replay. Yeah, but
Yeah. It was
No,
very
it was
very
to
good
get-
matches.
He's just delayed, yeah.
I to get Skadu before Gaius. So I already Gaius to get Gaius.
Oh,
I failed a lot, but
unfortunate.
Yeah, I was already 6 or 7 for the rest of the game, so it was quite nice.
Roma,
Training
I'm
Gaius and
assuming
Moog
it's
are
not
probably
your
the best you can do
accent,
this
but
season.
Discord
If you
that
get
is actually
them,
making
you get enough
the
power to get
host
comfortable with the rest of the
freak
board. True.
What? Really?
It's
Yeah,
good
oh,
now. It's good,
It's good
now.
now. It's good now.
But I think I know what you said. You said you were already like Skidoo 4.
Yeah, yeah.
So you
yeah.
knew
I
you
dropped at
were
almost
already
6 a.m. so I have someone to throw on your other monitor. Let's
I
go.
locked in. I locked in.
I don't know what
was listening.
happened, guys. It's not my fault.
Nah,
Yeah,
you're
I was
good, no
Skidoo
worries.
too when doing Gaius.
Yeah.
It was Skidoo 2? What the f... 2? Oh my god, no wonder.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
that definitely.
I don't think I've ever done Gaius at less than like 5. Just from the Skidoo on the way. I probably have. I think 4 is probably the minimum I've ever done Gaius at. Just from the Skidoo that's genuinely along the way. Oh my goodness.
And then also, I think Gray didn't have Blade of Mercy until after Gaius, where Roma
Yeah.
already had Blade of Mercy. So those riposts also really helped with that fight, right?
Skip all
Yeah,
Skidoo.
after-
I
after
guess
those
so.
I think after Dancing Lion, it was going to be really, really hard to kind of bounce back from that. That was a big
Well,
snipe.
Ma did Gaius on Skidoo too. He would have been 3 at least, I think, right? Maybe not. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, if he only picked up the ones directly along the way, he would only be Skidoo 2. He would need 1 extra to be Skidoo 3.
That for
just
me,
kind of-
only way to back in
Still
the game
streaming
was
this late?
5. I had
Yup.
Gamba, basically 50-50.
As
Which
often.
block he goes for, either paintings or divine bird warriors. I assume that paintings will be more contested just because of the middle square south overall. Like I thought that
No.
paintings give you more.
I
'cause
had-
divine, yeah, bird
I had
warrior
Devonia
did-
Grace already.
Yeah.
I had Devonia
what?
Grace. For the Spirit Ashes and for the Hell
Okay,
Warriors.
okay, one of them. Okay.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
was like, there is
Yeah.
nothing in there.
No, and actually because I saw your column 5 earlier, so I was like, okay, I'm just going to go. I'm gonna go.
Nothing in route. There's Horned Warriors, Divine Bird Warriors, Spirit Ashes, and Death Mask Helms. That's not a lot. Like, that's not like a reason that you're like definitely going to Rao for sure early. But like, that's enough. That's enough that it ain't bad. You would absolutely synergize Spirit Ashes and set up for Divine Bird Warriors.
To Devonia for the Spirit Ashes, and if he
Okay.
keeps sending column 5, I'll just do the Divine Bird Warriors.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Nice. Well, 2 fantastic matches back to back, guys. If you do watch them back, they're very exciting to watch.
Yeah.
GG's Roma taking 2 points this week.
Yeah.
So currently at 5 points. Gray also still at 5 points. This is
All right, that's wrapping it up. All right, one last thing before I sign off here for the night. I assume I'm allowed to show
The coin
this.
flip and chooses tails.
Do you guys want to see the edited videos I made for Lies of P? Warning, they're advertisements. They've got the advertising stuff, but you guys want to see that real quick? Just because if I'm gonna put in the work, let's at least let somebody see it, I guess. Yes. Okay. All right. All right. Here. Warning. Warning. Advertisement. Warning. Warning. Here's how I beat Archbishop Andreas in under 30 minutes. It all starts with the weapon, the Azure Dragon Crescent Glaive. It has a powerful Fable art, the Deflect counterattack. When used properly, it can deal massive damage to bosses and bring them down in no time. From there, I level Technique to increase my damage and make sure to always have full Fable to get the most out of my weapon. The Donkey can be a bit tricky, but a few heavy counters and he's down. Scrapped Watchman is a longer brawl, but the Puppet Destroyer's Amulet puts him in his place. Fuoko gives plenty of opportunities for counterattacks, and a well-timed Storm Slash can completely skip his second phase. For Andreas' first phase, I focused on deflect countering, and on his second phase, I used a Storm Slash to finish him off after his laser. And that's how I beat Archbishop Andreas in under 30 minutes. If you think you can beat my time, or if you just want to check out Lies of P for yourself, check out the newly released Lies of P Complete Edition on the Nintendo Switch 2. Yippee! It's an ad! This is giving ad vibes. But I also kind of just tried to make it like a little YouTube short, basically. It's basically just a YouTube short with the ad stuck on the end. That's kind of all it was. That was 1 of 3. What if I... Then we've got number 2. What if I broke my weapon on purpose in Lies of P? See, there's a durability mechanic where your weapon very slowly degrades as you use it, and you can repair it whenever you want with the grinder. Ignore it for a while, and you'll start to do less damage. Ignore it for even longer, and, well, this happens. But can you actually beat a boss with a broken weapon? I put it to the test on Fuoko, a sentient furnace with a giant hammer for a hand. He's not an easy boss, especially with a broken weapon, but all of his attacks can be perfectly guarded with proper timing. And I had his weakness, electricity, on my side. It took a few tries and many minutes, but I eventually brought him down. Bang! I wouldn't recommend you let your weapon break, but I would recommend you to check out the Lies of P Complete Edition, out now on the Nintendo Switch 2. Just remember to repair your weapon, alright? What if I almost I cut myself off at the end there. Where are these ads posted? If they like them, which they're gonna, I think they get a bunch from the people. But if they like them, maybe you'll just see it as a YouTube ad. Or not. Who knows? Maybe they'll hate all of mine and go, bro, why did we pay this guy? And then last one. Here's an easy way to beat the Black Rabbit Brotherhood in Lies of P. Usually, this fight can be pretty tough, with up to 4 enemies facing you down at once. But if we make use of the weapon assembly system, we can make it much easier. It starts with the 2 pieces, the police baton from this police bot and the big pipe wrench from this chest. Combine the wrench head with the baton handle and voila, a newly crafted wrench baton. With this, we can combine the handle fable art that increases your next attack with the blade fable art that is one of the strongest attacks in the game to make it even stronger. Pair it with some quartz upgrades and amulets, and you've got a recipe for success. Beating the Black Rabbit Brotherhood starts with buffing, then just 2 regular attacks. Wait for an opportunity to buff with the handle, then use a fully charged blade art to stagger and deal massive damage. Finish with a fatal attack, and he's down without so much as seeing the rest of the Brotherhood. Try your own weapon combinations today on the Lies of P Complete Edition, out now on the Nintendo Switch 2. Yippee! Third one, that was the 3. Do you like them? Is my editing good? That's why this is why I was so late today, is because I was finishing this third one, because I had to go all the way through a Lies of P run, and I had to gather footage of me collecting the parts for the wrench baton. I didn't have any of the old saves from the wrench baton route, which we used to do way back in the day, so I had to completely redo the entire save all the way up to Black Rabbit Brotherhood in order to get that footage of me, like, you know, 3-shotting the Black Rabbit Brotherhood.
The result is heads.
Very tasteful as far as ads go. Yippee! Well, these are so cool. Yay! You know what will happen if we have a 4-way tie in Group B? So, the first tiebreaker is going to be who, like, beat each other between the 4 of them. So, like, some of them will have 2-0'd others, so they will be, like, placed above the people that they, you know, 2-0'd. And then after that, we're not entirely sure. I think we have a strength of victory tiebreaker. At least that's what I suggested. I don't know if Dom's going to go for it, but that's what I suggested. And then, yeah, after that, I do not know. It literally could just be a coin flip. Like, I don't know. I don't know if we have good tiebreakers. This is good? Real good. Thank you. Any way you edit it yourself? Yep, edited it myself. Took way longer than it should have. For a 1-minute clip, I feel like...
Been timed out for a week.
No!
07 in the chat.
I feel like a good editor could probably edit a 1-minute clip in, you know, like 10 minutes. But I was in the mines. I was slaving away for hours. But eventually got it. Still on the bingo grind? Not right now. Right now we're going to bed because I gotta sleep. It's like 5 a.m. here now. So let us raid. Speaking of, let's raid Gray. Since we were just watching him play, why don't we watch him play some more? He's doing Bingo Brawlers Season 6 Practice / French Challenge. The classic French challenge. It longs for the mines. Oh no. It was good, but better transition is needed. Yeah, I probably agree. I didn't necessarily go all in on like transitions between stuff because I was trying to get it done right away. But yeah, I agree. I think if I worked more on editing, I think I'd get a little better at some of the like zooms and stuff. I wouldn't have like the whole screen zoom. I maybe would have had just the part I want to show like zoomed in or bigger. Like I think there was stuff I wanted to do, but I was like, it's gonna take me too long to figure out how to do this. I'm not an editor, so I just went with like what worked easily for me. But yeah, thank you all for watching. Have a good night or morning or afternoon or evening, wherever in the world you all happen to be, and I will see you all later. Have a good one, everyone. Bye bye.